São duas difíceis, proprietários especializados. Notável, cenário perfeito.
But maybe because I saw her before she went.
We work for the day and during the conference and lunch. So yeah, very interesting conference this is happening, and we really need this company in Ceará and also the whole plan of Ceará. It's quite a complex. It's all of all the last couple of days. So I'm going to give you from when I saw this come up, and yeah, I can practice thinking about it.
Teste, teste. Vocês me escutam?
Sim,
Vamos começar?
aqui tudo certo.
Bom dia, todo mundo. Vocês me escutam na plateia? Ótimo. Bom dia. Bom, vamos começar aqui o nosso painel. Meu nome é Igor Maia
We are going to
Gonçalves.
begin
Eu
our
sou advogado.
My name is
Desculpe por
Igor
isso, eu vou pedir
Gonçalves.
desculpa
I'm very
novamente,
sorry.
mas eu
I
vou
will
tentar ser
apologize
o
again.
menos advogado
I'm
possível
going to
aqui
try
durante a
to be the
exposição.
less lawyer
Eu
I
sei que é
can
chato às vezes escutar
throughout this
advogado.
event.
Tirar aqui isso, porque tá me dando um retorno. Bom, o painel de hoje, ele vai abordar
On our
a
panel
temática
today,
das
we are going
offshores
to
no mercado
take a look at
brasileiro,
offshores in the
especificamente
Brazilian
no
market, more
recorte cearense,
specifically
quais
in
são
the
os
Ceará
desafios, quais são as
cutout,
oportunidades
and what are the
que nós
challenges and
visualizamos para
opportunities
esse
that
novo
we
setor
envision
que
for
deve
this new
se
sector
desenvolver
that
aí
will
nos próximos
be
anos.
developing
E a
throughout the next
composição do
years.
nosso
And
painel ela é extremamente
our
oportuna
panel
e
is
relevante para a gente
very
discutir esse
opportune and
assunto, porque ela
relevant
traz
to this subject,
entidades que
considering it
representam
brings
bem as linhas de
entities that
trabalho que
represent
precisam
very
ser
well
desenvolvidas e
the
engajadas dentro
fronts
de
and that need to
processo
be
como esse.
engaged and
E aqui nós
involved
temos a
in
Daniela
a
da Câmara, eu vou
process
pedir para todos se
such as
apresentarem,
this.
tá?
We
Mas
have
só uma
Daniela
possibilidade
here.
para vocês
Going to ask everyone to
se
present
contextualizarem.
themselves.
Daniela da Câmara Brasil
Daniela is
Canadá,
from
né,
the
que tem então o
Brazil-Canada
aspecto
Chamber.
da comunicação e colaboração
And
internacional
in
dentro
terms
dessa
of
agenda.
international
À frente da
cooperation
secretária
and
executiva
communication,
da
she
SDS,
is
da
in
executiva da
front of
indústria. Então, nós temos aqui a representação do
she
governo.
is at the forefront
Tatiana
of the
da
SDE.
já
We have
trazendo uma visão
Tatiana
de
here
empreendedor com
that is
projeto
bringing
nesse
point of view
mercado.
of an
E Rafael da
entrepreneur.
UFC,
And we have
Rafael
Rafael from USC University, Federal University of Ceará, that is going to talk about local labor and why the energy sector is so strategic to us and what our objectives are within our local area. As I said, my name is Igor. I am a specialist in infrastructure and energy. Academically speaking, I have a master's degree from IFCE in hydrogen regulation. I am also the president of the Chamber of International Trade and Foreign Investment at the Development Agency of Ceará. And I will now ask the others to present themselves. Thank you so much, Igor. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Ceará at this event that is so important. I am Daniela Leite, Business Director at Chamber of Commerce Brazil, Canada. I intermediate business between the two countries. We have a number of opportunities for connection. We are headquartered here in Brazil, and we also have offices in Canada, exactly so that we can promote this connection. And of course, I'm also here this week to open an office here in Ceará, and we'll probably talk a bit about that moving forward. I'm very excited for all the partnerships, especially when we talk about blue energy. Good morning. It's a pleasure to take part in this event. With this magnitude here in Ceará, it's a pleasure to have an event of such size here. And talking about energy transition, Ceará has taken the lead. I would like to present myself. My name is Brigida Miola, as was mentioned by Igor. I am from the Executive Secretary for Industry. I am the Secretariat for Economic Development of Ceará. I have a master's in environment, and I have always coordinated throughout while I was working in these sectors, I've always been involved with green energy and green hydrogen, and I just took on the lead of this role in the industry, and now it's up to us to try to bring together the traditional industry and green hydrogen. And having an event of this size makes us even more able to understand the importance of energy transition and to develop more in this sense regarding the state of Ceará. Good morning. My name is Tatiana Facó. I am the head of legal at Qair, Brazil. I am very happy with the invitation to be here today. Qair is one of the event facilitators, and it brings me great pride to work for a company that is so committed to energy transition with social and environmental care. So I want to thank Qair for the invitation to be here. I work with infrastructure. I have been working with it for 15 years. Since Qair arrived in Brazil, I've been working with its infrastructure for the last 6 years. We built 4 parks in the last 4 years. We operate 4 megawatts, and the backstage of these 4 projects and 600 megawatts is something that is very, very, very busy. And I just wanted to share this experience with you. I am a lawyer as well, Igor and I, and within the sector of infrastructure, I specifically work with negotiations surrounding the contracts that span from infrastructure to financial structuring, interfacing with stakeholders and others. So we're here to share this experience with you a bit. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Rafael Amaral. I am a professor at the Federal University of Ceará, UFC. I would like to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to be here, representing academia here. and it's a very important international event. I have been a professor for the past 15 years, where I am an electrical engineer with a master's that applies to renewable energy, and that is part of my development in the academy. I teach basic to advanced lessons involving energy efficiency, which is a great pillar for sustainability regarding the energy grid. And more recently, I have also been addressing the market, the energy market regarding renewable resources and their strength within our electrical grid matrix. Now in 2024, I've been participating together with the government of Ceará that is providing training in renewable energies. And that way we are trying to qualify the labor to operate within this sector. And I'm really happy to be here participating with people of this level. And good morning. Thank you.
Diversidade
You can see we have significant diversity here, several agents. We're talking about a very cross-sectional theme, and we try to see the sector as one that is within a guided ecosystem, and no wonder we're here at a global event, and these sustainability matters. They have a market appeal, and they also appeal to the needs of the world, a world that is requiring more and more from anyone who wants to insert themselves as an economy or business. In international terms, sustainability today is a business agenda. So moving into the subject of market, we have to start bringing the needs of the consumer market. So considering that we're here talking about subjects that permeate the entire, all of the international audience, countries as well, a standardization or balance in these discussions is very much needed so that we can be competitive abroad, internationally in all sense. And talking about the Canada paradigm, despite having a much broader view, I would like Danielle to share with us a bit of what Canada sees regarding sustainability. I was in Montreal, and it was mentioned while I was talking, while I was conversing with everyone about straightening our relations, Brazil-Canada. What was mentioned was that for you to negotiate with Canada businesses, Canadian businesses, sustainability has to be on the table. Like any other strategy, like any other aspect that is being discussed. From that, you're able to see the maturity that the Canadian market has in regards to these subjects. And I would like Daniela to talk a bit on that. You're so correct, Igor. That is exactly it. This week, I was able to take part in several conversations in businesses, and Ceará is very much advanced in that sense as well. For you to do business with Canada, the practices, ESG, and everything else is so important. So much so that we can see that Mercosur Canada agreement is the only one with clauses connected to ESG. So it is a crucial point. If we look at the discussions that are taking place here, I am so happy to see how Ceará Ceará has evolved and Brazil has evolved in the sense of sustainability. Yesterday, I had the opportunity of seeing more actions about maritime spacing. Canada already has that approved, and we are advanced in that sense. And it's so important to see how Brazil and Ceará have been developing this issue and how academia has also been adhering to this. In Canada, there is a very strong relationship between private, public, academia, private sector, government. This trio is very interesting to, academic contributions, private sector investments, governments, and I saw the same advances here, and I would like to congratulate the state and the companies here today. HTech on Tuesday, I saw a project of theirs, and I think the point is that the challenges are very similar. We, as Brazilians, tend to think that we are way behind on everything, but in this subject, wind energy and offshore, Brazil and Canada are pretty much head to head. And the thing is, we have to see and know how we can cooperate. Canada has been working a lot on floating turbines, and that's been mentioned here as well. How can we share energy and how can we share knowledge and everything that we have and make this work in terms of working towards the people? We have to work and cooperate towards that. We can see how advanced Brazil is and how much Ceará has been working on these fronts. And I think it's really important that we divulge this message to attract investments and people and be able to work together. What you said is very interesting. I'm going to take a hook from that. Last year, I was in Canada. Tatiana was there with me, invited by the Canadian Association of Renewable Energy Industries, and we participated in the panel that was on international businesses, and they have this cooperation that to them is a vocation, and they tend to adopt this. And it's something that we understand a bit about too here in Ceará, because we have, in addition to understanding the relevance of cooperation itself, we have the need to attract foreign investments. And a lot of these countries that we are mentioning are foreign capital businesses, and strategically, they're very important to our region. So we had the opportunity of going there and talking a bit about how the market, specifically offshore market, has been developing here in Brazil and specifically in Ceará within a broader perspective. We understood that it would be important to show why the renewable energy market in Brazil is so strategic, how it was thought of within a engaged policy that involves all stakeholders and all players, and why there's such a strong and firm commitment from all of these parties within this perspective. It's not a market for adventurers. There is commitment and expertise involved in all sectors that run through renewable energy, and that is something that is key to what we have, and we're able to show the engagement of all actors, facilitating communication and what we have to share. And in that aspect, I would like to, now that I've said that, I would like to grant the floor to Brigida so that she can talk a little bit about the engagement of the government of Ceará in this issue. The government itself, the state of Ceará actually, has always been a protagonist in renewables, and that is also due to the local actions of politics. And in terms of offshores, we maintain that same consistency. And Brigida, please share with us the view of the government on that issue. It's, as you mentioned, Igor.
O Estado do Ceará, ele
The state of Ceará has been a protagonist. It is protagonist when we talk about renewable energies. And we know that biofuel was created here by a Ceará, by someone from Ceará. So we are very proud to be protagonists, not only in wind energy, but biomass, biofuels. And we believe, Daniela mentioned this, it makes us very proud as people from Ceará and from the state. It is so joyful to see that everybody now recognizes that we have a robust, safe, tripartite action that involves government, private sector, academia, private entities in a single conversation around a single goal. And that enables the government to attract businesses and attract these businesses to consolidate. We are able to develop research. We are able to generate qualified labor that acts according to the current development of our economy. From the moment that we have an economy that is geared towards sustainability and the development of new forms of renewable energy, for example, like green hydrogen, then we are able to act within a market by attracting labor that is actually trained to operate in our local markets. And when we talk about renewable energies within industries, for example, for us to be able to bring this agenda of energy transition into the national industry in the same way it's already present here locally, then Ceará will also be a protagonist in that sense. When we take traditional industries that we have in the state, for example, shoemakers, textile, and have these industries adhere to the carbon market, for example, and bring them into participating to green incentives. We are also helping these industries with the decarbonization process, and that goes beyond climate changes. That is about the economy as a whole. So when we bring companies at the level of Qair, for example, and we're able to attract them and they are installed here and they bring big projects to Ceará, we are generating employment, we are generating revenue and income. We are not addressing a project per se, we're talking about the chain value in terms of green energy. So when we say that this is a strategic market to Ceará, we're talking about moving the market as a whole. We're not talking about environment alone. We're talking about sustainability that has this tripod that sustains it. So the state, even though the government has changed, there is a continuity in this sense where we have a management that is geared towards sustainability and energy transition, but not just energy transition, one that is fair and just, which is another point that Ceará has dived pretty deep into, making sure that society as a whole is included when we talk about energy transition.
Bom, algumas das falas aqui, elas têm pontos de convergência que são muito interessantes, né?
Perfect. Some of the lines here at the international level, and as there are many aspects, we are protagonists. This keeps us on the same page, converging. I don't like this terminology, but we are sort of like the developed country. I don't like this terminology, but developed in terms of sustainability, etc. And back to the Canadian example, but not only it. when we were there last week in our panel for global markets imposed by Brazil, United Kingdom, Scotland, and the US, it was very interesting to see how we are having the same discussions here, there, and on these others that were represented. The issues were very familiar to us, right, Tatiana? They had the side of regulation, the challenges related to it, to balance the entire ecosystem, the social, environmental ecosystem in this new industry with the potential to interfere in an area that was not explored in a large scale before, at least not within this industry. So it represents a lot of variables, and there are learning curves that we have to map. We have to interact globally to learn with the lessons from the others to see what was done in one place, inspiring outside. One of the matters, one of the issues are infrastructure challenges. Here, bringing the debate to the private initiative and international entrepreneurs' experience with the project being developed here for offshores. I heard from Tatiana. What are the perspectives and the challenges you can share with us, please?
Antes, eu queria só, eu achei alguns extratos da fala da Dani.
Want to just make some remarks before the sustainability agenda that you mentioned. To start the negotiations in Canada, it has to have the right prices. And another sensitive point of negotiation, it's no surprise. We have identified that in Canada. And I'm never get tired of saying it's one of the pillars to sustainability. Maybe when we started our first project in 2019, we were so successful with the social projects to mitigate impacts of our first onshore projects. I want to briefly tell you, maybe you know if you live here, but Qair in 2019, today we are 110 people in our office. But in 2019, there were just the leaders. The leaders were working hands-on in the implementation of 3 onshore parks. And a sociologist, and she's very experienced, and she developed an amazing work, and we did something really interesting. At Trairi, that's where we have 4 of our operational parks, and we developed a project there. I don't know if it was born here. I don't know if we had this sustainability issue. Maybe that's why it was so successful, because people were truly able to have this fine-tuned outlook, or if that motivated us to understand that sustainability. And so we wouldn't be dissociated, we don't want to be dissociated from sustainability. And with what Bridget said, it's beautiful to see the interest of the government in hydrogen plants and how active the government is with the public power. It's important, in my perspective, considering the offshore industry is intertwined with the hydrogen industry, especially to the eyes of the investors. and especially
da necessidade de se
by
criar
virtue of the need of creating demands to develop the offshore industry, I bet that soon the government will be as interested in offshore as in the hydrogen discussions. And speaking of challenges, we have regulations. The experts can tell better about it. But bringing about the marine spatial planning, I think the challenges also go through planning. We have been following some discussions, and they are very rich discussions. One of these discussions, we had BNDES in the National Development Bank region, Brazilian Navy. We had the producers of the wind farmers and the marine planning, spatial planning. It was very important in the sense of attention to traditional communities. So the studies are being made. They're developed into 4 areas. There are technical studies being contracted so we can integrate the spatial marine plan, and so we can divide the area with many stakeholders, not only traditional communities, but others. We have mining businesses as well. We have the fishing industry. And one of the challenges is to understand the clear premises of this planning. So we don't rely on the planning being ready to start the industry, and don't leave the importance of planning aside without being sure of what we can present to the investors and developers. On the side of infrastructure, I'm very curious to understand the management of these agreements, either in terms of prices and terms. There is a whole supply chain to be developed. And when you speak about labor qualification, and in my perspective, with all this information consolidated and our experience in oil and gas helmet, we need to fine-tune something for offshores there. There is a gap of resources and equipment and labor force. And when we sign an APC agreement for environmental conditions, we include clauses to hire locally from the areas of our projects, and it gets to 30%. Of course, onshore, we do have a mature market onshore, so it would be absurd to demand that, to put a local labor force. But offshore, it's possible. Qualification to me is very evident. Also, understand the availability and the engagement, and we have to be involved with the investment of the offshore industry and the infrastructure of ports. We need to understand how we can make the connections There are many challenges in all sides, and we have this vision from the top. So the first thing is regulating, meaning qualifying the professionals, follow up with hydrogen discussions. These are the points we need to keep working on for the development of the offshore industry. That's a project like in Acaraú, 20 kilometers. For the others, we need to have this respectful relationship and this long-lasting relationship with traditional communities. And it's much more interesting. And our project is about 20 kilometers from the coast because of the initial studies that were made with traditional communities of Acaraú, in the city of Acaraú. That's an area of direct and indirect influence of our project. Thank you so much for your work on those challenges that were identified. The good side of it is that here we have a market that is engaged in different fronts, and we can lead in the ecosystem. All challenges, we know what we have in terms of map the issues. What is the scope of each entity, so we can move towards a route where everybody knows their role. Now, in terms of academic aspects, the development of a new industry, the good side is that it's no news for Ceará. We've been there before, and we have an expertise in renewables that end up being part of this trajectory. But before that, we speak of eolic wind back there with a well-consolidated market. But we've been there, for instance, with a refinery. That's an industry that came to our state, and we did not have, historically, we did not have any tradition with it, and we had to learn how to do it. And the academia played a very important role, and what I see that is very interesting is the academia coming closer to the market, the academia producing according to the regional needs of what we have in terms of projects and sectors like renewables being of importance. My master's degree was IFCE, that really caters this type of market. And my line of research was market regulation for hydrogen. Rafael, I want to hear from you. What can you share with us in the perspective and the vision of the academia in terms of being aligned with this scope and this development?
Ok, bem.
Well,
O Estado do Ceará, ele, nesses últimos tempos, está tendo dois
the state of Ceará has had two great privileges. One is the geographical privilege of having good winds and a great sun. So it brings us a lot of potential. And the other is that we are having good synergies with the state government and with the state academia through federal institutions. So we have the Green Network. It's a network of research putting together UFC, Unilab, UFCA, UFC, so Banco, Shada, Campi, all of them, and other research institutions for this qualification. And so much so that we have this initiative this year of CATEC. First is to train multipliers at the specialization level, higher education, and then move on to technical education so we can have a qualified labor force. And it's important that the companies work hiring local workforce. So we need to train local workforce before the projects come. We don't need to wait for the regulation to start working with it. We don't have to wait for the industry to arrive to go after training and qualification. And besides it, the academia is getting updated in terms of curriculum. At the UFC, the Technology Center, all engineering had their political and educational projects renewed with new areas, new courses, just like electricity market, a power market. That's one gap we had in our course and our program, and it works a lot with prices, how the infrastructure, the connection of this power, how we are going to do the runoff of this power, and the lack of infrastructure for the renewables. So it brings a very favorable result to our state. And I hope the synergy goes on because we have a future ahead and it's going to be brilliant for our economy, for our people, and for our development. The government says that the sun that used to be bad for us now brings a lot of resources. And we are very happy to be players, to be part of this historical moment for our state and our nation. Perfect. Rafael, you mentioned a very interesting point. The sun that used to chastise. And we are in a state with a lot of challenges. Historically, we have a lot of challenges, and they were attributed to climate and geographical problems. What we see now is a change of this perspective of what was a weakness became a strength. That is the use of all these conditions to generate such a promising and important industry, just like energies, but renewable energies. This discussion puts us in the market at a world level. And here in Ceará, the development of shores is pretty much related to what we expect from the hydrogen market. What we are having with the offshore, waiting for the regulations to be completed and approved and passed. So we had that with hydrogen. The regulatory framework was passed in August, and the industry were starting to move because investors in the market, they go a different rhythm, they have a different appetite for business, and they have to calculate risks. So there are other legislations we can make use of to develop this type of project, like Tatiana mentioned. It wouldn't be the first economic activity to be developed in federal waters. Oil and gas is there, and there are also other legislations we can use and modulate for these projects in parallel while we wait for what's going on with the regulatory framework. Speaking of hydrogen, I hope they walk hand in hand, aligned, hydrogen and offshore. Here in Ceará, we have this ambitious project to establish hydrogen, and it's seen worldwide. That's the projection we have. And I want to ask Brigida to speak a little bit about hydrogen branch We have a project that aligns a lot of geographical features, but also infrastructure features with what we have and with what we expect to have. So, Brigida, please, could you speak a little bit about this project, considering what you know so well and others don't? But it would be important. Thank you.
O hub de hidrogênio verde, né, tão falado aqui no estado do Ceará. Tá me escutando?
Hydrogen
hub. Em inglês. Tá escutando? Eu tô falando em inglês para vocês?
Voltou para o
O hub de hidrogênio verde tão falado aqui no estado do Ceará. Mas só voltando só a uma pauta, tá, Tatiana? O estado do Ceará, ele não vai esperar, e para você ver, ele não está esperando, né, a regulamentação, a regulação, para dar início, né, para dar start aos trabalhos, né? Como você vê, é engraçado que esse alinhamento, ele é tão grande entre esses três setores, né, esses três principais atores que dão ação à pauta sustentável, que eu não conhecia o Rafael, né, o professor Rafael, mas que a fala dele está muito interligada, né, com o que eu acabei de falar anteriormente, né, sobre essa tríplice hélice. Então, esse alinhamento é perceptível, inclusive, entre os atores que não se conhecem diretamente, né, mas que estão atuando em prol de um mesmo objetivo. E a gente fala de hidrogênio verde, mas a gente sabe que o hidrogênio verde ele vai necessitar da offshore. Nós precisamos da offshore. E o estado do Ceará, ele tem as características ideais para poder a gente conseguir desenvolver grandes projetos como o da Qair para offshore, né? Nós temos uma batimetria boa, nós temos essa distância da costa excelente, nós temos 573 quilômetros de linha de costa aqui no estado do Ceará, e não à toa que já temos, né, mesmo sem a regulação ainda definida, nós já temos 25 projetos em processo de licenciamento no IBAMA, que dá aí em torno de 64,3 gigawatts, né? Então, é uma quantidade muito grande. E ontem, conversando com um colega, um grande amigo, na verdade, ele falou, Brígida, a offshore ela é um mar de oportunidades. E, de fato, a offshore é um mar de oportunidades, né, que a gente tem. E a mesma coisa, não só voltada para o hidrogênio verde, não só voltada para a fala da sustentabilidade, né, da transição energética, mas para o desenvolvimento econômico do Estado. Nós temos toda uma cadeia de valor também envolvida quando a gente fala de offshore, todo o processo, né, envolvendo comunidades, envolvendo academia, onde nós vamos precisar também capacitar pessoas, mão de obra qualificada, quando a gente fala em offshore também. O hidrogênio verde, ele já está com cursos, né? A gente já tem cursos de hidrogênio verde, já tem cursos de energia renovável, e agora, né, nós vamos também necessitar de cursos, né, e de especialistas voltados para offshore.
We are going
também.
to need specialized
Mais uma vez,
this topic. I am sure that Ceará will be a protagonist in offshore as well.
Espero e acredito,
And I really expect and hope that we will be the first state to have an offshore project. The hydrogen hub, I think a lot of people already know this, but maybe some don't. We already have 41 MOUs that are signed and 7 projects, pre-contracts, pre-agreements signed to be developed in the PECEM complex. And these 7 projects alone will need an enormous amount of energy. In addition to all the other projects we expect to receive, so we will need the offshore greatly. We will need to invest more into the value chain of offshore, and we are also seeking to meet the needs of the supply chain that offshore will need. How? By attracting investors and businesses to this field.
Através de missões, né, o estado do
Through
Ceará
missions,
tem
the
ido
state
para
of
missões
Ceará
voltadas
has
para
been
offshore, foi ano
leaving
passado,
on
vai esse
missions.
ano,
They
no
went
próximo ano
last year,
também,
next year they
foi
will
esse
go as
ano.
well. This year
Tudo
they
isso
did
para
as
poder
well.
entender
And
toda essa
this is
cadeia
all
de
being done
valor
so
e
that
poder
we can
estar
meet the needs
atuando
of
mais
this
diretamente, mais fortemente, para
chain
desenvolver o
so
setor
that we can
offshore.
develop the
É,
offshore
eu
sector as
acredito
needed.
que
And I
nós temos
believe
muito
that
para fazer,
we have
nós
a lot
temos,
to get done.
mas que com essa união que o estado do Ceará tem,
But
né, para poder desenvolver o setor que ele quer desenvolver, que
with
ele
the
quer dar
will that
destaque, e a
Ceará
gente já
has
sabe que
to
isso é estratégico para o
bring the
estado, para o
sector it
Brasil, né?
desires to the
E
spotlight,
esse alinhamento
and
que
this
nós temos
alignment that we
do
have
governo estadual com o governo
between
federal
government, state
também
government, federal
dá
government,
uma
this
fortaleza, né? Faz com
also
que a gente
strengthens
seja mais forte juntos. O estado do
us
Ceará
and
ele
makes us stronger
está
together. The state of
atuando mais
Ceará is
fortemente junto a essas bancadas, né? Quando a
acting
gente fala
very
da regulação
intensively
offshore,
together
quando fala
with
do
the
hidrogênio
interested
verde.
parties and when we
Então, eu
talk about
acredito
green
que
hydrogen
o
and
hub
offshore,
de
and I
desenvolvimento
believe
ele vai
the
ser
green
localizado
hydrogen
offshore
hub
e o
will
estado
need
já
offshore,
está
and the state
atuando, né, para poder
is
desenvolver toda essa
already
cadeia de
acting
valor
towards this
offshore.
to
Quando a gente
develop
fala,
the value chain
vai
involved.
envolver
As
toda a
was
comunidade
mentioned,
local. A gente
we will
não
need the
está falando
entire local
só da pauta
community. They
transição
will be
energética,
involved. We're
mas de
not just
girar a
talking about
economia daquelas
energy
comunidades que vão
transition,
receber esses
but
projetos,
about
né? Quando
bringing
a Tatiana
movement to
estava
the
falando,
economy
nós
itself. As
envolvemos toda a
Tatiana was
comunidade
saying, we
local e é
involve
isso que a gente
the
precisa
local
fazer e
community, and that's
é
what
isso que a
we
gente
need
faz
to
para uma
do
transição energética justa.
to
A
promote
gente
a
fala assim, né? Eu
just
estava
energy
falando que
transition.
o caminho, quando a gente fala em offshore,
When we talk
o
about
caminhão é o
offshore,
navio,
you
o
can see
carro
the
vai ser
truck
o
as the
barco e a
vessel,
moto
the
vai
car
ser
is going
a
to be
lancha,
the
né? O
ship,
jet ski ali.
and
Então, nós precisamos
the
de
motorcycle
pessoas
will
para
be your
poder
jet ski. So we need
a
people
manutenção, por exemplo, da onshore, a
to
gente já conhece.
maintain.
Então, da
We
offshore a
already
gente vai
know maintenance,
precisar,
offshore
né? E
maintenance,
aqui no
and we
Ceará dá
know
para
what
ser
we're going to
feito
need.
até de
And here
jangada.
in
Se a gente
Ceará,
gosta
you
dessa
can
daí, a gente vai
you
conseguir
can do it
fazer
with
até de
any
jangada,
kind
né?
of floating device you
Mas
need,
eu acredito sim
even
que
a
o estado do
jangada.
Ceará ele está atuando muito
And I know
fortemente quando a
that the
gente
state
fala em
of
offshore,
Ceará
apesar
is
da pauta
strongly
hidrogênio
acting
verde, né?
upon this
Está
theme.
sendo mais divulgada, de dar
Although
uma ênfase
green
maior no estado
hydrogen
quando a
is
gente fala de
standing
hidrogênio
out
verde,
among
mas
the
que eles dois
initiatives,
estão interligados, né? O
but
hidrogênio
everything
verde
is
vai sim
interconnected.
precisar
Green
de energia
hydrogen will
renovável
need
e essa
renewable
energia
energy and
offshore
this
também, né?
offshore
Que o
energy
estado do
as
Ceará.
well that is going
Então,
to be
acredito e
arriving
espero que
to our
nós vamos ser
state.
pioneiros
So I
também
really
quando
do
fala em
expect that we
offshore
will be
aqui
pioneering
no Brasil e
in terms
teremos
of
sim,
offshore in Brazil.
vai ser sim o estado que vai ter o
And
primeiro
there's
projeto
no
no
doubt
Brasil,
that
que é o
Ceará will
estado
be
do
the state
Brasil.
with the first offshore project.
Perfeito.
Perfect.
Todas essas questões, elas
Well,
permeiam
with all
uma
of these
temática maior, que foi a que nós
topics
abrimos o painel
permeate a
falando sobre
larger theme,
sustentabilidade.
which is
Então,
sustainability.
esses conceitos de energia
So these
limpa, de
concepts
transição
of clean
energética, eles
energy,
todos
energy
estão
transition,
abarcados
everything
desse
is
guarda-chuva tão amplo
encompassed
que é a
within
sustentabilidade. Quando a gente fala
sustainability.
em hidrogênio verde,
When
vale
we talk
ressaltar
about
que
green
temos
hydrogen and
indústrias
the
com um
need to
olhar
have
atento para essas
industries that are
questões. O
attentive to
hidrogênio verde
these
ele não vai ser verde
issues,
só porque ele
green
está
hydrogen
sendo
isn't going
feito
to
ali a
be green
partir
just
de
because it's
energia
made
eólica e
based
solar.
on
Ele é o
wind and
verde da
solar
questão, ele
energy. The green of
abarca
the
uma infinitude de
name
outros
actually
aspectos que precisam
encompasses a number
ser
of other
entendidos, ainda
aspects
que
that
não na
need to be
perspectiva legal,
understood,
mas que estão
even
no espírito da
although
coisa. Então,
not just through the
você
legal
considerar
perspective, but
todos
through the
esses impactos de
spirit of how they are
reverberações de uma indústria nas
created. So if you
comunidades
take all of the
locais,
pieces and bits of an
na formação
industry,
de mão de
of
obra,
local
tudo
community, of
isso
training
compõe
capable
o verde
workers,
que nós
all
realmente
of this
queremos
together
ter
makes up the
aqui dentro
green that we
do
want
nosso
to
mercado.
have
O nosso tempo está
within our
acabando. Eu
market.
vou pedir
Our
então só
time is
uma
almost
fala
up.
final de
I'm
cada
just going to ask
dos
for
nossos
each of our
painelistas
panelists
aqui,
to
dentro
provide
do
some final
conceito do que é
considerations,
esse debate proposto aqui no Summit, que
considering the
é
debate
de
that was proposed here at the
incentivo,
summit,
de
that is to
encorajar
boost and
a todos
encourage
esses atores a
all
se
of these
engajarem nessas
actors to
discussões.
engage
Então,
in these
cada
discussions.
representando aqui
So
a sua entidade. Daniela,
each
se
one
puder,
that is
então, só uma mensagem final muito rápida, porque a gente já está acabando
here, I
o
would like to ask you to
falar sobre o
share your
que a gente
final
pode fazer para
words
se aproximar do
and
Canadá, enfim, a
tell us
sua
what we can
ideia
do to get
final.
closer to Canada and so forth. I really think it's so interesting to address this subject. I would like to congratulate those who are promoting the event. These are very important subjects. Sustainability as a whole. Canada did commit to arrive at neutrality at 2030. Brazil is in need of this goal as well. I believe that the offshore wind energy is important to Canada and Brazil, and I hope that we can, in fact, cooperate and work together in favor of a greater good. I would like to make myself available and the Brazil-Canada Chamber as well to connect the companies and academia that are here today, promote this connection with that Canada has been studying and has been at the forefront of.
Bom, eu vou terminar
Well,
falando de três pilares da Qair.
I'd like to end by talking about
A maneira
three
como a gente
pillars
faz os nossos negócios.
that Qair adopts and that permeates all of our
No
business.
comecinho,
At the beginning,
o pessoal errava o nome da Qair, porque fica
people used to say
parecido
Qair's
com
name wrong because
português, né?
in Portuguese,
Só que os pilares,
when you
eles
read the name, it seems like the U is missing. But actually, there are some concepts involved in the name that help the pronunciation. It's care, share,
a mensagem final
and
seria essa, né, para academia, governo,
equality. And I think that's the message for the government, the academia, and private entities
partilharem,
to share, to care,
com muita transparência,
and to be transparent in their businesses and bring fairness to these businesses. So that would be the last part, which is fair. This is a tripod that permeates any concept of sustainability. So let's move forward with our initiatives.
Bem, agradecer a oportunidade, né, de estar aqui participando dessa mesa.
It's a great opportunity to be here as a part of this event. And I just wanted to say that the academics are preparing for this. I was asked, Professor, will we have a master's program or a doctorate program involving the offshore sector? And I said, of course, we can already envision the future. We're preparing for it. And what's interesting is that offshore and green hydrogen are very much dedicated. And I believe that when green hydrogen becomes competitive, it will close the gap that exists within solar and wind energy. I think it will be a huge player within the international game because it will solve problems, making these sources of energy, closing the gap that exists in them. And we are working on that because a sustainable future is a very promising one.
Vou falar rapidamente, porque fui a única que falei agora demais, né?
Now I'm going to talk really quickly. I think I was the only one that went over my time and number of words needed, but I just wanted to say that as the state government, we are very happy to be here and to be able to receive an event of this size. I'm very happy to be here with the people here on stage who are deeply knowledgeable on this theme, understanding each of those here, academia, private sector, international entities, and how the international market wishes to invest and meet ideal locations to invest in. I think that is essential for the state government to continue being ahead of the game and that they continue developing and generating revenue and employment and income through the just energy transition and renewable energies and renewable and offshore. And I believe that the state of Ceará holding a world summit that talks about energy transition is once again being ahead of the game. So I hope that we continue acting in this manner and that we continuously develop.
E assim nós encerramos. Muito
And
obrigado a todos, debatedores.
that is the end of our panel. I would like to thank everyone here on stage and our audience. It is a very broad theme, So whoever wants to ask questions or exchange some ideas, we're here available to you.
Hola, hola, hola. ¿Cómo están? Buenos días.
Oh, meu Deus.
Isso.
Tá dois. Hola, buenos días.
Alô, bom dia. Tá, Bom dia.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Buenos días. ¿Sí me escuchan? Sí,
E anuncia essa atividade. Para confundir. Tá. Anunciar por dentro de instante, retomaremos as atividades.
Hello, this is Michelle testing. Let me know if you can hear me.
Quanto tempo eu posso falar do teste, né? Porque eu tô com dois melhor dentro de instante. Eu tô depende dele.
Tá bom, vamos lá.
Aqui é a Michelle testando. Michelle testing 1, 2,
Okay.
3.
Audio open for tests, interpretation tests.
Alô? Alô?
Alô? Alô?
Can you hear me?
¿me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan?
Yes,
Hello?
I can hear someone speaking Spanish.
Hola. Yo
Israel,
sí los escucho. ¿No, ¿me escuchan ustedes?
Sí,
Muy
perfecto.
bien. Qué bueno. ¿Me pueden ver?
No, I cannot see the person. Person is
todo
asking.
lo que vemos.
Exacto. Yo veo también eso mismo. Please speak again for the new test.
Yes, I'm speaking, but I cannot see
No cierre la cámara
anybody.
también.
No sé si conectarme con...
¿Sí me escuchas, Israel?
Pero sí, los escucho.
Ah, bueno.
Ven para acá. Mira.
Ron.
Entendeu, Jair?
Yo aquí veo la pantalla. Code 6. Respect rights.
Ricardo trabalha com o nosso head. Ele que vai.
Senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Dentro
Ladies
de
and gentlemen,
instantes,
good morning. In a few moments, we are going to start the presentations on all three stages. I kindly ask you to take your seats. And I want to take this moment to inform you and to invite you that in the Dome, there will be a workshop on ESG offered by FIEC. FIEC, the federation with, they have an ESG certification process. And the main purpose of this workshop is to present all the process to obtain ESG certification and demystify all the steps that must be taken. This workshop will start at noon. It's at 11, actually, and it ends at noon. Thank you all. I hope you have an excellent event.
Tenham um excelente evento.
I hope you have an excellent event. Thank you. 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 T
Já está comigo. Vou dar o rapaz do som, tá? Isso que eu perguntei de onde era. Ele ia ter a numeração. Foi eu que dei pra ele aqui.
Confirmo, né? Tá, pode liberar. Tá bom, pode liberar. Bom dia.
Good
Tá me
morning.
ouvindo?
Can you hear me?
É o canal 23, aqui?
Channel 23.
31, mudou de novo. Canta. Ótimo. Bom dia. Bom dia a todas e a
Good morning.
todos.
Good morning,
É
everyone.
prazer moderar esse painel.
It's a
Eu gostaria de
pleasure to moderate this
agradecer ao
panel.
Gustavo da Qair
I
pelo
want to thank
convite,
Gustavo from Qair
agradecer também a
for
todos
his
os
invitation,
presentes,
all of those
Lohan,
present
professor
here,
Paulo
aloha,
aqui
Professor Paulo
presencialmente,
here,
Israel e
Israel,
Fernanda online.
and Fernanda,
Bom
who are
dia,
online.
não
Good
sei se estão me
morning.
vendo.
I don't know if you can see
O
me.
nosso painel vai falar
Our panel will
sobre
be
tecnologias
about
Power2X.
Power
Mas
2X
antes eu
technologies.
gostaria de falar,
And before I want
iniciando
to
aqui
start by
com uma
saying,
definição muito interessante
with
da
an
Irena.
interesting definition from
Estudo que foi
Irena,
publicado em
it's a
2021
study published in
sobre o que é
2021
transição
on
energética.
energy
Esse estudo
transition.
chama
It's called
Geopolitics of the Energy Transformation.
Geopolitics of Energy
Eles dizem o
Transformation.
seguinte, a
What they
transição
say is that
energética em
energy
curso não
transition
tem
in course
precedentes
is
devido à sua
unprecedented
escala
due to
e ao
its
profundo
scale
impacto
and the
nas
deep
tendências
impact on
socioeconômicas,
social and economic
tecnológicas
and
e
technological and
geopolíticas
geopolitical
estabelecidas em
trends
todo o mundo.
established all over the
As
world.
energias renováveis, em
Renewable
combinação com a
energies
eficiência
combined with
energética,
energy
agora formam
efficiency
a vanguarda
are now
de
part
uma
of the
transição
avant-garde
energética
of
global
a global
de
energy
longo alcance.
transition
Essa
with a long
transição
reach.
não é
This
apenas
transition
uma
is not
substituição de
only a
combustível,
replacement of
é uma
fuels,
mudança para um
it is
sistema
a change
diferente
to a
com
different
rupturas
system
políticas,
with
técnicas,
political, technical,
ambientais e
environmental,
econômicas
and
proporcionais.
economic
Então, essa definição para mim
breakthroughs. This definition to
a
me
melhor que eu já
is the
ouvi
best
sobre
one I
o
have
que é a
ever
transição
heard
energética.
about
Eu
energy
gostaria agora de
transition.
pedir
I want to ask my colleagues here to introduce themselves, and thank you so much for being here. Lohan, please, you have the floor.
Qair, International Business Development for Hydrogen Projects.
Pouco ver, utilizei esse
Okay. Bonjour, I start again. So Laurent Terry, I'm working with Qair as the head of international business development for hydrogen. So we're working in Europe, Brazil, and Iceland.
Olá, me ouvem bem?
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Tá ok o microfone?
Is the microphone okay? Yes.
Antes de mais nada, bom dia a
Well,
todos.
good
Quero
morning,
dizer que é
everyone. I
prazer
want to say it's an
estar
honor
presente nesse
to be
evento,
here
que
at
reúne
this
pessoas tão
event
capacitadas
with
e de
so
repente fui
many
convidado para
qualified people,
dar uma
and I was
contribuição
totally
a
invited to
respeito do
give a
tema de
small
transição
contribution
energética. A gente vai ter
on
bastante tempo para
energy
conversar sobre esse tema.
transition. We'll have a lot of time to talk about it.
Congratular os
I want
presentes,
to congratulate
você,
those
Lohan,
present here,
Daniel
you,
Furtado,
Lohan,
Salão, Delgado, que se
Daniel,
encontram à
and
distância.
all of those that are
E
remotely with us.
parabenizar novamente
And I want to
a
greet
organização
you
do evento, não só
and
a Qair,
congratulate the
mas
organizers,
também
not
todos
only
os
Qair,
envolvidos,
but all
porque
of those
o primeiro
involved.
passo para
The first
materializar as
step
ações
to materialize
começa
actions
no levantamento das
start
ideias,
by
das
surveying
discussões,
ideas
dos
and
debates, no
discussions and
alinhamento
debates,
das
and with the
ideologias,
alignment
no caso,
of
no nosso caso aqui
ideologies,
energético,
in
e
our
é o que
case
nós
of
estamos
energy.
fazendo hoje. Que nós
And
estamos
that's what we are
conversando
doing
hoje é o
today.
que vai ser
And what
concretizado
we are talking
no
today
futuro próximo,
will become
e é
true
prazer
in the
estar
near
com todos vocês.
future. So it's a pleasure to be with all of you.
Obrigada, Paulo, Lohan.
Thank
Gostaria
you.
de chamar a Fernanda
I want to
Delgado
call
para se
Fernanda
apresentar,
Delgado.
por favor.
Please introduce yourself.
Bom dia, Mônica.
Good
Bom
morning,
dia a todos. Espero que me escutem.
Monica and everyone.
O som está um pouco confuso. A gente
The
está traduzindo
sound
ao
is a little
junto.
bit confusing because we can hear the
Mônica, é um prazer
translation
falar com
along.
você, a todos.
It's a pleasure to be speaking with you and all of those present here. I'm Fernanda Furtado.
Vai ser prazer trazer
It will be a pleasure to bring
Gostaria de chamar agora, por favor,
more
Israel.
to the
Obrigada,
association.
Fernanda.
Thank you, Fernanda.
Mucho
Israel,
gusto, Israel. Bienvenido de
Hola.
México.
nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to
Gracias.
have you
Buenos
here.
días. Me da mucho
Good
gusto estar aquí con
morning.
todos
I'm
ustedes.
really pleased to be here with you.
Gracias.
Thank
Pode
you.
apresentar, por favor? Pode se apresentar?
Would you please introduce
Sí,
yourself?
claro.
Sí, yeah.
Sí, yo soy Israel Hurtado,
I'm
presidente
Advogado,
de la Asociación
president
Mexicana
of
de
the
Hidrógeno y
Mexican
Movilidad Sostenible
Association of
y me da
Hydrogen and
mucho gusto
Sustainable
participar en el
Energy,
día de hoy aquí con todos
and I'm really
ustedes.
pleased to be here with all of you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Obrigada, Israel. Eu não sei se vocês sabem, mas esse conceito Power
I don't
to
know
X,
if you know, but the concept Power to X
globalmente,
was
mais ou
globally
menos em
created
2019,
in
por aí, pelas minhas contas.
2019, if
E
I'm
o
not
que ele
mistaken.
significa? Ele significa
And
o uso
it
da
means
eletricidade renovável
the use of
para a produção
renewable
de vários
electricity
subprodutos,
to
né?
produce
Desde amônia,
byproducts,
combustíveis
ammonia,
sintéticos,
fuel, synthetic
amônia,
fuel,
metanol,
methanol,
querosene, gasolina
kerosene,
verde,
green
mas também
gasoline,
produtos
but
como
also
aço
products
verde,
such as
cimento
green
verde,
steel, green
vidro,
cement,
enfim, todos os produtos
glass,
que podem
all
utilizar
products
o
that
hidrogênio
can
ou seus
use
derivados de hidrogênio. É
hydrogen
uma
and
cadeia
hydrogen-derived
gigantesca,
products.
né?
It's
E
a
ela
huge
envolve
chain,
temas
and it
multidisciplinares.
involves
E antes de
multidisciplinary
começar com o
topics.
assunto, que é debate que me
And
interessa
before
muito,
starting the
sobre
debate on the steel, green steel industry. First, I want to ask Lohan to speak a little bit about Qair in Brazil and in France, and what you have done in terms of Power to X projects.
Sure. So it's true that France is our base country where really we develop our projects. So we have currently a project in construction, which is nice in the hydrogen field. It's not only PowerPoint, it's a real project, 20 megawatt in construction, going on stream next year. So we really see how the electrolyzers are working and how to sell to off-takers and so on. And so we have two projects, one in Lannemezan in the south of France to produce e-fuel for the aviation. We have got another project in Le Havre, a largest port in France on the Britannic coast, where we'll produce e-methanol for the shipping industry. So this is the French project. And in Brazil, we are present on the Pecém port with a huge land, and we are actively working on developing our ammonia project, and also some other project in Suape, more for methanol. So, and these two projects in Pecém and second one in Suape a little bit later will be for the local market, but also for very large export to Europe. In a nutshell, this is it.
Eu acho sensacional, né? Como as empresas.
I think it's amazing how companies, the electrical side, are embracing this. You see, a company such as Qair understood the opportunities in different regions and is going to produce green ammonia, green methanol, green SAF, and I think it's adding value to generating electricity. It's not that we are not generating electricity anymore and trade it, but we are making use of the opportunities to trade other products that make use of renewable electricity to generate more jobs, to promote socio-economic development of the regions, and also energy transition, the replacement of fuels, or the fossil fuels. And I think this kind of development is really important, and I have been following closely that more and more companies, especially in the electric sector, are involved in producing synthetic fuels. Yeah, Power to X in practice. Yeah, it's Power to X hands-on, real life, Power to X. Professor Paulo, would you please speak about Unifor, how you are dealing with this in your programs?
Mônica.
Yes, Monica. Let me introduce myself. I was so happy to be part of this panel, and I ended up not bringing my academic path. It's not so big, but if you see the LinkedIn, the members of this panel, then you see they are really top professionals, very experienced professionals. So please contact them through LinkedIn. I'm a physician. I have a degree in physics at the University of Ceará. I have my master's in nuclear energy, and I had my doctorate in electrical engineering with the Federal University of Ceará. Since 2018, I am at Unifor, being a professor of renewable energies. We have a program with over 10 years here. It's a technological undergraduate program, training professionals that are working. They are already working in the market, and also in the incubator of these professionals that will work with the challenges we are speaking about here today. And they will be on a us because, and they are even present here, and they are here is not because they are getting credits, but it's important for them. I'm here in the environment with Professor Fernando Antunes, Professor Picasso, masters, and the University of Fortaleza is working on this process, not only with renewables, but also in research. Especially me, I develop research and other professors with green hydrogen research. Soon I have a program on green hydrogen and the graduate program on second week of January. And now, in first hand for students and the community in general, we have a summer course on green hydrogen. If you are interested, you can subscribe, you can get enrolled, and we'll talk about it because we do need workforce. And like Professor Rafael was here before, and he mentioned the participation of the university, UFC, Unifor, also comes from the private market. We are working hard, doing research, educating, and learning at the same time. Thank you, Professor. Fernanda, please. I want to know from you, can you give us the standpoint of the associates, of the members of Green Hydrogen Association? How are they exploring these opportunities of Power 2X? Thank you. Thank you for your question. Sorry, her microphone is cutting out a little. There are 5 more implemented projects in terms of decision making in this area in our association. So I invite you to take a look at it. And we have a myriad of products for us, for members, how to make methanol, green hydrogen, and for those that work with ammonia. What we see is an interest in the development of X, like you said. We have tier 1 for the approaches to it here in Brazil, like fertilizers. We have a project in Minas Gerais. We also have a product of green hydrogen production for other processes. Methanol for maritime fuels. Also, green energy park for the production for Europe using green hydrogen. And now that we have a legal framework, both law implemented in the beginning of the regulatory discussion, submission of regulations, we are following closely, and the Ministry of Treasury is also following all these dialogues related to the industry. And again, we have many solutions. What is important is there's an open dialogue. Regulation is being discussed. There is a great opening to listen to the industry. We like to see the pairing, the matching between the policies and the industrial policy being cross-cutting to all other policies. But ahead, this is very important in the standpoint of making businesses. We cannot have a green energy with red numbers. So, listening to the government, to the private initiative, and the academia, that's key for us. Thank you, Fernanda. Israel is back.
Que bom que você voltou.
Israel, I'm glad you're back.
Eu
We can
gostaria
see
de
you.
saber como é que está
Please tell
esse
us
cenário no México.
about the
Qual o
Mexican
interesse
scenario, the
das empresas
landscape.
associadas à
Are the
Associação
members
Mexicana de
in the
Hidrogênio
Hydrogen
produzir
Association,
hidrogênio
are they
verde
interested in producing green hydrogen and its products?
Sí, cómo no, muchas gracias. ¿Sí me
Yes.
escuchan bien?
Do you hear me well? Yes.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias primero que nada por la invitación.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm so happy to be here.
Y por otro lado,
On the other hand,
hay
Mexico
gran interés por el consumo,
is truly
producción,
interested
consumo y hasta
in
exportación de
consumption
hidrógeno
and
limpio.
exports of clean hydrogen.
Poder tener un buen desarrollo de la industria en los próximos
We think we're going to have a great
Actualmente
development in the following years in this area.
proyectos
There are 17
que están en
projects
marcha
already
para la
ongoing
producción de hidrógeno
for the
limpio
production of clean hydrogen
derivados
and products like
y también
methanol,
amonia.
ethanol, and also
También
ammonia.
de estos proyectos, digamos,
And these projects
enfocados a diferentes usos y aplicaciones. Por un lado,
have specific indications, like for industrial decarbonization, so with multiple applications.
Hay proyectos para transporte,
There are also projects for transportation, ground transportation, and
transporte marítimo,
also maritime transportation. That's very important in Mexico, the maritime transportation. And also
blending y también la Comisión Federal de Electricidad.
blending,
Bueno, como ustedes saben, es la compañía
and
más
as you know,
grande de electricidad de México, es la compañía
and the
pública.
public power company of Mexico, the biggest one in Mexico, has projects to generate a cleaner power. And Pemex
Seguramente, bueno,
surely
busca consumir
it
hidrógeno
aims
limpio
at the
para
consumption
sustituir
of clean hydrogen, boosting the market for this type of fuel. Yeah, so we are advancing in this area, and we do hope that all the projects that were announced get to be done. And we also want to generate a positive exchange and impact in the environment and contribute to the energy transition. These are my remarks. Thank you.
Obrigada, Israel. Eu queria
Thank
lembrar
you,
que a
Israel.
Fernanda mencionou custos.
Fernanda mentioned
O Lohan
costs.
pode me corrigir.
Lohan, please correct me if I'm wrong. Approximately 70% of the cost of methanol, ammonia, and aviation fuel is the cost of renewable energy, right? So countries with cheap energy sources have better competitive conditions to produce the derivatives at a competitive cost. It's important to remember that makes it feasible of synthetic fuel, derived fuels, and the power to X products, so to speak. That's the first step, right?
Exactly as you just said, more or less 70% of the cost are the electricity. And it's very interesting because, the quantity of electricity needed for fuels is considerable, enormous. Just in a nutshell, if you want to use e-fuels in Europe, just for Europe, e-fuels in Europe, 10% to replace the fuel for ships or the fuel for aviation, it will represent 20% of all the renewable energy put into Europe. So, and it must be all the same for all the continents. So you really need, and it's good, Power to X project, because it's molecule. You can really move them all around the globe. But you were speaking at the start of your speech about geopolitics. it completely changed the geopolitics of energy, because you are a new powerhouse coming in. Australia, Brazil, Chile, Spain also, and because we have a very good land, India. And so we are used to some other players, but new players are coming in because we have vast amount of land, very cheap electricity. Maybe also local demand is low, but you will have also a lot of things coming in. For example, industries. You are speaking about steel. Look at Brazil. All the new with the iron ore. You were exporting iron ore, I don't know, in the US, in Europe. But now, why not making the iron ore with a DRI direct process using hydrogen here in Brazil, and to export the hot brick iron for electric furnace in the US or in Europe or here? But so it completely changed the whole mechanics of everything. And I think what is Nordeste is a great location for many reasons to be one of these powerhouse. And I have to add, because we spoke a lot about electricity, the big advantage also of Brazil is to be the powerhouse of biogenic CO2. Because, of course, for ammonia, you don't need it. But for methanol, for e-methane, for many products, you need this biogenic CO2. And this is why yesterday you have, for example, Airbus representative here. Very important. So, yeah, so it's lots of interesting things to be looked at.
Obrigada. Ele falou dois pontos muito importantes.
He mentioned two very important points, in my opinion, which was geopolitics and this change in energy trade and geopolitics, the change that is taking place. You have only a few countries with oil and reservoirs currently, and that commercialize this in the market. And you have a number of countries, as was mentioned, that have renewable energy. So these countries are not going to be able to come into this new international energy market, generating plenty of opportunities to attract investments to these locations. He mentioned Brazil, India, Asia, all of the islands, Latin America as a whole, Mexico. These are all places that have renewable energy sources that are plentiful. And he also mentioned the energy needed, which is gigantic, to assure that you can produce aviation fuel and synthetic fuels for the maritime sector. And then we have these energies that have a production in excess of their consumption. You have additional energy and a huge potential to produce these fuels, in addition to the opportunities of the offshore wind energy sector that is also going to bring additional energy. Would you like to comment anything on that, Paula? Yes, I would, Monica. I intend to be brief because I can imagine that we still have a deeper discussion or more specific discussion ahead of us regarding energy transition and the application of power tracks, but just complementing, adding to what you have already brought, and very soon I intend to dive deeper into this. We need to change the paradigm on what we imagine energy transition to be. And it was wonderful that you mentioned in the beginning a definition given by Eden, which is, what is energy transition? In fact, if we have a statistical survey on the response of our audience, even one like the one that we have here at a high level of knowledge within this theme, we are still within a bubble. We're talking about something that is common to all. We are developing the theme of energies, but if we have a statistical survey on the answers of what the definition for energy transition is, let's not risk a percentage, let's say 90%, but most will say that energy transition is related to the change of fossil fuels to renewable energy. Dramatic pause, right? It's not a wrong answer, but it is incomplete. That's not what it is. It is so much more. Irena's definition, and this I would like to go more into detail about. It's about the way we relate and establish a relationship with energy. There are two extremities. One is generation, and I will talk about, I'd like to insert my academic background here. You don't generate energy, you transform energy. Lavoisier's law on matter, entropy. But I will use generate energy to facilitate and make our conversation easier. So there are two extremities, and one of them is generation, but the other is consumption. So this consumption needs to be more concentrated on in terms of attention. We have to grant more attention to it. And I notice how we lack a way of addressing this theme, not just in terms of generating, but also in how we deal with consumption itself. Because if we simply attain to generating, and on the other hand, you have a consumption that is flawed, I'll get into that later, but basically we have to rethink. I'm going to ask my colleagues to show a slide so that we can begin a discussion that I've observed around the world. And it's a trend in the steel industry. It is a highly, it consumes a lot of energy. And if you can please show the slides on the screen. Here it is. I don't know if my colleagues have observed this as well, but especially in terms of automobile manufacturers. I have some photos that I actually took myself at the Mercedes manufacturing plant in Germany, and what they say is that all they are going to use is steel that is free from GHG, and that will be as of 2025. So basically tomorrow. And other companies have already, as you can see in the picture, they have been adopting CO2-free steel. These pictures, most of them are from the global market, but I do have a photo that I took in a building in São Paulo that says that this parking space is reserved for low emission and low consumption vehicles. So this is a trend, and in my opinion, there's no going back from it. And I would like to talk to Fernanda to see if she feels the same thing in terms of the use trends, or at least in terms of announcements, stating that CO2-free iron is going to be used more and more. It's a strong consideration to be made, because what you're doing is causing a transformation in the steel industry with this announcement. And if you use a lot of steel and you say, I no longer want to use steel that uses coal to produce this, you are causing a reaction in the production chain. Thank you, Monica. Surely there are a numbers of layers here. I saw through the pictures that you had the chance to take, that you can see this shift in the industry. It's not that, and it's not that this shift is slow. It has to be slow. You can't simply impose a radical change on an industry, on its industrial processes, just in the blink of an eye, change from what you have today to something else. We're talking about more than an energy matrix. We're talking about a change in production processes to decrease the CO2 emissions. So that permeates a lot of levels. You're going to talk about agriculture, refinery, chemical industry, cement, a number of applications. So you have to decrease CO2 production in all of those. And as much as the speed that we need is higher, the new economy and the new order of the world in the 21st century is that of change. There's no escaping this. And these steps are very important because we are changing the notions of awareness the same way we have in the past about tobacco and other issues. And you have to bring the society into the discussion by showing how they are hurt by the CO2 and other emissions. So you have to capture CO2 and methane, and green hydrogen fits within a portfolio of solutions that you need to have for this new industry. Here in Brazil, we're going to use biofuels. I like to say that biofuels are our national expertise, but green hydrogen is our national treasure because of everything that we have here that is interconnected and renewable, favorable public policy, very solid institutions, the number of agreements, a favorable position now with the legal framework. So we have a number of levels that under analysis are very robust and favorable. Thank you, Fernanda. Israel, have you felt that this movement is also taking place in Mexico and the region, other regions, to decrease carbon footprint in the sectors that are going to use green hydrogen and derivatives?
Sí, en México tenemos, bueno, en la asociación participan empresas
in Mexico, we have
que están del sector del acero,
a number of participants within the steel market and cement as well, electrochemical, petrochemical, that use hydrogen as their raw material. So if we have this intention of replacing fossil fuels and decarbonizing processes, we have to do it. We have to actually begin this. And it's really interesting because we have very interesting projects that are related to these steel industry and cement industries, for example. And this is an energy transition in the same way of when we talk about energy transition in general. And in addition, we're also talking about bringing down emissions and combating climate change. So these projects do exist. They are in place. We have to work a little bit more to get everything implemented. And Mexico definitely has to develop this better in terms of technical regulations. But yes, we are addressing the subject. And thank you very much.
Como você tem observado essas tendências de utilização
How have
de
you
aço
observed these trends of
livre
using
de
CO2-free
CO2, ou seja, anúncios aí, principalmente do setor
steel,
automotivo,
especially in the
que querem
automotive
provocar essa
industry,
transformação nos seus
that want to
fornecedores,
provoke
ou
these
se tem
change
algum
in
outro
their
setor
providers,
também
or is there any
está
other sector that is
manifestando
already
essa tendência de
manifesting
redução
this
de pegada de
trend
carbono?
to change their CO2 footprint?
Sure. We can see that many industries have got this plan. It's a transition often over 10 years. For example, I see a German manufacturer, Salzgitter, for example, with moved from 2025 to 2033, progressively transforming the natural gas into hydrogen. What is very important for all of them is the final is the cost, because clearly power to X project cost let's say 50 to twice or third times the price of the gray. So how you can manage that? It's really the focus on the end customer. Because, for example, you are selling a car, and it's the case, you are selling an electrical car, but the steel, if it's green steel, is just 1% for the client. It's the same for the aviation. Because you put 10% of ESAF in your plane, on the ticket of the client, it's only 5%. And we know all these young guys and girls who don't want to take the plane, so I will not take it. So they don't care if they pay 50% more to go to Malaysia, Thailand for their vacation, but it doesn't pollute. The same for the shipping, because for the shipping, of course, it will cost much more to use e-methanol or e-ammonia for the shipping, but it represents something very small for the goods consumed. So, and for us, we have to look at that because we need the clients, and for our clients, they need to sell also to their clients, and this has to work, and it shouldn't be too much. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult. And subvention, it has an end. It has to be paid by the client and the final customer in the end. So we have to find ways to make it affordable for final clients.
Obrigada, Laura. Professor Paulo, quer fazer suas considerações, por favor?
Thank you so much. Paulo, would you like to
Mônica.
provide your final considerations?
Sobre o tema do
Yes,
aço
Monica.
verde, eu poderia fazer, como a Fernanda citou, é um tema que tem
As
várias
Fernanda
camadas.
mentioned, this is a topic with several layers, and I could bring maybe the easiest levels of this discussion, which would be a more technical discussion on how green steel is produced and why it is green, when, how, what techniques are used today, carbon capturing,
Madeira, ao invés
the use of
carvão vegetal, ao invés de carvão mineral,
vegetable coal instead of mineral coal, the use of hydrogen. I could address that, but maybe we can talk about that a little bit if we have time. Not everybody is acquainted with these techniques, but I could also mention another aspect, which is the opportunity
fazer com que o hidrogênio se expanda no seu
to
transporte
expand the transport of hydrogen based on its manufacture in steel, for example, instead of transporting it in a liquefied or compressed manner with all the problematics involved. So maybe as a manufactured product, the transport is definitely easier. And we could also speak on the great opportunity, like Lohan mentioned, of our industry expanding using this green steel in a renewal of the automobile industry in Brazil, since we will probably have one of the most competitive steels in the world. So this is one huge opportunity to elevate our industrial level. I could speak on that, but I would actually like to go back to how we deal with this subject through another point of view. And it's not the most direct proposal that would be changing the source of energy that transforms steel. Instead, talking about how we relate, what our relationship of consumption is. I'm going to mention some data here. I'm going to risk this. You're more experienced than I am in the automobile industry, and you're much more aware of the numbers. But if we observe a capital like Fortaleza, in terms of license plates on cars, we have about 200 cars receiving license plates per day in the state of Ceará. Fortaleza is the 7th capital in terms of number of license plates granted, the largest in the north and northeastern region, and this really baffles me, especially for those here in Fortaleza. We recently just began undergoing a wave of electrified vehicles. We have BYD, GMC, and all of a sudden, you see a huge number of vehicles that show the potential of our capital, not just for electrification, but also for license plates. And if you look at the number of cars that are produced and that will soon be produced with green steel, the way that we are dealing with it, we don't have a large enough planet for it. So if we look at proposals in addition to changing the color of steel, if we think on the one hand of steel recycling, it has a huge potential for it. We can mention this repeatedly. And so using the public resources, public and private financial resources to improve our reuse of this steel. And just to bring us back, I'd like to also include this information. These actions have impact on several sectors of society. I talked about steel recycling, but this is the closest way for us to verify another way of relating and consuming steel. If we imagine, for example, I'll mention a neighborhood here in Fortaleza. Let's talk about Henrique Jorge or Messejana that are further away from the business center, and real estate is starting to warm up, and you observe this very calm neighborhood, and all of a sudden someone comes in and builds a 10-story enterprise or development. And nowadays we know that apartments are smaller, but anyway, let's say we have another 60 families in a neighborhood. And worst case scenario, each of them will have one car, which makes all of the surroundings transform in terms of transport. And when I talk about how we establish a relationship, we have to observe the urbanistic planning of the cities. When you observe the flow of cars, if you notice, it seems like I'm all over the place, but everything is connected. So we have to change our consumption model that was inherited from a time where it was different from countries that had another reality. It no longer fits into our reality. It's normal for us to want to use a car. I've used buses a lot. Now I use a car. It's more practical, more agile. But maybe if I had other options, I wouldn't really need to buy a car or maybe I'd have it to use sporadically. And instead, I'd use public transportation. So we go from, it spans everything from recycling to the planning, the urbanistic planning of a city. So maybe we can discuss these more technical issues, and renewable energy is here to stay.
Thank you.
Yes, green steel is very complex. I have been living in Germany for the past 27 years, and all I can say is that the only thing that is not applicable to Europe is using vegetable coal. You can use everything else, so more renewable energy, energetic efficiency, the optimization.
Então, tudo isso é importante nessa descarbonização.
Nós estamos agora com o tempo
We are
encerrado.
now,
Vou pedir então
the time is
para
up.
os participantes
So I
aqui
want
do
to
painel
ask the
fazerem suas
speakers of this
considerações
panel
finais.
to have
Rapidamente,
their
começando com a
final
Fernanda, por favor.
considerations. Please, Fernanda.
Obrigada, Mônica.
Thank you,
Agradeço
Monica.
a participação
I want to
dessa
thank you for inviting me to
indústria do
participate
hidrogênio verde.
on behalf of our Association of Green Hydrogen. Maybe I have one final message
De oportunidade
of all opportunities. Just to keep one thing in your minds.
projetos de hidrogênio em escala.
Hydrogen projects need to gain scale. They need to pick up speed and scope to encourage the demand of the companies.
A lei posta.
Now that we have the law in place, we are working on the regulation. The goal is that we have structuring projects in the country, because these are the projects that will bring the availability along with the carbon market, with all the penalties for fossil fuel. This scalability will encourage the market and bring the prices down, reducing the prices. So that's the next big step for us to work with power techs, either steel, methanol, fertilizers, and we need them to pick up scale for structuring processes. Thank you once again. Monica, it's so nice to see you again. Thank you for having me.
Obrigada, Fernanda. Não vai
Thank you,
embora ainda,
Fernanda.
porque depois
Please
nós vamos
don't
tirar uma
leave.
foto.
We'll take a picture.
Israel, por favor, suas
Israel,
considerações
your
finais.
final considerations, please.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, me da mucho gusto participar en este evento porque
I'm so glad to be part of this
Fernanda y yo
event.
participamos
Fernanda
en
and
una
I
asociación
are part
latinoamericana
of the Latin American
de
Association
hidrógeno, es decir,
of Hydrogen.
una alianza
And we can
de
have
las
this
asociaciones de hidrógeno
alliance
de América Latina.
with Latin American
Y nos
Hydrogen
reunimos con
Associations,
regularidad
and we
y
meet
estamos
regularly,
impulsando
and we
el
are
hidrógeno
boosting
limpio
clean
en toda
hydrogen
Latinoamérica.
in all Latin America.
Entonces, pues me da mucho gusto
So
poder
I
hoy
feel
estar aquí
really
porque
happy to be
necesitamos
here
trabajar
today, because we need to
todavía mucho
work
más para
more,
impulsar la
even
industria del
more,
hidrógeno limpio en América
to
Latina.
boost the clean
Muchas
hydrogen
gracias.
industry in Latin America. Thank you so much.
Obrigada, Israel.
Thank you,
Com
Israel.
certeza, a América Latina é
Sure,
uma
Latin
grande
America
região
is a
produtora,
large
utilizadora
producing area, and
e
also a
exportadora de
user and
hidrogênio verde e
exporter of
derivados.
green
Eu estou muito feliz
hydrogen
que
and
agora
its products.
a América
I'm
Latina
happy that
aparece
Latin
nos
America
mapas
is
globais do
seen
setor
in
do
global
hidrogênio.
maps of hydrogen now.
Há 3 anos atrás,
Until
eles
3 years
ignoravam essa
ago, they
região,
would
mas
ignore
agora,
us,
graças a
our
Deus,
region, but
estamos
now
presentes.
we are
Não vai
here, we
embora
are
ainda,
present.
Israel.
Please
Nós
don't
vamos tirar
leave,
uma
Israel.
foto.
We are going to take a
Laurent, por
picture.
favor, as suas
Laha, please, your
considerações
final
finais.
considerations, your final remarks.
I think for us, what is the key is to find the best competitive projects to make it happen, because the long-term picture is there, but we need to find the path to go short-term and medium-term and to make it.
Merci beaucoup. Professor Paulo, considerações
Professor
finais.
Paulo, your final
Olha, as minhas
remarks.
considerações são curtas.
Well, I have
Eu
short
só
final remarks.
agradeço pela
I
oportunidade
just want to
de
thank you for the
compartilhar
opportunity to
sobre
share
esse
a little
tema
bit about
e
this
principalmente
topic,
pela chance
and
de estar
the
próximo de quem é
chance
tão experiente
to
no
be
setor
close
e
to
que
those that are
está
so
lutando
experienced in the
ativamente durante tantos
sector,
anos,
that
como a
are
Mônica,
fighting so hard, like
Lohan,
Monica, Lohan,
Fernanda,
Fernanda,
Sr. Hurtado, todos
Mr.
eles,
Tado,
mas
all of
principalmente
them, and especially being with those that are coming now, inspiring them, because they need to be qualified and inspired to keep developing this project that started a while ago, and we need to best it in the best possible way. Thank you. Thank you for the audience for your interest. And this session is adjourned. Have a nice event. Thank you.
Legal, eles também? Legal.
Right there. Please. This one, but it's mine.
É meu também, esse aqui. Vou levando porque esse aqui eu peguei lá na frente. Obrigado.
She will give a detailed vision about green hydrogen advancements and its potential to transform the energy industry. Besides presenting the policies to the United States to support this technology, and have a nice video. Primeiramente,
Quinto. Eu escutei minha própria voz, foi? É.
Foi.
Isso. Só não fala assim que estoura pra todo mundo. Só um momentinho. Deixa eu ver aqui. Notes. Summits.
Que outra?
Ok. Quem que me escuta? As duas salas. Pessoal batendo umas férias no TETHYS, por favor. Tem alguém já não? Ok. No caso, qual a sala de tradução? Eu não sei quem tá falando certinho. Me admitam. Vamos lá, então. Ok. Certo. Eu vou só admitir aqui a Rita. Um momentinho. Rita, me escuta? Pera. Eu tô falando só com o TETHYS no momento. Tô com os dois microfones, deixa eu só... Isso. Lorena, tá. Deixa eu só ver aqui. Oi. Som? Pronto, Lorena. Você vai fazer o espanhol, né? Você tá me vendo? No TETHYS? Não? Eu tenho que... Pronto, era isso que eu queria fazer. Eu tô passando cada detalhe aqui, antes de voltarem. Tá sim. Volta. Só um momentinho, viu? Isso, eu só habilitei, porque não tá na câmera certa ainda. TETHYS, eu queria só que fosse a câmera de volta. Pois é.
Que ela quer ouvir?
Eu não vou conseguir passar a câmera agora. Só um momento. Tá só o slide. Mas... Isso, eles estão mexendo. É porque essa informação vem da house, não vem com a gente, entendeu? Perfeito. A Rita consegue me responder? Rita? Deixa eu ver se ela tá no canal dela. Deixa eu ver. Tô assim. Só que aí no caso eu tô no geral, né? Vocês não estão na sala específica ainda. Porque eu tô no canal 31, que é pra ser o português. Aí vocês... Isso, é porque assim, ó. Quando vocês vão pro inglês ou espanhol, eu só escuto vocês nesse canal. Entendeu? Isso, aí a gente. Isso, aí eu consigo escutar todo mundo que tá com. Por favor. Só um
Pronto.
momentinho.
Já estou no canal em inglês.
32, pronto.
Aqui, tô aqui.
Isso, perfeito.
Pronto.
Agora eu vou
Perfeito.
no 39, que é o da Lorena. Lorena,
Da
pode ler o
Lorena.
39, por favor. Ou 39 não, para a sala de espanhol. Ah, perfeito. Isso. Exatamente. É porque, assim, quando vocês colocam para ir para o português, vocês vão para mim como se fosse no principal, entendeu? E quando vocês setam para ir para a língua de tradução, vai para um outro canal específico, entendeu? Pronto. Ah, então tudo ok aqui. Aí eu vou só fazer a passagem com quem tá no atmosfera. Ok? Obrigadinho. Até daqui a pouquinho. Até.
desligar, porque o problema para atender.
Hã? Eu acho que é o barulho. É, tudo assim, quando eu tiro, não foi o meu. Aqui, ó. Tá tocando no 41. É, eu desliguei o meu. Aqui, ó. Tá desligado, porque eu nem altei. Como se fosse gente conversando. Continua.
Eita, a gente tá falando do microfone do Paulo 2.
Porque, segundo nós também representa uma oportunidade para construir um sistema energético mais sustentável, limpo e resiliente. Envolve principalmente mudar a forma como produzimos e consumimos energia para reduzir os impactos negativos das fontes de energia não renováveis, como o petróleo e o carvão, e na nossa saúde. Ao enquadrar a transição energética, a palavra do científico para evidente benefício e edificação das economias mudanças naturais e a carga de carbono. Juntos essas e a essa é a energia filosófica. Estamos sendo participados.
Quando você desenvolve se focalizando na câmera de gigawatts, a capacidade de eólica solar. Quando é entre propriedades rurais, um total de 50 mil hectares. E a projeto de graças a cenário para a produção de grandes em larga escala. A oportunidade de se tornar potências e deixar lá o negócio brasileiro com autossuficiência, certificação, produção e exportar combustíveis verdes em larga escala. atrair a gente fechado com grandes sistemas lá. Todos os dias passo a acelerar para iniciar. Então, trabalhando a nova revolução industrial, a partir da transição energética do sistema. Uma informação digital
qualidade da unidade. Nossa frente de ligação funcional oferece ferramentas criadas com as novas tecnologias. Quando o assunto é ligação também hoje os problemas de instâncias consolidadas como escolas de gestão, classes agentes de negócios, possuídas, capacidades para cada cenário e imagem do contexto, fazendo tomada de decisões universitárias. Novo exercício é cada vez mais pensando X, numa usada, pela nossa responsabilidade, compromisso social, apoiamos nossas unidades nas vários projetos, fazendo a diferença da economia e na vida dos séries. Mais emprego de qualidade, mais responsabilidade, mais crescimento, mais formas de vida, vou ter ainda mais pessoas. O sol, ele mais fonte de luz calor. Ela é a sensação mais suscitada. Poder consultar não a nossa empresa oferece vários rituais solares.
Claro, né, já
Entendi.
rápido.
Hello, my name is Ricardo Couto. I'm a manager of new businesses for Qair Brazil. I recommend channel 48. Channel 48 is for Portuguese 48, right? We are all speaking in Portuguese here, so channel 48 for those who are speaking in Portuguese. Well, I'm the manager of the new business of Qair Brazil. With this management, we have the Qair, so where all the projects they are born. We have 13 gigabytes in decentralized generation, GD, offshore, onshore, hydrogen cells. I'm responsible for the environmental area of the company and also regulation area, and I'm here for 20 years in this energy sector.
Boa tarde a todos.
This panel, so that we are fostering today, theme is renewable sources as protagonists of new era.
Financing opportunities for clean energy projects. Part of the program
I have lots of
the
characters,
summit on energy transition.
characters that
Before
I'm honored to be with.
of our speakers, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm
People that
Gaspar.
have,
I am Master in Administration and Strategic
they have
Administration, expert in financial administration,
harnessed the wind,
with experience in structuring, project financing
the
in
wind,
energy, healthcare,
like
ports,
savage
urban
horses,
mobility,
wild
and basic
horses.
sanitation.
So I will pass to
CEO of
Mr. Jurandir Picanso by my side.
Financial Advisory.
Okay,
and
so that
Director
is
of the
my
Chamber of
pleasure to
Portugal in
participate in
Ceará.
this
panel
event
invites
with
us
such
to
a crowd.
reflect upon the
And the
challenges
theme
and
is a theme
opportunities
that
for
made part
funding
of my
in
life
energy
during many
transition.
years.
Brazil is one of the countries with the largest potential to
So
lead
one of my
this,
first
especially
studies
with green
regarding
hydrogen
renewable
and other
energies,
sources of
they
alternative
come from
power.
1976.
Currently, there are
So I have
66
had the
projects
opportunity
ongoing
to
in
follow
Brazil.
up all the
67% of
evolution.
initiatives concentrated in the
And
Northeast. Ceará is the state with the
we are
largest
experiencing
amount
this,
of projects.
and
Among the highlights, PESEN,
so
led
Lauro
by Portugal
Fius,
and Casa dos
one of
Ventos,
the
and together
pioneers.
32 billion and
So
aiming at
Everaldo
creating
Feitosa, for
9,000
example,
direct jobs in Brazil. We also have important mechanisms like the
he's one of the
Constitutional
first
Fund
pioneers.
for the Northeast
So
FNA,
he
the Development
deserves a lot of
Fund,
recognition.
FNDE, Climate Fund, the BNDES programs, and the Ventures
So I
Incentive
took
and other
knowledge of
initiatives
what
of the capital
Everaldo was
market.
doing, and
2023,
it
these
made
instruments
me,
brought over 50 billion for renewables in the international
to
scenario.
have a critical
Blended
analysis
finance and
on all
grants
this
and
evolution.
multilateral
So
banks
availability
initiatives
of
added to over
green
250
energy is
billion in
not
the same
the
year,
main
highlighting the relevance
thing.
of public
The main
private
thing is to
partnerships
harness
and financial
technology.
innovations. This panel
I
is an
get back to the
opportunity to debate
principles.
these challenges
The first
and explore
experiences
how
I've
we can
seen,
align
and
concepts, mechanisms, and
I've been in
regulations
California
to
that has been a
accelerate energy
pioneer
transition and foster
that has
this
fostered the
project. I'll
development
be
of the
speaking a little
wind
bit about
power
our
energy.
dynamics here.
In that
This panel
occasion,
is 60 minutes,
we've
divided
seen
as follows.
wind power generators of
One
different
introduction we are
compositions,
having
models
here
that I'm certain that today
about this
even
topic. The individual
scholars
presentations of our guest speakers,
wind,
10 minutes each.
wind generation,
Q&A
today they do
for
not
them
know
after the
Savonius d'Arrayet
presentations,
with
about 15
vertical
minutes,
axis
and
and
10,
also the
15
horizontal
minutes and then for
axis
general questions, final
wind power
remarks,
generation with
and
2 blades, 8
closure
blades.
time.
Now everyone and
So
each one of
those
them.
here with us today, and I want to thank you beforehand for being here.
Every and each one of them, so they are
Luisa Aline
technologies that
Menezes,
have been
CFO,
enhanced,
Executive of Finances,
updated, and
Director
the
of
others
IBEF, with over
having
15 years of experience
had
in
been
fusions,
let
mergers,
alone
and
because they're not efficient.
acquisitions, capturing resources for large
So the
projects.
energy resource
She has
is
a degree in
important,
accounting, MBA in
and
finances, and graduate credit in strategic business,
It
he led
happens in
initiatives
this
in
process where we
renewables and
had the
sustainability,
experience
working at
and
Qair Business for
new
renewables.
technologies
She's
fostered by
currently
research
a
funds.
CFO of services,
And today,
offering
one of
strategic
the
financial
forms of
services,
energy
especially for clean, sustainable
that is
sources of
one of the
power.
most competitive. What
Here to my
happened with the
left,
solar power, the
Ademir
photovoltaic
Freire,
one in the beginning, it was used only in
Director of
satellite
Planning of Banco
projects and
Nordeste,
everything.
an
Today's
economist
technology that produces energy at
specialized in
best
regional
cost
economy,
possible, wind
in
power
charge
and
of
photovoltaic.
the
So it was
strategies
not only
for
the offer
sustainable
that
development in our
nature provided
region
us.
through his work
And
as person in charge of the financing policies at Bank of Northeast,
but
and
everything
especially in the
together
sector of
in the
renewables during
past
his career.
was
He
made
was
for
head
us
of
to achieve this
projects that
moment we are
connected the
experiencing right
regional
now. And
growth,
what
energy
about you, my friend?
transition,
So
increasing
I would
access
like to thank
to
you for
credit
this
with
important
fundings and
event.
strategic partnerships with
I need
financial
to
institutions
state,
from Brazil and
that
abroad.
what we've
And
done
finally, Carlos
in
Colombo,
the current
welcome,
moment,
Carlos,
I think
General
the
Coordinator of
wind,
Energy and Mining and the Minister of
harnessing the
Treasury,
wind that Mr.
has a
Feitosa
degree with the Federal
alerted to the
University of Minas
possibility
Gerais in
of
law,
harness this
specializing in
richness in Brazil,
regulation of
mainly in the
FGV,
northeastern
Masters
region
in
of Brazil.
Environmental Economy as well.
So,
During
and
his
we
trajectory in the
started
federal
this in a
government, he
very
structured partnerships
timely
with private
moment
partners,
because the
ESG, and
world finally
supporting the
woke up
access of Brazil to PCOE, lights
with
initiatives
the
connecting
increase
public
of the
policies and
temperature
sustainable financing to
and the
promote energy
participation of
infrastructure and
the
transition to a clean
coal-generated
matrix
and
in Brazil.
oil-generated energy. It was causing
We will change
and
a little bit
a
of what we
disaster
stand. We're starting with women, but let's just start here with
in
men.
our terrestrial
I'd like to
globe.
pass the floor to you, Dr. José Aldemir Freire. You
And
bring a lot of great news from BNB to us. You have the
we
floor,
do not
sir.
find it beautiful. It's not.
Thank you.
But we have
Thank you,
the
Sibeli.
mandatory
Good
necessity to
afternoon,
control
everyone following us here.
through
And
the
special good
how can we
afternoon
change
to our colleagues at the table,
world
Luis
has
Alins,
been
Carlos Colombo.
growing. The
Think
economic
of
development
Northeast
requires each day more energy. So
is one of the
things they
main
fit.
financiers of the
We need to have more
renewables
energy worldwide, but
here
in a
in the
coherent
Northeast and Brazil.
fashion, to avoid
We live a
CO2
unique
emissions.
moment
So
for
we
the
are passing through
Northeast
a very timely
of
energy
Brazil.
transition
Is
with
it
great
okay? Yeah.
opportunities, mainly considering a
Because the
country
audio
like
is,
Brazil
yeah. Maybe
with
if I take it off, yeah.
resources like for wind power generation, solar
It's kind of
generation,
a delay,
hydroelectrical
yeah.
generation. We may not be leaders totally, but we were one of the
So at
leaders
Banco do Nordeste, we have
in this
an understanding
energy
of what
transition.
Nordeste is undergoing
And
now at this
today
moment.
we are
It's very special
discussing
and
the
very
new
relevant.
fuel
Northeast is undergoing
that
a
transports
process
energy,
of
and
transformation
it
and
must be
economic
green.
growth that points to this area as
So
one of
green
the drivers
hydrogen
of Brazilian growth for the following 10
requires each
years.
day more
If we give
energy
you a general
generation.
overview
Renewable energy
of
generation. Brazil
economics, I'm making this
features a great
introduction to
potential,
get to
and it's
the
not
funding
and cannot harness
in
it.
energy sector. So I see the main drivers
Well,
of
and let's
growth
transform this
in the Northeast.
potential of green hydrogen
First,
for exportation.
naturally, we have the
Opportunities that are
energy
open in a
industry. And here we
fantastic
have to understand
space
energy
to develop our
beyond
country
wind and
in
solar
our region.
power. We have them both, yes, but we still have fossil fuel production, fossil energy production,
Now
also
I'll pass the
gas,
floor
petroleum. We have borders
to Anna of the
fossil
Portuguese Association of Energy. Anna, it's a
that at the
pleasure to
equatorial
have you
margin
online.
side located
And I'd
here
like you to,
in the
please
coast of the
introduce
Northeast,
yourself,
going
talking
from
about
the
yourself and the
Northeast
Portuguese
to
Association.
Maranhão State.
Hello, good
There have it
afternoon.
there.
I hope
You have
you are
Sergipe
listening
Coast,
me well. I
another
would like to be with you
frontier to
in person.
gas.
Certainly, you are experiencing a great weather because here in
We have the
Portugal,
west of Bahia, south of
we
Piauí,
have a little bit of
Maranhão,
rain.
with an area of expansion of agricultural
Portuguese
borders,
section of
but that is also
energy
being installed in
is
this
the
area. What we have
Portuguese
is a corn processing
representative in the
industry
world,
to produce
Energy Council, where we are one
corn
of the
ethanol.
most
We are living now the beginning of this cycle of
old
producing corn
partners of
ethanol.
these.
We
So
have
since the
the potential
fossil
of
sector
biofuels,
and the
not
companies
only
of
the
the renewable
traditional
sector,
ethanol of sugarcane in the
we have a
coastal area,
vast set of
but
associates
Matopiba
in
for order for
our association.
corn.
And I would like to
We
share a
have had
few.
advancements in biodiesel and biogas.
The need to debate
So when you
energy
have
in
an
a
overview
worldwide
of
context.
energy, and obviously also we cannot speak of Brazilian
So we
energy
need to,
transition in the future, especially the electric future in Brazil, without
and we've been
speaking of the
following up
Northeast.
this initial
Not only the
stage.
capacity
From the initial
we
stage, in
have
the beginning we
for
had
wind
to
and solar, but also the
produce
next
energy to answer to
frontier that is
people's needs.
offshore.
In another
And two
phase
large
afterwards,
challenges
we have
in
the
this
need to
process.
increase substantially
One,
to
transmission,
answer to the
and the other one that is
industrialization
much more
demand
important.
of all countries.
We need to
And now we are talking about the
increase
third
the
era
concern
of
about
energy.
investment in bringing charge to the
That is
Northeast.
energy for
It's
people and
clear
for planet
nowadays
well-being.
with the
And
energy outages and renewables that we cannot
the need to
rely
have sustainable
on the
energy
consumer
and
markets
that
of
shall be
other areas.
accessible.
We need to bring charge and
And that's the
consumer
debate of
market
the triple
here. So when we look
bottom
at the
line.
Northeast,
So
we have this
equity,
entire segment of
efficiency,
energy,
so people may be
power
able to
with a large
afford
amount of
for the
investments for the
energy
following
we
years,
generate.
and also wind offshore.
And the third point of the triple bottom line, so we need to lower the emissions, but we need to see it
Investments in
globally. We
green
cannot think
hydrogen.
only about emissions,
These demand not
but
only
we may
investments
think
in
on
hydrogen
natural
plants,
resources.
but they require investments in
Use
power
of
generation,
the
power
sun
generation equipment,
occupying
logistics, especially
some
port
land,
logistics,
so rural land.
and
We must think about the
whatever
mineral
hydrogen
resources
export could
necessary
be
for that
ammonia
energy
or
transition.
to produce
In this
methanol.
global context, we need to
We need
assess three
investments
fundamental
also
factors.
in infrastructure. If we think of
And
Basin Port,
also
Basin Port
safety,
still needs
equity, and
significant amounts
sustainability.
of
We need to equilibrate the
infrastructure. So
three
only there have a significant amount of
aspects of this balance.
resources needed
Now,
to
Mr. Everaldo
handle all
Feitosa,
these
please
investments. If we look at
introduce
another
yourself to
area
the
we
public.
see here, and it all require capital, okay? It all expresses the financial sector and local
Can you hear
financial
us?
investors. So we are loving it at the bank, the pressure for more resources and more money. Also, sanitation.
Thank you. It's a great
with the
pleasure to be
needs
here.
to universalize them in the next
It's a
10
great
years
pleasure to
will
be
require
present
over
with you
100
virtually
billion
with
reais in
great
investments.
friends. Jurandir
If we look at the
Picanso, Lauro
expansion of
Fiuza.
5G,
Thank you for Jurandir words,
you
but
have a more
he's
significant amount of
one of
investments
he's
here in the
guilty
area.
for 2 decades
Investments in
ago.
logistics.
He's
Only
guilty
Nordeste and
for
railway
having
demands 7
challenged me,
billion to
for the
complete this
first
branch.
measurement of
2%,
wind
not
in a
to
place close to
mention
Fortaleza
the
called
Suape
Cofecos.
branch.
It's a beach,
Not to mention the need
metropolitan
to
beach.
invest in
It's important
highways.
to mention in
We
that
need
occasion,
to
20, 25 years ago,
increase
and
the
wind power,
railway
it was just beginning,
chain here, and you
as
need to
Mr.
look at the
Picanso said.
highways. You see
2,
the
3
beds, highway beds,
blades, and
especially in the southeast, and we need to expand
vertical
it here.
axis turbine.
Investments in
And
ports,
I
Suape,
remember, so it's
Itaqui
clockwise or
ports,
counterclockwise? Well, the
infrastructure,
clockwise for
airport
the
infrastructure.
3 blades
So
wind
the
power
airports
generators
in the
has been
area,
defined for
we
a
are
woman
having
scientist.
large
She's
investments
been
in
sit by the
airports,
terrace,
but we
and
also need
the
investments
husband asked, so
for the
which
regional
side would you
airports.
like to be
Also, we
the
are seeing a
blades to
boom of
rotate?
investments in
Investors
tourism.
would
We'll
fabricate
have
tanks,
investments and
fiber for
automobile
agriculture,
sector.
so
We
and
have
other
BYD in
utensils for
Salvador,
agriculture. So
Stellantis
it's important to see
in
this in
Pernambuco,
this context of this
and we also have a
technological
scenario
revolution. That's fundamental.
present in
Now,
a recent past. When you have a
talking about the
Brazilian
current
scenario
days,
of inflation under control, low unemployment,
totally
and
from
income
Brazilian
recovery.
side.
That's what we see in the
And
Northeast. You
the
have a
participation
consumption
and
boom.
penetration of
And
eolic and
you have a
wind
demand,
and
the
solar
growth of the
penetration in the
regional economy.
northeastern
So
region
all
of Brazil,
scenarios point out
60
for
million people,
a
and
cycle of
in great
economic
part of
growth,
the year,
and one
this
of
is
the
generated by
drivers
our energy is the northeastern region.
being the
Rephrasing,
Northeast region
it's the
for the
region that
Brazilian
fostered the
growth.
greatest
And
penetration
we
of wind
see
and
an
etc.
expressive need for
A
investment.
region with 60
Public
million
investments,
people.
but a lot of these investments will be private investments. And this
And we
requires,
carry out
once
the
again, the
technological
need
challenges.
to
There's
have
no
financial
other
engineering for
place
the
to
area,
compare with
availability of
our
capital
northeastern
for
region,
the
and we
area.
need to
Bank of
build new
Northeast,
data. We need to
our
see
main
with
fund
research
is
centers
FNE.
and ministries because we are pioneering,
The
and at the same time it
FNE, we
brings
went from
a
34
competitive
billion
advantage that
funded
is
in
very important. So when
2022
we
to
look to the
43
planet,
billion
you
last year.
know, we see
We're going up to
south of
43,
Australia and
44 billion this
Adelaide
year, next year
with a
almost
proposition of
48
generating
billion.
67%
But that
of
is
wind
absolutely
and solar. This is the
insufficient
greatest region
to
of the planet
tackle the amount
where
of
we can
investments
do this.
needed. We think maybe the bank
And
will have
we need
200
to
billion
keep up
for the next
the
4
wind and
years in
solar,
terms of FNE.
and with all
Total
those
FNE must get
challenges,
to
this is a
200
very
billion in
important
the
point.
next 4 years.
And
But if we only think of sanitation, it will be billions.
but I
And
wouldn't
due
like to touch
to
this
that,
point.
in 4 years, 40 billion.
These
And
pioneers and this
FNE has rules.
the
We have
competitive
to cater to
advantage of
different
Brazil
segments.
must be linked
62%
with
must be to
international
priority areas, and it's
geopolitics.
fair. Those that have more find it more difficult to access
It's
credit.
important to see
We
what
have FNE, but we are aware
Europe and
in
other
the bank
great
that FNE
world
is insufficient.
leaders
Even though it's
like
the
United
cheapest
States and
resource with the
China.
best
I will let this the
conditions,
second part
it's
of my
going
speech,
to work
but we have
as a
two
resource
things,
that will fund part of this
main
project.
things: the
That's the
technological
first thing for
challenge and
investors.
the
You don't
international
think that FNE will fund 100%
scenario.
BND,
Yes,
will
great,
fund
great,
everything,
Mr. Feitosa.
all
You've created a
energy
bridge
projects.
to the next
We
questions.
will
Questions that I will
handle
tell you.
part of the
And
funding to reduce
everything
the
so
capital
has to do
cost of the
with you said,
investments.
so potential,
And here we are making a large
knowledge,
effort
pioneerism,
to complete these resources. And we're going
pioneerism.
to
So in this
waste.
sense, we have some
One of
invitees for
the
this panel. So
directions
we have these
is
people
strengthening
that are pioneer and
relations in terms of
well, in
Sudan
the
about
globalized
Khalifi
version, so we're
back.
experiencing a crucial
TETHYS is a
moment in
committee
the
of
humankind.
federal financial institutions that work here in the area. We are Banco do Brasil, Caixa Bank, BNDES, FINEP,
the transition, the
and
energy
also
transition is
the fostering
indispensable.
agencies, other regional banks. You have
So we don't have a
BDMG
planet
from
B.
Minas Gerais states.
Well, but in
So
terms
we
of
are
planet, we have
making an
only
effort to
one.
coordinate our actions in the area so we can
Well,
complement the
energy transition is
resources
not
of the
only a
other.
matter of
And
profit.
another important
So,
thing too, you don't think that all
and
these
I would like to
investments will
address
be
the first
funded
question to Mr. Lauro.
through public banks. There
So
is a
talking about
need
pioneerism,
of
Lauro,
equity.
you
Of
as a
course,
pioneer developing renewable energy
we are
project
not,
with
the risk
Servitech,
won't be only on the financial agencies. Somebody
which
must
are the main
put resources
lessons
from their own
learned?
pockets and the market capital.
So, and
The
crucial
capital
for the
market
expansion of this
will
sector.
be important
Well,
here.
the pioneer,
So we are
they
working with these
pay, a
institutions,
great
probably in the beginning of next year.
price to learn when no
Almost
one knows
a
nothing.
first-hand announcement.
But we need to be
We are
resilient,
opening similar to what
and we need to
BNDES
believe in
did with
what we are
FINEP.
doing.
They opened a
Today,
port
I
up
would
there
say
for
that
SaaS
it's way
projects,
easier
right?
because
We
technology
are opening a
advanced a
project
lot.
to a
For
similar
example, the number of people
hub
today
where you
participating in the
will
sectors
have a
is
project
just
for the new
huge.
Brazil industry and
So
infrastructure for the
technology
Northeast.
is
It will be a
diffused,
panel, the
spread it
entrepreneurs will
out and
present their
available to
projects, will
everyone.
pitch their projects, and all
It's
banks
not
will have
necessary
access
to do
to it.
things
It's
without
not
previous knowledge.
assured that
Everything
you
is
are
just
there and you
available
got the
today.
funding.
And energy
But the
transition is
banks
inevitable.
will have the panel
And,
because now we find it's very hard to see. Like, we don't fund everything.
So
You're
we
not
have
going to
the
find all
awareness that
resources
we need
at
to
BNB.
stop
So I have to go
generating
to other
with
agents. And this panel,
oil-based
this hub will facilitate
fuel and
this
using the nature
vision, this
doing
joint vision.
solar and
We are working together.
wind
Probably in the
power
first
in a sustainable
semester
fashion.
of next year,
I
we'll
don't
have this
see
panel
lack of
ready,
knowledge
especially
anymore.
with us,
We have
BNDES,
universities to,
FINEP,
of courses
Banco do
of,
Brasil, and Caixa Bank, and it will
courses
be available
for
like for these programs
renewable
here.
energy,
We have access
bachelor degrees in
to
renewable energy,
be
for example.
used, and
So the
projects
costs of
registered here.
fabrication of
One
a
thing
solar
is to
panel
register. That will be all the analysis, okay?
lowered
But that will
97%.
be
It's
kind of a
unbelievable. This is
compass
technology.
for the
Many
financial
things will happen
institutions
already.
unfinished.
The wind power has not
So that the financial
evolved
institutions
that quick.
see the
And
portfolio
talking
of investments in
started
the
with
area,
wind power,
and so we can
and I see
dialogue and
clearly
have
it's
proper
much more easy to
financing.
generate
And
energy
another
with
thing,
solar panels
and
than
here I
to
can speak about it
have a
in more
wind
details
farm.
later.
We're
making an effort to
it's cheaper.
diversify
In
internal
Brazil,
funds from other
features,
sources of
you know,
resources in the
letting
next
alone
round.
the
I can
Amazon,
explain
and
it
that is a
better.
giant area.
So we can complement the
can
amount of
have,
resources needed to fund this large
solar
amount of
panels.
investments
So to
in
give
the
you an
area.
idea,
Coming
the state that
close.
features the most,
And we visualize
and
a boom of investments here
so
in the
Minas, for
Northeast.
example, after Northeast,
Excelentes
and
notícias, né? São
close to the
bem alvissareiras mesmo. Na segunda rodada, a gente vai
close to the
puxar
consumption,
pouquinho
but the
mais
difference
desses
of doing in
assuntos sobrando
Ceará
aí
or
no
Rio
bolso
Grande do
do
Sul,
colete.
south of Brazil, in terms of solar is minimal, but in terms of wind power, the difference are brutal. I see evolution
for
with
his
a great
consideration.
enthusiasm.
Good afternoon to
And
everyone.
as we talked before, we can export renewable
I'm going to
energy
begin by greeting everyone
through
here on the
green
panel.
hydrogen. So green hydrogen can
Luisa,
transport electrons.
our moderator,
That's
I would like
fantastic.
to
So thank you,
begin
Mr.
by
Lauro.
referencing,
Before addressing a question to Dr. Jurandir,
and I would like
try to get from your memories what you were
make
doing 20
our
years ago.
message
If you were thinking
seen
about
in
sustainability,
an easier way through the slides.
about renewable
We were talking about the
energies or something
ecological
like that.
transformation plan and how this had
I
led
respect you
the
very much
initiatives
for
of the
your backgrounds,
Ministry of
And this
Treasury.
panel, you are such great
So I would like to
lecturers, and
reference
you're
this
sharing
and
your
say thank
backgrounds
you
with
for
us.
the opportunity of
So
being
Dr.
here.
Jurandir, taking
Our
advantage of
coordinator
that,
and the leadership
and
of Minister
looking to the
Haddad, who has
past
been
and
promoting
doing some
this
parallels with the
economic
current days,
transformation. For us
which were
to
the
talk a little
main
bit about
initiatives
ecological
that fostered, renewable
transformation
energy
and
growth in Brazil, etc.,
I would
and
also
brought
like
us
to
where
talk
we are
about low
today.
carbon and energy transition, which are
Well, I
interconnected,
am an
and we should
engineer
highlight the fiscal
from
responsibility
old
in the
school, the
macroeconomic
engineer,
environment
if
that
you allow me to
Minister
say. And by that
Haddad
time, we
has
had
been
the
developing
slightest
and ensuring to be able to
concern
attract
about
these
sustainability.
investments.
We just
Not
needed to make
only
a
that, but
bridge
also
if
the
it featured.
several
So no
economic
concern with
reform,
animals, with
the improvement
biome
of
and
this
vegetation,
business
etc.
environment so
This
that
notion
we
of
are able to
sustainability,
attract
I've
all
learned
of
many,
these
many years
investments
later.
and
It
transform our
started, I think,
economy
with Rio
responsibly,
92,
sustainably, with
1992.
more
Remember
social
that event?
justice. I'm not
So
going
when we
to
had that
go into
nuclear and the
detail with the plan. It
concerns
was
with
very
the
well addressed
environment,
yesterday,
etc.,
but I
with
am
the
going
social
to
impacts,
bring some of the ideas
bring
that
into
we
the
have been
present,
working on specifically
and also
regarding low
getting
carbon
it to the
hydrogen
future.
and some
We've
other
had
initiatives.
great evolution, giant evolution. So if
Olhando
we
para trás pouco,
develop
When you look
projects, for
back
example,
a bit
of
in
photovoltaic
Kyoto,
and
for example,
solar and
we're
wind
talking
power
about
projects,
climate change, and now we can
we are
talk about
just
the
we are
climate
not just
emergency.
we are not
We
doing
always
more
talk about
projects
climate change,
because
looking
of the
ahead, what
costs. That's why we need
can
to
come of
foster
it, what needs
development,
to
and
be
we have a
done,
new factor
what we should
that
develop.
is sustainability,
And what I want
the
to present today
need to
is what has
decarbonize the
been done,
planet,
especially what is being done
and
this
at that
year,
cost,
and what we currently have on the table. So the
there
ecological
is an
transformation
advantage
plan has
competition
several
factor.
goals,
It will
and they're
sum
very clear in
sum up
terms
to
of green
dealing with the
employment,
most, the
production,
solar and
social
photovoltaic with the
responsibility.
greatest
We have a
potential.
number of
They will sum
instruments
up
being
as
implemented
being
by
the
the Ministry of
solution
Treasury
to
with other ministries.
decarbonization.
It's very much a
Decarbonization
coordinated
passes
action
through
by the
energy
federal
transition,
government.
and energy transition has
And
its
moving on
fundamental focus
to these
renewable
instruments
energy,
that came into force
and
this year and are transforming energy transition
so
in
we have
Brazil.
also,
We should talk about
besides renewable
Programa
energy,
Mover,
decarbonization comes
which addresses
first. So
decarbonization
energy
of
deficit. We give
automobile
a
vehicle
little attention
fleet.
to efficiency, and before
We had
producing
the
renewable
fuel of
energy, we
future
need to
that
seek
brought
for
several initiatives like
producing, consuming less
biofuels,
energy during the
green
production. You got
fuels,
me? Because
SAF.
even renewable energy,
In
it
aviation,
features environmental
we have
impact, social
biomethane that is
ones,
being developed.
that
So these are all
during
initiatives
its
that are
execution
so
shall be
transformative,
minimized. And
not only for
today, unfortunately, we
decarbonizing
have an
transports, but
awareness about it.
also the
All the
automotive industry. So
entrepreneurs
these are
developing
bills that were
their
approved
projects
this
in the
year.
northeastern
This is
region of
current.
Brazil,
These
projects
are
for
actions in place,
solar and
and
wind power,
these are
etc.
results of what's
All
being
of them,
done. It's no
they
longer a
take
future
care
projection.
on
The future is
minimizing
here. So this year at the beginning,
environmental impacts
we also
beforehand,
regulated
before
infrastructure
even
debentures,
designing the
bringing
project. So
a vision
care
of
with local
sustainability to
communities,
this
and this,
regulation,
it's been a gain
removing
that we've had
sectors
during
that were
time.
based
It's been a
on
great
fossil
evolution.
fuels and
Now we
including
have the future
sectors
challenges.
related to
May
low
I talk about the
carbon
future? Yes,
economy.
sure thing.
We were able to
Because
approve a
energy
legal
sector
framework for
is much impacted
low
with the
emissions.
digital transformation.
We have
So
18
digital
million in fiscal
transformation
credit
brings
to incentivize
solutions for you to
other
have the
initiatives
best
under this
harness,
framework,
to seize the
like the
best way
Brazilian
possible the renewable
hydrogen
energies. But we
certification
have
program, which is
two
very innovative
sides. You're bringing
and state of
efficiency,
the art, really. It's an important
but we
step.
have,
We have
on the other
partnerships
hand,
with universities so that we can develop and attract
digitalization, data
universities
centers. Today, they are great
towards,
consumers.
and that's really what the industry
You know,
we have other
and it
initiatives
makes
that will
that
come.
so data
was an
centers must be
initiative that we
supplied with
focused
renewable
on
energy. So,
and we intend to bring others to universities
one
so that
hand,
they
you
can
have a
be more
solution
sustainable and
to make
innovative
things more efficient.
within their groups of technology and
On the other
innovation.
hand, you need to address the
And within our
supply. So with data center
economic
supply,
and
with this
environmental,
energy, and this thing about data
we have
centers,
spent a long time
and they participate
on
with
climate
1%.
change policies, seeking a national carbon market and the international market as
And
well.
4%,
And this
and it
really
will
advanced
grow.
this year. On the 19th of
So they create
October,
similar
the
impacts
regulated
as
carbon
the
market
green
was
hydrogen
approved. It will enter into
reduction.
force next week. It will be ratified. So it's a
Ricardo, I think that's
transformative
our
action
greatest
measure that
concern,
allows
because
all
I
of
follow
these
it up. The
investments
planning, development of the
in low
electric
carbon
system,
economy.
and it's used to
Another
happen.
initiative that is in
And
public
just
consultation, we have one currently that is
that's
going
what
to
we've called
drive and
vegetative
demonstrate what the
growth.
country understands as a
And in
sustainable project and what the market, especially
some specific
international market
punctual
that has capital
industry of
geared towards green
aluminum or
initiatives,
steel milling,
they will be able
and
to see opportunities to
the
invest in
impact of
Brazil.
this,
So
those great
we will see
charges will change things
several
totally.
incentives channeled to these
The projects
initiatives.
for Port of Pecém, they consume
It will
much
remain this
more than the
way
whole state
until
of Ceará
February.
together.
So it's important to
While this
contribute.
system has been developed
We
for
also have the
decades,
Green Seal that
we
was
will
launched this year. So many things happened this year. And we have other initiatives
to give
that we
short-term
are going to
solutions
be able to comment on
deal with the new impacts of the
moving forward.
electric
I'll
charge.
give one
And the
example.
systems are not
We have Eco Invest
evolving with a
Brazil,
compatible
the
thing. So
investment
like
platform. We have other things that are going
So
on right
for example,
now,
for a data center.
and that are going to boost the development of Brazil
to
into
follow
a
up
more just
the growth
and
of
larger
those
economy.
charges,
Talking about
for the expansion, because
the
transmission
policy
lines
for the
are difficult
development of green
to
hydrogen that is
build in
under
a
the
short
legal
term
framework. I
due
brought
to
this
all the
timeline that
impacts during
emphasizes
the
very
planning
well the
and the
challenge
implementation
that it
project.
was to, in a short time, present, discuss
So I've heard
in
something
the
without
Senate
transmission,
and the House of
there are no
Representatives a
transition. Without
framework.
transmission, no
And when you look at
transition.
hydrogen
A
regulation
great
around
word
the world,
puzzle,
not many
because I
countries
think
have a
it's
unified and structured framework. So this is really
true, right?
an
Without
innovation. It was
transmission lines,
something
no transition.
groundbreaking that Brazil was able to
Without
approve
transition
this year.
lines,
And when we talk about
transmission
Fortaleza
lines,
Ceará
transition
saying
dies.
this is
So
really
pass
going
the
to
floor
bring
to Mrs.
legal
Anna
security and strong
for
investment
her to give her
to the
vision.
state and to Ceará. Because the mapping that we have around hydrogen
Portuguese
investment,
association has been
we
established to
can see
promote this
that they are
interchange
very
of
much
knowledge
concentrated here in
in the
Ceará.
field
So
of
this
renewable
measure is going
energy.
to
How do you see
bring great
these
repercussions to the state,
association,
and I wanted to
work?
highlight how this process took place
Okay, as a
and
member
mention
of
the
the World Energy
innovation
Council
regarding the hydrogen,
and
the Brazilian hydrogen program development. So this framework creates a few
I
instruments within it
invite you
and
to visit the
establishes
website of
national
Energy
policy
Council,
for hydrogen.
when
It creates a
you can
specialized
assess the numbers
regime
I showed you
for incentives
previously.
geared towards the production of hydrogen,
Well,
which we
considering
call
the evolution that each country will have in this
a
energy
gateway,
transition,
and other
we need
initiatives
to
geared
have these
towards
bilateral
local development,
conversations.
so that companies
The contexts are very,
can
very distinct.
invest in
And Europe,
innovation and
they have access to energy,
guaranteeing
a
a
good
promotion
percentage
of the
access
technological
to energy,
development
etc.
of the region.
On
And
the other
Brazil,
hand,
we
we've had
created
countries
the hydrogen
from
certification program in
Africa,
Brazil that
with
is going to
limitations in
better
terms of
enable
access to
export
energy.
and connection with
Countries
international
in Latin
certification
America,
devices.
you know,
And we also
and
have,
concerns
especially
are
the
different
Brazilian
for different countries.
hydrogen
The
development program.
opportunities that each country
All of
offers
this was
are
developed and
diverse.
coordinated
For
within
example,
the
capacity
National
of
Hydrogen
production
Program, which is a work group, a program created under the National
and access,
Council
logistic
of
access,
Energy
maritime or
Policies. We
terrestrial
had the
access
cooperation and
of
co-participation of
energy
several
coming from
government
abroad.
entities,
Those two
regulating
things
agencies, private
together, they
sector.
are essential.
It really
And to
is
assess the
created
context of the other countries, that's
as a
very,
group
very
effort.
important.
And I
We're
also
not doing
wanted
this
to
alone.
mention the
Each country
incentives and
is
benefits that we
responsible
have for
to
low
collaborate
carbon hydrogen. So
on the
TETHYS,
best
as I mentioned,
interest, you know.
it has this
We've been
criteria and it
talking about
suspends
transporting, for example,
fees
hydrogen
for
from a country
imports.
to another.
There are fiscal benefits to it.
And
PHBC, I'll talk a little bit
it's a
more
discussion
about
in Europe
fiscal
in the
credits
sense of
that will
building
be
a pipeline
granted
that
through a
could
completely
allow the
different model where
transportation
we
of
to see
Portugal,
performance and
France, and maybe
results
Germany
from the
to
businesses
achieve
for them
pipelines
to
that
create
will
this
connect
low
Europe.
decarbonization
But there's
to
some
then
issues.
be
The
contemplated
cost of
with this
transportation is
award,
highly
so to
elevated.
speak.
So
And I
this
should also
idea
mention that the Fund Climate, it had a very small capital years back based
so
on
it
sustainable
needs
papers that
initial
continue to
infrastructure
be
investment,
brought to
but
market.
also
And now the fund has 32 billion
effective
reais to
costs of
invest.
the operation,
We were
of the
talking back in the
implementation
day.
of the
We talked about
infrastructure.
0.4,
In this sense,
0.2. It is now
Portugal
32 billion reais
and
for sustainable projects.
production.
So this is going to continue to move forward.
And
We have the
it
debentures that I
starts to
mentioned for
integrate the
hydrogen
value
securely.
chain in the sense of
It can be
decarbonized
found on there. And
national
the
industry.
legal
So we
framework
have another
allows the
core issue
projects that
here
are
in the country
installed
itself.
in the pissing
The
complex to
way
receive these same
infrastructure they develop
benefits.
is
So
different.
as
We have
companies
zones in the
adhere to
country
this
that we
program,
have
and
also
if they are
terrain
installed
available
at the pissing complex, they can
to
also
implement solar panels and
benefit
wind
from this.
turbines. But those
Our
zones,
main
they feature
objective with
lower
Hydra and
people density,
PHDC
but
is
less
to
infrastructure.
generate development,
And
local
we have less
development to
infrastructure
promote
with
consumption
gas
and the use of
networks.
hydrogen in Brazil and export it. So
And
that's why we
well,
devised
we
this
need a
program
global
so that
investments
we
for
could
electricity
make
and for
these
gas.
investments
We've
and the new
launched an
hydrogen
auction,
economy
so call for
bring
bidding
development and
for
benefits into Brazil. So
green
the
hydrogen
opportunity of
and
implementing the
biomethane
Brazilian
and a
hydrogen
network for
program
natural gas. And with this, to decarbonize
has
a
this
part
in
of the
mind.
consumptions, the domestic
Benefits for those who
consumptions.
consume the hydrogen,
And
for those who produce it as well, but our main focus is on consumption, and we want to establish criteria so that the
well, the
companies
fact
that
is
have
that we
interests
have
and that adhere to Hydra
we don't
requirements are
have
able
a
to
gas network
participate
for
in this
100%
program.
of the
And how does
consumers
this
in
take
Portugal.
place?
And I would
The
like to
program
remember you 20 years
is
ago.
about to
20 years
be
ago, I
launched.
was in my
We now
undergraduate
have,
course of not
we are now
very
collecting
experienced,
subsidies
but I did a PhD
for
in oil
Hydra,
engineer.
and we are doing this very transparently. We want to
Well,
listen to the
I would like
market
to give
so
you
that the
a takeaway
development
message
remains
about
inside the
renewable
country, and the
energy. So they
hydrogen can
started to
be
happen
used within the
effectively
country as well.
and the World Energy Council is quite
In an
old. The
integrated
first
way
energy meeting has
and
been in
participative way,
1924,
we are
and those
seeking to
discussions
build
about the
this
capacity
regulation.
building,
So today, if you access this
infrastructure
QR
for
code,
development,
you will be able to
and
access the platform
transportation of energy,
Participa Mais Brasil,
they were
and you will see
good
all the
discussions. But the
questions
fuel,
and different lines and
fossil-based fuel, they were
requirements that we
fundamental.
intend
And
to
in a
build to
conference in
regulate
Istanbul in
the
1977,
Brazilian hydrogen
that
program.
was
And
when,
it is innovative
and
exactly
in
because of
Saudi
that. It
Arabia,
establishes that there will be an
to
auction of
countries
fiscal
of OPEC,
credits
and then we
so that
started to think
companies
about
can,
renewable
as of
energy and nuclear
2028 until
energy.
2032, receive
And
these
those first
resources and deliver the
conversations
hydrogen that
about
they are going
renewable
to use. So
energy,
what is the main criteria for this, to obtain these fiscal credits
and the first discussions,
after
they
a competitive
started in
process?
1970s,
First,
and together
production,
with the activists
meaning that whoever
green
produces
demonstrations,
more
and 20
hydrogen
years
for
ago
less
in Portugal,
subsidies
we've started
requested,
talking about sustainability
and the
and in a
hydrogen that
way
is produced with
show
the lowest
accentuated
emission. Those are the two main, that's the two main criteria for
significant way, in the
to
significant
mitigate
way
and
just in the
adapt
last decade.
environment,
And we did
to
some
develop local
investments in
productive chains.
wind
So all of this is already found in the legislation,
and
and it will be
wind
defined and delimited in the regulation, and will allow us to hold a very
energy and
competitive
also
auction
offshore
that
wind
attracts
power
these
generation and
investments
also
that
photovoltaic.
wish
But in
not
Brazil,
only to produce
Brazil features a
hydrogen
great
in
capacity
Brazil,
of
but
water
also foster the development of
water
chains that are
retention
connected to
through
this
dams
production,
and
like SAF
pumping. But
and other
Portugal effectively
products that can be
must bet
materialized.
on energy store. Perfect answer.
An example of these
Very
products
clear,
is green
concise, your
steel,
answer. And I
a
thought,
project that is on the
so
platform
you said something
currently.
about each country
The production
is
of
experiencing their moment.
HBI,
But I
as they
found it
comment
interesting
technically.
because, you know,
So we want to be able to
we've had the
use
former
hydrogen
minister
to
of
advance the
Tunisia,
development of the mineral
and he
and
said,
be
well,
able
in
to export
Tunisia,
something with more
as in
added
other
value. That
countries,
is our
and we won't
highest
have an energy
objective and goal in
transition. We will
terms of
start from scratch
ecological
with the green energy.
transformation. So I
And
just want to end
He's
my
compared with, for example,
participation,
landline to cell
saying that
phones.
Brazil
In
has
Tunisia,
been working hard
people hadn't
and
landlines,
continuously to
and
promote
people
energy
started having cell phones.
transition.
So
Thank
I
you so
believe
much.
it's been very
That
interesting
was
what
very
you
complete
said,
and
because
detailed, and
actually
it
it
brings us a
corroborates
feeling
what
of
each
continuous
country says, you know.
development and
I would like
perfection
to
and
pass the floor to
optimization
Mr.
that
Everaldo,
everything
because
that
he
is
left,
being built to
you know,
support
an insight
energy
of the
transition is being
interiorization.
improved with every minute that passes.
So in which ways
We're going to talk to Aline, who's going to
World
talk
Wind
to us
Association is
about
supporting wind power
capital
energies in the
markets at
emerging
this
markets,
time,
and which are the main challenges you
where we
find
need a
in this
number of participants
globalization,
to be able
as you mentioned
to
very
the expectations for
finely.
an energy transition. I would like to thank you for the invitation. I am very
Well, I
honored to
think it's
be
very
here
important to have
at
this
this event.
context.
I would like to thank Claudia Blum. I really
So
love
each
the
day
news that you
more,
brought for us
Brazil
today.
consolidates as a protagonist
Everything that
in the
you said is
world.
going on. My colleague
I see
Sibeli
Brazil in a more broadened
and our
fashion.
other colleague, and I
We have
would
the
like to
best
begin with
wind
the
in the
question
world,
of actually a
we don't
provocation.
have, so
I would
that's out of
I'd like to
question
say
too.
that
I remember Jurandir,
being in the place
when
of
we did
those
the
that
first
promote
measurements
not just
of wind
financial modeling,
parameters,
and
the
analyzing the
scientific,
premises and the
not the
horizons
commercial
of
and industrial, but
investment
the
in a long-term
international
way.
scientific commission said, no,
That's
there's
why
no
I would
such
like
wind.
to
That's
ask
impossible.
the Northeastern
So
Bank.
constant,
I
so
actually pray for
strong. And I've
you
had a meeting
and the
in
Northeastern Bank
Germany with Alan Zwabin.
so that
He's
you
been the
can meet
founder of
the
one
goals
of
you
the
have
greatest
set, because
companies
regulation is
in
something that
Germany,
is a great challenge. Whenever I'm talking about project
wind power
financing,
in
which
Brazil.
is nothing more
And
than an
so they
instrument
said
that
there's
should
no such wind.
demonstrate the
Wow, that's
feasibility of
impossible.
a
So we've
project
been a
as
pioneer,
a
you know,
self-financing
proving the
project. We
strong
have a
potential of wind
characteristic,
power. So just
speaking specifically of Brazil, that when we're
the small
studying a project
digression.
that is
We have
going
one of the
to
greatest wind
materialize in
powers,
1 or 2 years
wind
and
for wind power.
go on for
And
10,
Brazil is
20, 30
also a
years.
great country to be a leader in the energy transition in the
We
world, in terms of
become a bit
perspectives
wary about
of exploration.
mitigating all
One
the
of the
risks for
greatest,
the
one of the
investors,
5
because
producers of oil on the planet.
the premises
Brazil also is one of the great
are
producers
a bit
in terms of uranium extraction.
unsteady.
So we are in a country that features the best
We have
conditions altogether to define,
factors for a
you
financing
know,
model that might not work at
to
another
show the
time.
way, to show people the way, without
Whether it's
being
funding,
dependent on other
whether
countries'
it's
policies. And for that, it's
capex
important
per
to consider
unit, such as
which one is the
megawatt, which is
best
the case
exportation
that we
product in the
address
United
here.
States.
We also
Today, the
have
best
changes in
exportation
rules
product of the
that
United
come
States
into
is
play.
oil. The United States exported last year almost 230 billion
Não é uma questão só de
oil.
capital,
And
And
it's
when
not
I
just a
say
matter of
oil,
capital, because
I mean so
capital
refined
exists, like
one
you
or
said yourself.
gas,
We have a climate
raw,
urgency. When
etc.
years before,
The
people weren't yet
greatest
speaking
exportation
about
so
or
is
discussing
240 billion reais.
renewable
That's the
energy, but
pathway we
Brazil
need
was
to
already as
consider when
protagonist, talking to the
talking about
markets
energy
and to the banks
transition.
about warranties
Well, I
and
have the elected president.
financial
For example,
modeling
he
long
left the
term.
Paris
It was very
Agreement. It's all
challenging
about
because
oil, and
you ended up
so
having
there's
to
no other
connect
way.
all the loose ends,
And
the guarantor, the consumer,
like that acts of U.S.
everyone,
inflation,
and you
giving
had to speak
subsidies
with
for
the
renewable
government that they
energy,
make
etc.
these important
That's the
decisions
greatest
to
reality. On the other
enable the
hand, what do we
possibility
have?
of what we
I
were
will mention those
proposing.
numbers:
But
204
Sibeli, addressing your
billion
question regarding
of
structuring
exportation
our role with the
in
capital
revenue
market, with
generated. The greatest exported
with capital
company in the
markets
United
is to
States
be
is
a
Boyd. Boyd
catalyzer
is the greatest one.
involving a
It
series
exported
of
in the United States
sponsors where you
something
have on one
roughly
side the
$100 billion.
investor, you have the
Boyd.
consumer, you
Boyd
have the
to
social
$100 billion.
counterpart, you
Now
have
let's
a
talk about
great,
China.
you have the
China
social and
exported
environmental impact, which is
only in
significant, and I
photovoltaic
have to
panels,
ensure
only
a
for
minimum
only
yield
in
for those who are
equipment for
buying into
solar
the
and wind power
project.
generation,
And
182
even if I
billion
use blended
dollars.
finance
So China today
and a combination of
exports
financial sources
twice the number
to be able to make this
in terms of
feasible,
revenue comparing to the
all
best
of this is
exportation product from the
necessary.
United States.
We need
With this
a bit
clean
more
energy streamline
a
and
bit more
energy
continuity,
transition.
guarantee,
I think this
and
context shows the
steadiness to be
excellent
able to
condition.
service.
So
Fiscal
Brazil is in a
incentives, like
position
Claudia was
to be a
saying, are
leader
very
with
beneficial
no
and they are
doubt.
crucial. It works
Thank you,
when
Mr.
I
Feitosa.
incentivize a debenture that I am
And
going
we'll
to
have another question,
use to
so I
complement
will
a funding,
divide one question
such as the
between
Northeastern
two.
Bank, for example. I have this
We're
incentive
seeing a
as
scenario, current scenario of this
cyclical
chain,
economy factor. So I
supply
end up
chain that is a little bit.
attracting an investor that purchases these incentivized
Okay, we are
debentures,
looking to a
and these are
scenario
long-term investments.
where we have
These are investments that,
curtailment.
despite the long term and
We
despite the
have big
scenarios being
companies
very much
leaving Brazil,
undefined, especially due to the
talking
climate
about wind
factors that
power,
can
etc.
influence
We're
and changes are
seeing all
felt
the
during
projects,
production. It's very
great
important
projects
to
about
mention
hydrogen.
that
How to
incentives
assess the
such
current
as these end
scenario?
up attracting
Positive,
those investors
optimistic,
who are not
with
within this combination
suspicious
of
mind.
resources
So
coming
what
from
is
a
your
dedicated
impression in
fund
terms of this
meant
scenario
to
we
structure
are
this
experiencing? So
initiative.
we know. So just to have
So it ends up being a
an idea
multiple
of
way of
where are
attracting
we,
investment.
so
So we need this counterpart, this
do
public
some
assurance in terms of
reckoning on
incentives
these
to
new
bring
scenarios. Oh, the
stability
demand
to
of
the
Brazil
investor
didn't.
so that we are
The
able
demand of
to
Brazil it's
attract
not
their
increasing,
interest.
and the good
And of
growth
course,
rates
together,
will be only back
alongside this
within 4 or
resource,
5 years. So that's a
be it
great
from where it may be,
hinder for any investor to be bold enough to enter a new
banks
endeavor.
such as development banks like BNB and others,
So what everyone is doing is
BNDES,
trying to find
capital markets end up
alternatives for
executing
investment.
or being
And now
the
we have
conductor
data
of this
centers
complexity
that
and
will be great
consolidating all
consumers
of
of
these loose ends
energy, right?
so that we
To
are
give an
able
idea, Ceará is privileged because we have 17
to
submarine cables
have a
and 2
feasible
other
project
ones
within
under implementation.
the economic engineering of
So in the
whatever
next
project
30
may be.
years,
Perfect.
for
Thank you for your
investments in data
considerations.
centers is
Due
huge,
to
as
time
someone said,
constraints, let's go
and they will
to
demand
the
a lot
final
of
remarks
energy.
of our
So a new
speakers.
cycle
And
will
I'd
come
like to
with
bring
data
here
centers.
a question maybe
The
to
current
everyone.
moment is very critical. With this curtailment,
By the logics of this
the
panel,
OMS,
how
the WHO,
strategically
they have the right to
do
cut
the
the.
three
So some
access, the
institutions they
development
have the right to
banks,
cut the energy when we have
regulation,
excess of generation.
and
It's
capital
been
market
causing
can work
great
together
harm for
to
all the new
make the
projects.
funding that will be
Regardless
needed
the owner,
for these
no
resources
political influence,
to
no
be
friendship, it's
feasible,
to
to be
everyone.
more
So the investors,
feasible.
they are
And
very,
I want to
very
pass the floor to
apprehensive
for his final
and
considerations.
new projects. But I'm an optimistic.
One important thing
My nature is optimistic,
is
and
the
for data centers we have
having
ongoing projects and
clear,
implemented ones.
reliable, perennial rules.
And we are having a new cycle for
Completing
renewable
my
energy
previous
demand.
thinking,
Dr.
not to
Jurandir,
leave it in
please.
the middle.
So with the
The
same
bank
horizon
is
in
fully
mind,
aware of the amount of
I would like to
investments needed in
highlight
the
that
area.
the great
We know
alteration that we could
FNE
see
is
in
needed,
our
and
energy
we know
matrix
how
was the
FNE is important to
introduction of the
reduce capital
distributed
costs,
generation. This
and we
distributed
make an effort to
generation
get more
introduced a lot
resources. Where are we going
the
to?
demand for
We
great
are operating with
plants and parks.
BNDES again.
It
We are
affected the
bringing
market.
credit
And the
lines
most affected
for us to
market
be
was
operators.
of wind
We're
power
also operating
generation
FINEP.
because
FINEP open
solar
a credit line.
photovoltaic
We are
advanced
discussing
much more. The
because they have
demand
a
is the
rule
same, the growth
there
in the
because
market
when
is
it's
the
third
same.
card, so it's only
And
50 million. 50 million in our
the demand from the market
projects
has
is
been
not
met
much,
with the distributed
but we are
energy
advancing,
that's been
so
scaled more
we
than the
can
solar
probably
plant,
can
centralized
open
one,
an
and the solar
exception and
competing with
be
the wind power.
working with the amount of
All this summed up,
resources, a greater
the
amount of
reduction on the
resources
demand, we
will be
see
accredited to
curtailment
FUST.
arriving.
We'll be working with the
And it's
Climate
making
Fund
people
from
crazy
BNDES.
because an entrepreneur
And we are gathering
to
resources
input a
with
great amount of
multilateral
money and not
partners
being
like
able to
FD,
transport their energy,
Development
but the
Fund, now the
solutions will
World
come
Bank,
because
$500 million.
renewable energy is, it
Actually,
varies,
IDB,
it's like that,
and
it's
more $500
about
million
its nature, and unfortunately
with
the solution comes on storage
the World
energy.
Bank
Storing
for
energy. So the best solution has
decarbonization
been
of
mentioned
the
by Anna.
economy in the Northeast,
So the reversible plants where you
NDB,
can pump water and you put the
pay,
turbine
and also
for that
KFW.
that
So
same water.
we
The best alternative
we
in
are
Brazil,
betting on
but it's
getting
not,
resources from them.
that
Here, it's
developed.
important that
And we have
Agriculture
batteries, and
Brazil is
batteries
really
are a great
important because
solution
these
for that
are
variability in terms of renewable
resources in
energies. And
foreign
the fuel
currencies
batteries will
when you
be
get to this
introduced in
multilateral
large scale.
banks.
Brazil will be
And as they are
it's one
long-term
of the last
projects,
countries to
we need
introduce
something to protect and enhance
batteries to store energy
exchange
in its system, and it
variations
will
when you
come in
internalize the
large
cost, the
scale.
entire advantage
And
of the cost of resources when you internalize them.
for the entrepreneurs to plan the production
into
of
local
energy,
interest rates.
the
So we
number
need
of
to adjust all
batteries to
that.
store energy,
And there is
and
another
to plan
important
the
source
delivery,
we have,
avoiding unnecessary costs for
about
transmission
$60
and for
million,
operation in system losses. It will
and
be a
we want
great
to get more.
transformation. And
These are utility concessions, like multilateral banks of like
so the
1%
cost of
a
the batteries
year,
is reducing.
something very small. So we have access to it, to this
And it's
kind
a
of
transformation.
resources for large
I bet
projects,
on the
relevant
energy storage in the next years in
and the
Brazil.
access to them will be for special projects with a large impact for diversification of the economy and beyond
So you,
producing
Feitosa, as Deputy
green,
President
cheap
of World
energy.
Association,
We want something very
how the
special
entity
to
is looking at
allocate
Brazil
this
in
type
what
of
regards
resources
wind power.
to reduce the costs of funding.
So wind power
And we work
features a situation
together
that the world,
with the markets. I think
the
bringing the
whole
capital
world,
markets is also
world cannot understand.
important. It's a little bit more difficult to look
We
here
left.
beyond Faria Lima Avenue.
We have
The
United
capital
States,
market
China,
needs to look
in
here because there are
Brazil,
lots of opportunities to
and we'll
invest
have
here in the
a
area.
gap,
Thank you.
in this 2024. Those
Thank
perspectives for
you.
next years, very, very complicated. That's the great
Your final
reality.
remarks, please.
We cannot
Thank you
serve
for
a
your
market
question and
so
for
a
the
great market
opportunity.
like this,
I want to
and
make
to
a
risk
reference to Marcos
break
Quinto
down or
is our
collapse. But I
Secretary of
will
Economic
get
Reform.
Mr.
We have two
Picanto words and
subsecretariats.
certain things we don't
One
have.
as for microeconomics for the financial regulation. So capital market, insurances, warranties. These
So
are
we have
all
several places
measures
for
led and
producing
developed there
wind power,
by
because
us,
not in the coast,
so we
because
can
the
increase
coast
the
wind
attraction
farms,
of
they have
capital,
the
make
thermal
the
wind,
capital
that
market
wind that the
come to the
earth,
sector and transform. Also, insurance
that the
sector,
earth, the
it will
soil
be very important to attract investments here.
heats, and
Another
we have the
subsecretariat, the one I
competition
work
with the solar and coastal area.
there
But in the
we
countryside,
are
we
working
have
with
the
energy
night wind.
transition,
The night
led
wind,
by
with all
Gustavo Henrique.
statistics
He's our
show, it
subsecretary.
starts
We
5
have
p.m.
been
and
following
it goes
the
to next
regulated
morning 5 a.m.
markets.
My point is, if
All
we get the
markets
night
with
wind
a regulatory
together,
agency
I will make a
are
point. So
under the
with
scope of our work and in
I will
the
be
general coordination
redundant
of
here.
energy and
The night
mining. We're
wind
focused
with
on
the
energy and
daily
mining.
sun
So in
And
conclusion,
in the northeastern region, the
I
compensation
mentioned
will
what
be
happened this
perfect
year,
and more efficient
what
than
the federal
Australian ones. For
government
example,
did
the
this year.
greatest battery
And I want to
projects
say we are
are in
still
Australia with
perfecting
the
and
thermal
trying to
wind, so this
perfect
night wind or Brazil.
the
I tease you all
regulation, the
with a challenge.
market.
Brazil has been the first
And for the
country in the
future, we
planet
do
to
have some
foster an
priorities
energy auction
that we
where
are
this
working
auction
with the government
could be
and our secretariat.
we could have a
So
competition
we
between
have
among
critical
wind power,
strategic
biomass,
minerals on the
methane,
radar data centers. So
coal,
data centers
oil,
being thought
and
by the
people would
government,
in doubt
and
if
we are working
wind
on
power and
it.
solar would
So many other
won that auction.
initiatives that
And in
in
that
the near
auction, the wind
future
power energy has been the
can
cheapest one. And the wheels,
contribute
Europe
to the
was
improvement
trying
of this
with
environment,
that
attract
solution
more
of
investment.
subsidizing the all
We have a large
wind and
expectation next
solar.
week. We'll have some
Brazil
advancements in our
fostered an auction,
Congress.
and wind power
And
has been
Paten's comment is
fostered
a
strongly.
program
My
for the
challenge is if the
acceleration of
government
energy transition. Paten probably next
promotes
week.
an auction,
It's transformative for the
energy
state of
auction,
Ceará,
energy
not only
flex
to Ceará,
auction,
but the entire
solar,
Northeast.
battery, and wind
The
will have
bill of
the
law
cheapest
for
cost in the world
offshore
because the amount
wind
of
power plants.
megawatt
It's
hour
also
stored in a battery
in the
shall be
agenda for
minimal
next
in a
week.
in a hub
And we are
of
working
100
for it. A lot
megawatts
of
in a
things were done
place
this
where we have the wind,
this year,
the
and we
night
hope
wind. We
to
have 40
find
megawatts
to
of solar
see the
power
results
and
being
20 megawatts
delivered
of batteries.
that will facilitate
We don't
and
have in the
attract
world a scenario like this. So this protagonism
more
in Brazil,
investments.
we need to see this
As for
vision
our
and we need to be
partnerships with
bold.
banks
It will
and
provide once more. In that
partnerships,
occasion, we've
Echo
had
Invest.
the cheapest
I want to
price
highlight
of
them.
wind power
This is
energy in
such
the
an
planet.
innovative program, though
If
the
Brazil
World Bank,
fosters an auction
IDB,
today, we'll have
billionaire
the
resources
lowest cost
so
in the
we
planet.
can
Okay, Mr.
protect
Feitosa.
the exchange rate
I would like to
volatility,
have 2
establish
more
blended
hours.
finance,
What organization
hedge,
says that I have
and
5
this
minutes?
is really a
I
transformative
have only 5
initiative that
minutes.
needs and that must be
So
looked
I
at
would like
with a lot of
to
care
thank your
and
final
seen as an opportunity
remarks,
to attract these
please.
investments, especially foreign
If
capital.
possible, a
That's how
message
I'd
of
like to
how
end
do you
my
find
participation here. I want to thank you for the
the
opportunity
future
to be here with you, and I'm available to you
this
to verify
sustainable
your doubts and support you in
energy
everything we can
future.
as the Minister of
So
Treasury.
what do
Thank you,
you
Carlos.
think you can do?
Excellent
Something quick
news.
just to finalize. And I would like to
Complement
start with
Altamira
Anna
says, and surely
with her final
Aline will
remarks.
complement. Aline, you have the floor. Yeah, let
Essentially,
me remove the headset, otherwise it will become a meme. In my final remarks,
so I would like just to ask, so in terms of adequate
we
training
have
for the
to
development
be
of all the
provocative,
projects,
and we have
foster
to think
infrastructure, you know.
about this
So
new
it's fundamental the
proposal for
investors to know
financial
in the
structuring
medium and
with
long terms
warranties.
which are the
We are
policies
disputing
that
resources, not
effectively
only in Brazil only, but with
to
other
be on
sectors, especially speaking of Brazil. We do have an infrastructure to be developed in terms of renewables,
to
but we
be
also have to
enforce all the
compete
policies and laws
for
enforced because
investments, for
we have a lot of
funding,
red tape
with
that
sanitation
delays
infrastructure.
projects
So these
implementations, and on the
numbers
other hand,
are
I would
welcome.
like
They are
to
excellent
say
news.
that we need to
But we
verify
have
how
to
the
think
consumers
of
are looking
how
at that
much
transition. We have a
money
trend to
is
assess
dedicated for
from
us
the
to
side
make
of
these
the
investments
companies,
true
but from the other
and
side of the final
actually
customers, which are
increase the change
customers'
in the
concerns.
matrix
So, and
with the
I would
funding
like to
where we
read
are
the key
not
message, the
so
takeaway
sure.
message to pay attention to the
When we
customers and
combine
consumers'
the
point
blend,
of
when we
view. Thank
combine
you,
the
Anna. Thank you
blend,
for your presence. We
and
are
we
honored
speak
with
of
your representation here. Thank you very
conservative
much.
numbers,
It's well,
and
likewise.
like
Thank you,
green
Mr.
hydrogen
Feitosa. Final
or an
remarks,
offshore
please.
plant. If we are
Mr. Feitosa,
going
please.
to structure funding in a traditional fashion, it's not feasible. We do need collaboration
Now
among
I got it. So your final
sponsors
remarks, please.
to think on how we are going to mitigate these risks
Well, with those such
in a
illustrious members
way
of this
that
panel like Dr.
it won't
Picanso,
impact me
as
financially,
in the Lauro
and I need
and the pioneers,
extra
and I have
costs
just
for
only one
warranties
statement.
when I go for
considering
green
their
bond.
presence. So
Green bond is amazing.
we,
But gas
I reiterate, we need
certificates,
to be
being
bold and we
able
need to be leaders.
to
Brazil
issue a
needs
green
to be
bond, it
bold.
has costs,
And
and they are
well, before
high.
the Pro-Infra,
Together,
for example, after Pro-Infra,
when you think about
auctions
the
and
climate
etc., all the
issue,
challenges,
and when
so
it was
to
not
lead and to be bold, that's
urgent
the
as
key
it
for the
was in the
future.
past, we were only thinking at a
Once
national
more, I
level. But
thank you
when we
for
go
your
to the global
availability
level, it has a positive
and
side because we have the
such
world
good
context
information, this
converging
exchange of
for a
knowledge, that
solution.
is so rich.
But that's
Mr.
the
Jurandir, your
moment
final remarks,
of
please.
Brazil being
I
not
would like to
only in the leading role
highlight
of
what
natural
Mr. Feitosa
resources,
said about
to
the
be in the
quality
leading
of
role
our energy in the
of
northeastern
a
region.
doer,
In
a
this,
doer
for
of
this we have
everything
this
that is to
opportunity that
happen.
nature gives us.
We
But
need
the
firmer
greatest
decisions so
seeds
we can
will come
invest
with the proper technological
and make the
development. So
production of
this energy
energy
transition will
concrete
be
and work with sales
an
of
energy
energy
transition through
instead of running
innovation.
the risk
Everything shall
of
be,
just
everything
being
is new.
the
And for
ones that are
this,
going to
we need
lease
to
land of water.
invest in people's
I
development and the
think it's very
preparation,
important to think
to
together
seize the best way possible this
because the capital
opportunity
market, the large
that
banks,
nature offered us.
they have
It's an opportunity for the whole Northeast.
their
Ceará departed
warranties
first
basically collapse.
because it features the port and industry
We do
complex
need
of
to be aware
PECEM,
of
giving
that.
the best
If we
opportunity for
are
those
competing
companies
with other
interested in
sectors
developing
for
their projects.
resources,
But it's
who
not
still
only about
has a limit?
nature,
Who is
natural resources. We need to
able to
develop knowledge and
ensure such a
invest
financing?
in people,
Yes,
research,
these are
and
necessary debates besides the
inside
perennial
these
concrete
energy
negotiations,
transition.
something
Thank
that's
you,
not so
Dr.
impacted by
Jurandir.
transitions in terms of governments, and especially we
I'm an
need to
optimist
think
by nature. So
how
what we need to
we are doing, even a blended
foster
financing,
is
even
we
with
need to
different
marry private
resources,
initiative,
with or without the
academia,
cocktail of financing.
and
But we
private
need
sector.
to
Private sector,
rethink
academia,
how
and
we are
government.
going
With those
to do it,
three,
and we won't have to sacrifice one
those
real in debt, and for every one real in debt, I need to give at least 2, 3 as a
this
warrant.
tripod will have, technology
And when we go
advancing
from
and
a project of hundreds of
illuminating
millions to
the
start
investor's
speaking
pathway,
of
but
billions,
without
not even the
putting
banks will be
together
able to
private sector,
warrant that.
public sector, and private
It's not
company.
having or not
Well,
having
it won't
feasibility.
happen.
It
Everaldo
won't. It's
has
not
been one
sustainable.
pioneer.
The structure
I've
is not
fought a
sustainable.
lot. I've got tired going to
Thank
this
you,
Brazil state
Aline. I want
capital,
to thank
talking to the politicians.
all of
So people
you.
would say, Mr. Lauro, you're very
And
sympathetic,
I
but
want
let's
to
talk
thank
about
the
other things
speakers.
because you don't need to
And
think
I want
about
to
that
wish
in
you
Brazil. So
a
come on,
great
let's talk
end
about
of
other issues.
event.
So
And
academia
there are many
must develop
interesting
new technology,
presentations.
and governments, they need
So we
to
hope to have brought
establish
you
the frameworks,
important
and then the
information for the
private
future
sector
of
will
energy
believe
transition.
and put
Thank
their
you so
money on
much.
that.
The session is adjourned.
Thank you, Dr. Lauro. So I thank all the panelists here, but I need to thank you for having had time to be here listening to us, listening to those people that are references in their area. So I thank you very much for your presences, and please, let's give it up to them. They earned it. Thank you very much.
Boa tarde a todos. Prazer estar aqui nesse painel. Todos que estão aqui estão ouvindo? Estão ouvindo bem? Que bom. A gente vai ter um debate bastante enriquecedor agora nessa tarde sobre inovação na indústria energética. Para conduzir esse debate e moderar,
to conduct this debate and moderate, I was asked to be here for a simple reason. I have a flight, so I can't really go beyond a certain time. And considering I have a short time to be here and to adhere to my schedule, I was asked to moderate. I'm kidding. We will have whatever time you need to speak. I would like to present each of the people here. After I ask the question, they will present themselves. We have Raimundo Costa, president of FUNCAP, Bruno Schwartz. He is here straight from Curitiba. We also have Mr. Gustavo Mendelli, Minister of Energy of the province of Argentina. And right here next to me, Mr. Vicente, former Director of Energy Policy of Mexico. So we have a top-tier team and a subject that is very high in the ranks as well. I am the moderator. I am the Director of New Businesses of Biolica, and it is my pleasure to take part and moderate this panel addressing innovation, digitalization, technologies, emerging technologies, and new technologies in industry, and the role of boosting energy transition and doing that sustainably. So let's go. The first question is going to Mr. Raimundo Costa. Raimundo, how do you envision the role of science and technology in the creation of sustainable solutions here in our country? Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone here. I would like to thank everyone for the invitation and the opportunity to be here. And moving on to the answer, I think it is the natural path that innovation be promoted through science and technology. I am the president of the Research Support Foundation in the state of Ceará called FUNCAP. And in that sense, all of our efforts are geared towards searching within academia for laboratories that have potential to help both the private and the public sectors to be able to develop this energy transition. So how do we see our current status? We see the academia working together with other actors, doing that which everyone comments about already, the tripartite cooperation and public financing so that we can promote this transformation. Thank you, Raimundo. Excellent. Very direct, very objective and succinct. And as always, point on. If you could please present yourself briefly and also answer, in which way can decarbonization be a strategy to integrate innovations in our businesses here in Brazil? Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity of being here. I would like to thank you once again for your warm welcome here in Fortaleza. I am responsible for the area of innovation and new businesses. We have been working intensively in the last years in developing innovations for sustainability, and we are currently the largest association of businesses aside from the S system. 3,500 companies associated, spread across several regions, one of them here in Fortaleza.
Good afternoon, everyone. So
wanted to say hello
now we have a female exclusive panel. So on the sides we have Mrs. Virginia in Spain.
Taking part in this forum
Virginia,
and getting to know
us?
Ceará's potential in terms of energy
Great,
transition.
Virginia is helping us.
Especially in
I'd like you to,
I am so happy
when
that
we
we're able
start
to
our panel,
integrate
we have different
connect companies,
time zone, but I
financing
would like
bodies,
to make you
government,
at ease,
academia, and
please. We
startups.
can start talking
It's
about
a
our
hard
panel
thing
that
to
is energy and tourism,
And the answer to your
transformation
question,
of the destinations in a sustainable fashion. So please,
decarbonization has
we give you the honor
shown
to
to
start
be-
our panel.
has been shown to be a complex subject because
Thank you,
it depends
thank you.
a lot on
I'm very
regulation,
happy to be here.
and that is something
I'd
we
like to
discuss
thank
a
you
lot
for the
here.
invitation, for the opportunity.
Prognosis, investment tools,
Unfortunately, because of the time zone, I
from the
won't be
moment
able
we
to
have a
be with
viable
to the end.
macro economy moving
It's
towards a
such a
net
pity
zero
because
economy, we
this
need the
subject is
micro
very,
factor,
very interesting.
which is
But
the practical
I thank you
one.
for
How do I
having
operationalize
given
this?
me the
How
floor
do I take
first.
the
I'm the
research that
coordinator of
everybody at
tourism
promotes,
program
for
here.
example, and
I
how do
work
I
with the
apply
climate
this
change
to the
agenda
daily
and
activities
the
of
circular
each
economy.
business? And the great difference isn't
And I would
necessarily
like to
within
start giving you
innovation,
some good news.
but in the new
Maybe you
business
already
area that
have
we
had those
stand.
news.
So what most
And
matters to
from
companies
the
here in
Banco
Brazil
Eco
is their
29,
ability
our
to
sector
develop businesses on
tourism
top of
has made
based on
history
decarbonization or
for the first
energy
time.
transition or any other theme.
We had the
If we are not
celebration
able
of the
to
Tourism Day.
make companies see that they will have a
Tourism has been
positive
included
return
officially
or
in our
outcome,
agenda. And as you may imagine,
then
we spoke
that
about
certain
energy
theme that is being
transition,
addressed
obviously.
becomes
And
personally
one of
seen
the main
more
results of this
as
reunion,
a theater,
in what
so to
regards
speak,
tourism,
an act.
has been the election,
So
the
we
realization
have
of
to, that is the great challenge, is removing it from an idea and placing it into practice. How can
Okay,
companies evolve their businesses based on this theme, basically? Excellent, Bruno.
so in this
Excellent
sense,
point
in
that
this
you brought to us
theme,
today. Now,
it's a little bit of what
Minister
we're
of
talking about.
Energy,
And besides this
Gustavo
declaration,
Medelli from Argentina, what are the lessons learned from energy transition in
so we
Argentina, and
are
what can we,
fostering since
Brazil,
COP26 and
learn with your country?
Bueno, primero gracias por la invitación. Muy contento de estar acá.
Thank you so much for
leadership
the
in climate
invitation. I'm very
changes.
happy to be here.
We have a
Of course,
declaration, we have a common vision. It's a
Especialmente
kind
in
of
the
a volunteer
province of
commitment. The
Aken,
companies
we
of the
have
sector
energy resources that are very broad in magnitude, gas especially, which confers a
tourism authorities
transition property that
in advance
makes it
together
very
in what
attractive.
regards the climate
However,
changes.
it is important to introduce into the chain value any and all
The emissions in
reductions in
terms
costs,
of tourism
your
is
carbon
around 8%
footprint
of
that
the
leads
global
to all
emissions.
of
That's
this
the last
innovation. So
information.
since we began activities with Vaca Muerta
And we
in
have a scientific study,
2014,
COP29.
a barrel
Considering
of
this,
oil costs $60 to produce, and right now every oil barrel is costing more or less $8.
So, and then the other half,
Still, each oil barrel
we have a
produced
great
100
challenge
kilos.
then, right?
equivalent CO2 equivalent. And nowadays that is in the order of 12 to 14 kilos
in a way
of
that
CO2
we may
equivalent. And of course,
rethink
there's
on
a
how
direct
to use energy
correlation
and
between
tourism not
economy,
only to reduce emissions, but also to potentialize
opportunities to
destinations that are more
optimize
resilient,
the
more
chain,
sustainable. In
and
other words,
reduction
bottom
in
line,
carbon
we can
footprint.
see
Therefore,
this energy
our
transition
strategy has been
as
to
a
optimize logistics,
sustainability
reduce the
engine.
number of displacements of
So
heavy
prioritarily, we
vehicles,
should approach reduction of
support companies
emissions
so that
through
they
energy
can
transition. So
cooperate,
we should bet on the renewable
so that instead of
energy
using their own
in all
resources,
the
they can
chains of
use shared
the value
resources.
chain.
And
Transportation,
lastly,
clean technology,
with regulation
and
integrated
touristic
into
activities.
so
We have
we have
examples
been in
like solar
contact with
panels
industries precisely
and electrification of vehicles.
regarding the
And
rules
then for all this, we need innovation, right?
that for you
Have a better
may hinder
energy
your
efficiency.
efficiency. So
Not only
we want
cost
to get on
reduction
top of these
regarding
rules so that
energy
we can
efficiency,
better
but
regulate
reinforce this mobility.
conditions that are
Challenge
able
if
to promote
we
these
think
processes.
about those small
And
companies.
nowadays, while we reduce the production
Major
costs
parts,
of
so
gas, we also
the
have more
part of our
gas to
sector
produce.
to
Of
lessen, the
course,
majority are SMEs.
the
So
end
the big challenges
consumer
are investments. But the
has
transition
a
will be
vast
important to innovate the approach of this
number
problem.
of options to consume from. They
We
will
are
be inclined
promoting
to
collaboration
use the one
measures
that
for
is
that,
cheapest, especially regarding commodities.
fostering so collaboration and
Thank
demand
you,
from the
Gustavo,
part
Minister
of
of
small
Energy.
companies
This is a
can
true
create
lesson. I think
scale
all
economy
countries
for those investors
that are
that
seeking to develop this
are interested in
transition
participating in this chain. And we have a social
efficient
element
and
as well
transparent
in the energy
regulations are
transition.
needed.
We
Armando,
have
your turn.
benefits for the local communities.
transição
It's like a
energética.
Within
catalyzer
energy transition, within this
for
field,
local
how,
development
from
and
your
may us
point of
and
view, do
improve the
public
quality of
policies or
life
can public policies
of the communities of the touristic
accelerate
destinations.
innovations geared towards
And
this sector specifically of energy
we know that
transition?
transition is not easy.
Well, we must remember that
It's
the
something
energy
about leadership
transition
and collaboration.
in the world, not just in Latin
Sure, it's
America,
important that
it is
governments, companies,
caused by
international organizations, they must
policy-driven
work in group with
consensus,
appropriate
both
regulatory
at the
frameworks.
international level, but also
So
in the
we
public
need,
policies of
I
the
think
different
she
governments.
needs to, well,
So innovation and public policy
we need to
are
see this energy
strongly
transition
related.
as a central pillar.
We need governments who are committed, who understand
And
the
also
challenges, who has the background and the information that
and
they
to
require to make
finalize, I
decisions,
would like, if you
but
allow
also
me,
their
it's
commitment
just
to put forward
a call to
resources
action.
and
And
political
as you know,
strength.
the
In
tourism
many
is
cases,
an engine,
obviously,
it's a
getting
driver for
consensus in these
economic
areas
development, and we
represent
hope
a great challenge. That different
it shall
countries
be
with
a
different
good driver,
priorities,
a sustainable
different
driver.
levels of
It is
development,
not only a
different
target,
energy
it
needs.
must be a moral
And
responsibility.
in that
So I'd like to
regard,
invite you all
building an international
to imagine a
consensus and
future
then
where
building
the
consensus
touristic
within the
destinations are
countries
not only places
represent
to visit,
one of the
but
biggest challenges.
living examples on
Innovation
how the economic activities
is
they
a
can
clear factor of
coexist
differentiation.
in harmony with the planet.
Innovation had
Through
made some
sustainable
of the
energy,
countries
we will
and
be able,
technology,
for sure,
and
to
innovation
convert
had
this
made
vision
some of
into
these countries
reality.
more competitive.
And thank you for the
But
opportunity to
innovation
share this
sometimes is not
information with you.
shared
Thank you very much.
by all the countries. And
So the
obviously, those
challenges
who
are
invest
great. We
on
know
innovation,
about the
who
benefits.
promote
We know that we
creativity,
have the
will
most diverse
also
challenges, but I would
reinforce
like to have
the
some
competitiveness
guidance
of
from
those
yours.
countries.
How
And again,
the small
it's a matter
destinations
of
they can
resources.
start,
How much
they can
money
do a
do you
kickoff.
invest on innovation, and how much political will
You've been very happy.
Political will you invest in promoting new innovative not just
So,
policies,
and we need
but
to,
technologies.
the concerns about the
Current
starts, initial
technology
starts of the
is
small
not
and
enough
medium
to comply with all the energy needs that we have. So the pending topic in any debate about energy transition should include first innovation. Thank you very much.
Nós agradecemos, excelente ponto.
Good question. So we must more synergy
Excellent point.
and synergy between policies, local policies, and SMEs.
Does
SMEs, they
bring
must
forces
mobilize
together,
most
unites
capital they have,
initiatives.
and
Raimundo,
the
a topic now on
managers,
new
the
technologies
destination
and emerging
managers,
technologies.
they must be attentive.
In your
attentive,
opinion,
and we are seeing
are
pre-competitive collaboration
the
exercises
newest,
in a way
most
that
emergent
SMEs
technologies
are creating
that would be
cooperatives
priority
to
for any country that wishes
move
to walk
bigger
faster in the
volume of
direction
clean
of
energy.
energy transition, whether it be in Brazil or across Latin America.
And making them to contribute better. So there is
That's an
not,
interesting question.
there is no silver
I'm going
bullet.
to
There's
begin
something that,
with
but there's
a
something that can be used
unexpected
to
answer.
them also. As
The best
many
innovation
actors we
technology
have,
are people.
better
And I
results.
say
The
that
more the
because
merrier.
Mugabe, through
So,
the
and what
state
about the
government,
GHG emissions?
has a
We
huge
have our
training
models,
program
aerial,
because a
terrestrial,
lot of companies have been
aquatic, so
arriving
greatest consumers.
in
They
Ceará
contribute very
and trying to
negatively.
apply their resources
And
and
the
explore
scenario. So
our
which
renewable
actions your
energy. And we
suggestions
have to be,
for us
we
to
have to train
compensate, so
our
carbon compensation
labor
for those
force.
small
And now
and medium
directly
enterprises?
answering your question, we can also see other aspects, which are the solid state batteries
So
that we
the
can
local
mention,
emissions.
technologies that we can develop.
So always
We have
we're
studies
talking
about
about
Here in
GHG,
Ceará, a lot of
GHG from tourism. We think about aviation, right? Think about the flights.
Colega aqui seria o mediador
Like
aqui.
that
have
difficult thing to
a
talk
colleague
about.
that
The elephant
was
in the
supposed to be a
room.
moderator. He had a
That's the
very
new
interesting project
novelty
where
when we
he
look at the
uses
domestic tourism
an
emissions.
element
When I talk
that
about
comes from
8% of
local
emissions.
stations for electrolyzers. And in this sense, what I can
At the
say about
domestic
these new
level,
technologies
we
is
have
that
car
we should
travels,
take
right?
advantage of what we have here in terms of new materials and renewable resources, both for storage, production, and transport of the
And we are
entire
taking
chain
lots of measures
involving
regarding
renewable
innovation,
energy. And let's not
destinations,
forget about this
and that's
huge
it.
potential
We need to do
for
electrification
innovation
of those
and
fleets.
technology, which is the human being that we
That's a
continuously
very
try to develop
complex
here in
theme,
Ceará. But
and
the new
since the
technologies are
declaration of
the ones
Glasgow,
mentioned, developing new materials, lighter materials, harder materials, and certainly
when we've
we can see beyond the attempt to
followed up all the
decarbonize, we also want
signatories, and well,
to apply it to other
and we've
aspects,
had this initiative to forward
like
as a
forming
group.
composites with lighter fibers to help transport that will
And
reflect in the entire chain.
following up this mitigation and compensation as a subsidy
And our
strategy.
academia is
For example,
also
first of all,
inserted into this
all
process.
the emissions the most as possible, and
We
try
have
to do
renewable energy
compensation
regionals
like
here in Ceará, where several higher education institutions of the
mechanism.
state are cooperating together as our laboratories, and they are focusing on several aspects of
So
this
we
new
need to.
Sempre está na frente. Muito bom ponto.
Excellent point. Excellent.
So in some cases
Dando
we
continuidade, né,
have the
nessas
carbon
Continuing.
market that is very complex. We have lots of different
Qual é
types
a
What
of qualities
what is in
about
your
the credits. The
point of view?
type of credit is type of carbon
How do you
credits
think
that
we are
we
able
can
to
buy. We have high standard
encourage
credit.
even more research, development, and innovation? What's the secret?
So certified by
Well,
good
I don't know
reputation
if there
third
is any
parties.
secret.
So,
From my
and that was in the
standpoint, there
first
is
week of
no
COP.
running
We've had the
from government
agreement,
incentives,
the
like you
Article
will
6 of
mention,
Paris
and I
Agreement,
believe that the more we can
on the
stimulate
Paris
the tactical translation of
Agreement.
what
We
is
have this
happening
article
in the
of the
academia
Paris
to complement it in the market. We value people more.
And
We get to have the students to get more stimulated, that they see the intellectual work they are putting there, their effort
the carbon
to develop
markets
science.
between
Science is worth
countries,
it. I came
sovereign
from an
carbon
event in
market.
Campinas in the beginning of the week.
I think this operation will be very interesting because it will give the possibility to those countries.
About regenerative agriculture, carbon storage in the soil,
In
Brazilian
a way that
agriculture.
through
I know
this
it's not the main
training,
topic
carbon
here,
emission
but my
training,
point from there
or trading,
is that they have a network of
we're trying to
experts.
see which
And they
can
launch
be the
scientific
entrance sector.
papers.
I think the
Every
tourism
year, a lot
sector
of
can be
scientific
interesting
papers.
for
And the first year
those
was
sovereign
kind of
markets.
timid,
It's
but the
not a
second year it
simple thing, but
increased.
we
This
have
year,
identified the
17
possibility to include
very high-quality
tourism in the
papers
national
published by
plans,
researchers from
climate
numerous
plans, not only
universities.
from the point of
It
view
happens
of
in the countryside of the
adaptation,
state of São Paulo.
is
We know
how
the state of
those national
Piracicaba with the
plans they look.
ZALC is a
That's
hub
our
for
sector,
development of
but
science and
also
agriculture.
considering
But there are
mitigation.
researchers from all over
And
Brazil
this, in the short
involved.
term, will allow us
They're doing their
to
research.
improve
We know
those
people have
strategies
a
of
strong
Article 6.
academic calling,
And
it's not the
getting
case,
back
but
once more to
we
the
have to
volunteer
stimulate
market
these people. People
as a
seeing
way,
their
as a pathway we'd like to
intensive
recommend.
academic
We'd like to go farther
production being
into
used
beyond
in
the
practice with the
traditional
practical
credits. And we need
results
to
it
think about
can
carbon
bring them
credits
to the companies,
of
to the
direct
country as a whole, and the
carbon capture.
society.
We have
I think
technologies
this
nowadays that
encouragement
serve
of
to
the people in all
absorb the
universities
carbon
in
from the
Brazil,
atmosphere
first to have
and to
relevant fields of
capture
research
it and to bury
that are
it between
aligned
commas
with
as a
what the
long
world
term.
demands,
Those
the
technologies
hot
are the
topics
future.
of the society,
We'll
the ones
never
with the more potential
reach
to
our
transform the
targets
society. Our
without
students,
technology.
our masters and doctorate students have to find it. And we have to have government
Problem is, it's
incentives so we
very
don't lose this talent. There are
expensive
many
and it's
Brazilian
complicated
talents
to
going
use those carbon
abroad to
credits.
do this
So
research.
we need
So
to
at least
keep
that we can bring
advancing
them
to
back,
generate those demands, for them to be more
apply it
accessible.
all here. And
To do
as they
this mix
develop this
between
research,
traditional
that
compensation,
they are
like,
able
for
to complete
example,
them and apply
reforesting,
them and see a practical
through measurements like
application of
this,
their
but
research
it's-
with the companies. I wanted to
in a
bring the
summary,
buyer example, but there are
it's what
other
I had to say.
examples.
Yes, we have in
Sugarcane
Brazil
technologies
a
and
great
other topics
territory
related
extension.
at
We have
PUC
this
University in Rio Grande do
to
Sul.
SAF.
Carbon
The
uptake
fuel
and
for the
storage
flight
in
companies
Roxanne,
to
the
have
University
some
of Ceará
reduction.
as
So
well.
once more,
The Brazilian companies, the
I
companies
thank
in
your
Brazil need to
collaboration
know
to our
that.
panel, and if
So
it's
building these
possible,
bridges help a lot.
if you will,
Great, Bruno.
keep up with us for listening us, and
Minister
until you
Gustavo.
need to leave. Now
Another
the next
question.
one, talk a little bit about our panel. We'll be learning a lot about
Brazil,
what
Latin
you have to
America.
say.
How
Learn a
can
lot
we
with what you have to
explore
say. Thank you very much.
all the potentialities that Latin America has, seeking for more synergies so we become global leaders in terms of energy innovation.
Sí, bueno, claramente
Well, clearly,
tenemos un potencial en la región que tenemos
we
que
have
saber usar.
potentials in the area
Para
that we
ponerlo en
have to know
números,
how to use it.
Nuestra
Bringing some
provincia
figures, our
tiene
province
recursos de gas
has gas
probados por
resources, proven gas
300
resources,
que son
and
300
300
trillones
DCFs,
de
so
pie cúbico.
300 trillion cubic
Para
feet.
ponerlo en contexto,
And putting that into
consumo
context,
anual
the
de
annual
toda
consumption
Argentina
of the
en esas
entire country
mismas
of Argentina
unidades
is
1.8. Quiere decir que hay
1.8,
muchos años
meaning
de consumo
there are many, many years
argentino
of
a los mismos
consumption.
ritmos. Por lo tanto,
If we follow the
nuestro
same
trabajo es
rhythm,
buscarle
our job
consumidores a ese
is
gas.
to look for consumers
En
for this
principio,
gas.
entendemos
At
que
first, we
para poder llegar
understand
a más mercados
that to get to
con ese
more
gas,
markets with
tenemos
this
que bajar los
gas,
costos de
we
producción,
have to
como
lower.
acuerdo
A while
entre
ago,
Argentina
there
y
was
Brasil
an
para
agreement
empezar
between
a
Argentina and
transportar
Brazil. This agreement
gas
was
de mi
announced to
provincia
transport
hacia
gas
los
from my
puertos
province
industriales de
to
Sao Paulo.
industrial ports of
Esa
São
inversión va a
Paulo.
requerir
These
dos temas.
investments
Número uno,
require two.
transporte, que
One,
tiene que ser por
transportation, It has to be with the gas pipes that already exist, but they have to be reversed. And on our side, we have to lower the cost of production of this power. So reducing the value chain, the cost of the value chain, and also the cost of carbon. So that's where we understand we need the technological center, the research centers of Brazil to help us reduce and find technologies that will reduce the cost of carbon for us. In that sense, there is a good model of a circular economy where we use the resources available in a country and we can direct them to another country to generate more resources. In this model, we have a pilot project. Each well for gas produces a lot of waste that are the rocks that we perforate to get to the gas. And this, so 2 million tons of rocks is produced, and this can be circulated, treated, and go to a final disposal. So we are working with different universities in Alberta, Canada, in Chile, to set up a way so that the disposal is placed on the route, meaning that we all know one route can contaminate the environment. So socially, we agree that is it worth to contaminate to have a route. So instead of treating this perforation waste and spending a lot of money and keeping it inert, we can find two things. We reduce the cost of waste treatment, and we leave an inactive product with an important social value. So a lot of experiences we can have from different countries. We should use them in places where we can produce energy at a lower cost for the benefit of the region. Excellent. For an economist like me, it's cost. I have a cost, I have a market. Very good. And just to finish, my dear Armando, speaking of digitalization in the electric industry, in the electric sector, how can we use digitalization to make this a more efficient sector? I'm going to speak Spanish.
El tema de la digitalización es un factor clave.
Digitalization is a key factor in terms of energy efficiency. I think the equation and the part of energy efficiency, the energy transformation, is the one that is mostly overseen. There is a huge waste of energy produced, and it costs a lot to be transported, and in this sense, new digital projects will cater to this point very efficiently. In the case of Spain, we have a concrete case. One of directors is here, especially in one of these panels. Speaking of these processes, the digital control process and the important impact it has on the environment and the efficient use of this energy. The digitalization is an important challenge. There is no AI without electricity, and storing or this AI in a digitalized world requires much more power, much more energy. As the countries grow and develop, it's obvious that they need more energy production, where the technology of digitalization will contribute significantly to find this balance. There is no energy without the adequate digitalization. And this new wave of digital disruption requires energy production that we hope it's clean, sustainable, and constant. Innovation, again, plays a key role here. We have to have this context in mind. We cannot keep it aside. It's a need we have as human beings, as a society, that the topic of economic competitiveness and its very high impact in economy and the quality of life of the society. We have to invest in innovation, and we have to try and find more digitalization. And there are very concrete, specific cases around the world where they did a good job, and our case is one of them. Very good, Armando. I do hope you enjoyed it. I loved this panel. It was amazing. I have 3 words to sum it up. But I was really grateful for the way you approached your topics and summarized the way in 3 minutes. So a friend of mine says that for a panel to be good, it doesn't need to be eternal. And this panel here was able to bring relevant topics quickly and with people with huge depth of knowledge. They could speak for hours, but in a few minutes, they were able to bring these messages, at least to me. What I learned here for an energy, a competitive, sustainable, efficient energy sector, I can speak of 3 words: innovation, collaboration, no doubt. I heard a lot about collaboration, innovation, and as mentioned by Armando, digitalization. These are 3 buzzwords that I learned here that can make a more sustainable, efficient, and competitive energy sector. And I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you so much. This session is adjourned. I gotta catch my flight now. Thank you.
I would like to make a compliment. So when you said Gibraltar, you've mentioned the Marine Reserve. And today you speak about the rotation of the touristic destinations, but it's not been easy, right? So I would like you to elaborate a little bit more about the challenges, how people there accepted or not, you know, and how was the discussion, the arguments, and the persuasion, and how did things happen? Perfect. Thank you very much. And now I will share. Rosalia, please, floor is yours. You may talk a little bit about Ecuador. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the possibility to participate in this summit. And soon, so we've talked a lot about tourism as the industry without smoke, without chimney. So, but first, we've discovered that tourism features lots of chimneys, and in some spaces we are not. We need to talk about tourism, sustainability, and in this case, energy also. And in the current moment, we need to talk about science, importance, and why I'm telling you this. When I start thinking about how our lives changed, I have age enough to understand how our lives changed. I'm from before the internet. I'm a digital migrant, but I needed to learn lots of things during the years. When we put on a balance science and conscience, I would like that my conscience should, moral perspective should make us to change our behavior, And if I would like to propose an example for us to understand how can we change the habits, it would be not easy, and the adults, they wouldn't be so keen on changing. So we need to work on education to change children behavior, youngsters behavior, if you want a sustainable world, actually. So, but science came to modify habits. Who would say that we would be so keen on the cell phone? Who would say that we could, tune with platforms, with TV, etc. During the pandemic, we've learned how to use Zoom and the platforms to communicate better and to communicate with the members of our family. It was not so common to have video presentations like these, but since the pandemic, we've learned that it's possible. science maybe do more than conscience. But we have a new technological device because we've decided to change and those vehicles and for example those special vehicles that are the balloons that are most friendly than the jets and the flight travels. This can be, but we see that those talking about dirigible, right? Airships, but we have all the vehicles in terms of amount of fuel and because of the waste it generates. Great cruisers with the greatest cruise in the world, they are making with sails. So the Orient Express will cross the seas with sails, sailing and not with engines. Well, so it would seem like a romantic idea from a novel, but it's a reality now. So science is advancing a lot, but clearly we cannot let conscience aside. I need to say that only animal that pollutes is the human being, the only one. Because when you have animals, captive animals, they will generate waste. But so we need to understand that the animal world, it's not strange for the touristic industry. It's the generation of trash, garbage. How much garbage it generates, how much we need to be coherent and work with a circle economy. How are we going to recycle, reuse all the goods we have for our daily routines? That can be it can be applied in the touristic world. So we can participate in shows, in art. So the COVID experience let us a legacy, and we have all the pathways. On the other hand, we saw the demonstration of the Mykonos island inhabitants in Santorini as well, but we saw the demonstration in Barcelona, Canary Islands, telling that we don't have any more tourists enough because they are ending our way of living. They are polluting, not only talking about physical pollution, but also sound pollution. In other words, they are very noisy, causing loads of problems for the local population. They live on tourism, but maybe it's enough. So we've exaggerated. We are not thinking about people. We're thinking only in an entertainment moment. We must think a little bit more than conscience than science. Let's think about a less hedonistic world. And let's think about to be more conscient, to propose a better world using in a better fashion the resources we have available. Thank you very much. So circular economy, etc. It's not easy to start a circular economy to give it a kickoff in that community far, far away. So circular economy, it's nice to use in small, medium, and large communities, but the kickoff, talking about public policies, what can you say in terms of public policies versus circular economy? So based on what science is telling us, public policies must be based on science. If we see the propositions of blue economy, for example, green economy. So it's telling us that even people in most remote places, they are much more, it's much easier for them to be favorable to this kind of proposition than those people who live in more industrial places, more complex places, where we are used to, that we know that children, they think milk comes from the supermarket, not from the cows. And people must understand nature is complicated. And I have grandkids, and I work in a leadership school, and I know how youngsters, how they think, and I relate to people of my own age. So I think it's much easier to offer this kind of tool for kids and youngsters, because there we will find a greater conscience, a greater awareness. And the adults difficultly, they will change their habits. Obviously, I could say, well, you cross your arms, but crossing your arms. If I talk this to children, they will capture this immediately. And we need to do this in quick fashion. We were talking with all the chiefs of state, and we don't have a planet B. We just have this only one planet, and we have no time. We acknowledge this because of droughts and severe events. In Ecuador, we've had Galapagos. I think you've heard about Galapagos, right? Many people, they do not know that it belongs to Ecuador, because people just want to go to Galapagos, and Galapagos is part of Ecuador. And it's a controlled place. We have a certain number of people to enter Galapagos every year. It's respected. And we have a laboratory as well, I believe the best natural laboratory of the world, where Darwin developed the evolution of species theory. There is tourism, but it's a very controlled tourism. The number of inhabitants that enter is very controlled. No one can get anything from nature. So they must leave everything at the same place. So no animal, not not even a moss. It's easy to get by. To get by sea lion and other animals, to see them around. And we allow no strange species, invasive species, but it's hard working, but we need to do this, right? So now I will pass the floor to Loretta. Loretta, please tell us about you and about your work. just to confirm and to complement this thing about the supports, political supports that we need to integrate each day more. The activities, you've mentioned examples like big metropolises, but a small community talking in Brazil, about Brazil, for example, underdevelopment country. How can we reconcile and demonstrate each day more the importance of public policies to bring the House of Representatives for them to understand the necessity. So we are a little bit delayed. We need to recover time. The time we've lost now, not looking only, that's something we must recover, time we've lost, and how to do this with greater agility. Wow, this is a very exciting. If I could, I would stay the whole night talking about this. So Loretta, Lisetta, and Rosario, I don't know if Virginia is online, but can we do our final remarks? And I leave you my deepest gratefulness because you are here. Thank you for having this connectivity with tourism and energy transition. And please, if you want to start with your final remarks, please. In my case, we need to think about three things. One is about a legal framework that is adequate in the countries and the local governments because it's necessary. Without that, sometimes we just feel handcuffed. And education unavoidably is fundamental. And the greater capacity of listen and call to action by all the stakeholders, people in the field and in the territory that must act, in a very certain fashion to achieve a sustainable tourism. And I would add up something else. When we talk about tourism, tourism is not an island. Tourism is developing in our countries, and for that, it's part of a whole set of tourism is part of our daily activities, part of the country's daily activities. That's what I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Pronto, tá certo? Ok? Bom, boa tarde a todos. Encerrando aqui
Good
o evento,
afternoon.
né?
We
O
are
público
coming
não
to
está
the
tão
end of
grande
our
como no
event.
início, mas
We
acredito
don't
que dá para a
have
gente fazer uma discussão
in
muito bem
numbers
feita.
the same
Nós já
size of
temos dois
audience as we
grandes
did
nomes
before,
aqui
but
ao
we
meu
have
lado.
two
Eu gostaria de me
exceptional
apresentar
names here.
anteriormente. Eu sou Brígida
Right
Miola,
next to
sou
me, I
secretária
am
executiva
Brigida
da
Miola,
Indústria da
Executive
Secretaria de
Secretary
Desenvolvimento
of
Econômico do
Industry
Estado do
of the
Ceará.
Economic Development
Somente
Secretariat of the
justificando,
State
né,
of
caso o
Ceará.
secretário Salmito, mas
Over there, we
infelizmente ele
have
não pôde
our
comparecer, ele está
Secretary
apresentando alguns
Salmito.
sintomas
He
gripais,
unfortunately
e
couldn't be
aí a gente
here.
está com essa possível
Is
onda de
down with the
Covid,
flu, and we
então
have this
achamos mais
possible wave
prudente
of
ele não
COVID.
participar do
So
evento.
we thought
Mas
it would be in
talvez eu
everyone's
acredito que ele
interest that he not
levaria
be here
essa
right now,
discussão
but
por
I
uma outra
believe
vertente,
he
né, por
would
ser
lead this
político, já está
discussion
há muito tempo no cargo.
using
Mas eu, como Brígida Miola, vou me
another hook,
aproveitar de
but
vocês
me,
dois.
I
Acabei de
I
assumir a
want to take
Secretaria a
advantage of
Secretaria da
you.
Indústria
I
e
just took
gostaria de
on the
aprender um pouco
Secretariat
mais
of
da experiência
Industry,
de
and I wanted
vocês,
to know a
né?
little bit more about your
Inicialmente,
experience. Initially,
eu gostaria que vocês se
I would
apresentassem,
like
só
you
para o
to
público, eu
present
estou aqui com a
yourselves.
Loreta
I
Sanches,
have
que é
here
ex-congressista
Loreta
nos Estados
Sanches,
Unidos, e com o Gustavo Casal, que é
former
diretor de energias
Congress member of the
alternativas,
United States, and I have here
vice-ministério de Minas e Energias do
Vice
Paraguai.
Minister
Gostaria que
of
vocês se apresentassem
Mines
um
and
pouquinho para o
Energy of
público e para mim também, por favor, Loreta.
Paraguay.
Damas
Please
first.
present yourself if you may.
Ladies first.
Well, first of all, this has been a really amazing conference. So I'm thrilled to be part of it. And I'm thrilled you were all part of it. I hope you found it as exciting as I did. So I was a congresswoman for 20 years. I represented a place in California, a place known for tourism. Disneyland is in my hometown of Anaheim, and we have these beautiful beaches also there. So I have always been very interested in ecology, our environment, protecting it. I'm an avid outdoors person because I live in a place that has sun 340 days a year. I have mountains, I have desert, I have beach. And so when I was in the Congress, one of the areas that I worked in was sustainability, in particular, how it dealt with tourism. So thank you for having me.
Eu que agradeço, Loreta. Gustavo, você
I'm
pode
the one to
se
thank
apresentar
you for being here.
pouquinho, falar
Gustavo,
das
can you
suas
present yourself?
experiências? Fica o retorno.
Muchas gracias por la invitación. Perdón, es que escucho Bueno, contento de estar aquí.
I can hear. I'm so happy to be here.
Del lugar que describió
Paraguay
la colega, nosotros no tenemos playa, así es
is
que
very different from the place that our colleague just
na verdade
described.
eu
We
sou
don't have
suspeito para
beaches.
falar de
It's a
Brasil,
pleasure to
eu
be
morei
here.
muito lá no Rio de Janeiro, então curtia muito Paraguai também. Estoy muy feliz de haber participado en un principio del evento.
I am very happy to have worked and participated in this event. This is an event with an incredible methodology. Everything is working very well.
Los días fueron muy interesantes.
And it's wonderful to see all of these very interesting debates that have taken place, and we can contribute to the exchange in knowledge. I am from the Vice Ministry of Mines and Energy of Paraguay. We also depend on the the Public Works and Communications Secretariat, and Paraguay is a very special country. Different, unlike Ceará, 100% of our energy is renewable. With hydroelectrics like Itaipu in Brazil that we share, we export 70% of our energy production, which means that we are working intensely on energy transition. And I believe that each and every country has its own particularities.
And the opinions of the specialists.
So according to that,
have brought us through a pathway of energy transition
and how we can
that in some
improve
cases
the use of our resources.
we can
Thank you so much,
have some
Gustavo. I hope
funding
you are
and some
enjoying our
good
beaches.
political will.
Well,
what would occur if we arrive
know
to this
that
point, waiting for energy transition, and we have the clean
renewable
energies and the
energy.
sources of renewable
And
energy.
now with the green
maybe those
hydrogen
who
hub, we know
drives
that there
our
are a
life
few
as in the energy
challenges to be
sector.
faced.
And if we arrive
so
to this
that our
point, is this
green
inclusive?
hydrogen hub
Is this
can
to
actually
everything,
come
to
to
everyone?
life.
I'd better
We
say.
know that
I've seen in those 2 days
our
principles that
regulation
we've managed to
that is
have.
yet to be
The principles.
implemented. We have a few things to come, but I would like to listen to you and your experience. When we talk about energy transition, we know that Ceará has some challenges
We have
and
Max
that the
trying to
United
connect
States
himself, right?
is advanced in
Max
this
from
regard in
Madrid.
terms of renewable
We hope
energies and
we
energy
can
transition.
bring
We,
him
for example,
some,
have
his opinion,
an
well,
energy
and in the
transmission
meanwhile, I would
grid
like
that
to
is different
introduce you
from
my
that of the
colleagues
United States.
on the
And
stage.
perhaps that is one of the topics that we can see as one of the largest challenges when we talk about the green hydrogen hub and renewable
I will
energy.
introduce you to
What are the
those
main challenges that
specialists
you
we have
in
in
the
this
United
panel
States
discuss
face
about
when we address
energy justice.
energy
We have
transition or
Tiziana
public
Queiroz. Let's
policies
start
geared
with
towards this energy
I am
planning
the
and
former president
transition
of
in
Exxon
itself.
Technology, based on Brazil.
tell you
So
that we
we'll
are
have
the largest
some light,
state. We have
put
40
the
million
spotlight
people.
on
Over
about which
10%
different
of the U.S.
options we
population
have,
lives in
or
my
what
state.
can work, what is not working.
My state has
And we
an
have Tiziana
electric grid.
Queiroz, president
It
of
covers the
Somos
entire state.
and
Also,
she's an
able to take up
company
transmission
entrepreneur of the year.
from neighboring states, Oregon,
And how the
Nevada,
inclusion
even
and the
Texas,
societies. We have Max
Arizona.
here.
Our biggest
Can we hear
problem in
us?
California from an electrical standpoint
So what a great
is
joy!
that our
What a
grid
great
is
joy to
old.
have you. It's a
And
pleasure to
it will
greet you.
cost
It's a
quite a bit
pleasure to me to be in
to
this
upgrade
worldwide
it.
conference
Actually,
that is repercuting a
put in
lot.
a new one.
Thank you, Max.
I will give you an example.
To get to
A
us,
summer
to
ago,
this panel. Thank you for your
we
time.
had very
From
hot
Madrid. Are you on
days,
Madrid?
which we don't
Yes,
see
I am in
up
Madrid.
and down the
I've been,
state. Maybe
in
the
G20.
north is colder
I'd like to
and the
congratulate Brazil.
south is hot in the
Always
summer.
the
But
protagonist of
that
great agreements. I
particular
would like
summer,
to be there, but I
the
am very
whole
well
state
represented
was
by
hot.
you. Thank
Maybe
you. Thank you, Max, my friend.
10 days
Let me introduce you,
of
Roman
over
Rodriguez.
100 degrees each day.
He's an entrepreneur.
That's very hot where people
with
live.
lots of skills, and he's the president
So
of Global
the electrical
Gift
company
Institute
said to us, don't
and
charge
of a
your
foundation.
cars. California,
And
10% of
he
its
accumulates
cars
lots of
are
roles, and
electric.
among them, he's the president of the
All the other
school
states
council. That
are
is the
less
foundation
than
of Papa Francisco.
1%.
We'll be talking with him
We
about
have
inclusion
10%. We have
and
people
social
who
justice.
want to
So
buy
towards
electrical
the
cars
most vulnerable
and
sectors
drive
of the
them
society.
that don't right
Well,
now. But
Max
after that
is
summer,
the secretary,
everybody said,
general
maybe
secretary
not.
of the
Maybe it's
International
a
Youth
problem. The
Organization.
problem was our
very
grid.
active, very
Because
present.
if we charged our cars
It's important
and
to
we
have
kept
his
our air
opinion,
conditioners on,
to
we
listen
had
to his point of view,
brownouts up and down the
and
state.
about our
So our
future
problem is the grid. Here's the issue.
in all the
Politically,
sectors, but mainly in what regards
when you are in
energy. Let's
traffic,
start with Tiziana.
you as the consumer see it
Maybe she'll
and you
need
get
to
mad.
go out
So you
earlier.
tell me,
She has been
the
very
politician,
generous, and now
fix
she
the
will get a
street.
flight.
You don't
and we'll be
see
talking to
what's
you
underground,
today. And when you
the transmission
leave,
of
please
electricity.
feel at ease to do it.
And so
Tiziana,
you
how
don't
did
tell
you-
me fix the
How to promote
electricity.
this energy
And the
transmission in
electricity
most vulnerable
costs a lot more to fix
Well, social justice
than the
in an event like this, in
transportation.
transition
So,
energy,
as a politician,
in an event about
I
transition energy.
fix what
Beforehand, we would
you
talk
are
about
mad about, not
social
what I
impact
really need
and
to
separated
fix.
from social,
That's the politics.
environmental, social. We cannot divide both things. We must talk about social
Excelente.
environmental impact.
Excellent.
And every action you are doing, every place, must have those two pillars together.
I am a
Somos
little bit
it's more
shocked
focused
to
on
know
social,
about this problem.
but we
Such a
are
developed and
bringing
advanced
this look
country,
because
and
we know that
we are
people that
facing a
must suffer
few
from the
issues
negative
as well when
impacts
we
are the
talk
most
about our grid.
vulnerable ones. So when we
We had
support people
interruptions
in
in
vulnerable
renewable energy
communities to
projects that
prosper,
have
to
affected
develop better,
investors.
they leave from vulnerable
And we are
communities and they
also
can
seeking
protect
ways
themselves from climate changes.
to ensure
And
we are able to
what we've
advance
been
in
seeing
terms
a lot
of
is
transmission
this
grids.
look
And
on
I
how
hope
companies
to learn even more from you.
that invest in energy transition are
Gustavo
super
was
important to
mentioning
contribute in
that
this place. How we can
100%
bring
of the energy
social
production in
things
Paraguay
together.
is
We at
renewable,
Somos
but unlike
when we
Ceará, our
act, we need
state
to take a look of the
that is inserted
surroundings
in
of the solar
semi-arid
plant or
environment,
wind
and we
power
don't
plant.
have a
What
hydric
happened
source of
there?
production.
So Quilombola,
Our main sources are wind
which
and
kind of
sun,
vulnerable
solar
communities we
energy.
do have.
What
When we look
is
at that, we see an
the
enormous
plan
challenge
and the
between
public policies of
communication of
Paraguay
both
when we talk about
people, parties,
adhering to
companies,
new
and
energy
etc. And
sources? Do
sometimes
you
that's a
have
place
public
that we have
policies geared
conflicts
towards
around because we
attracting
have lots of conflicts of interest, and we have a challenge to
enterprises
look at those
or
places.
even inserting
We
new
are
sources so that you're
on
not
how can we
dependent
transform
completely on
regions of
hydric
conflict and
sources, on
in
water
places
sources.
of collaboration and looking at those communities. And look,
Realmente es muy
we have
interesante
nothing
y es
about
el gran
us
debate que se está dando en
without
Paraguay
us.
en
If we're
estos
talking
días.
about a certain community,
That is
we
a very
must sit on the
interesting
table. We
question,
must be
and
respected.
we have just approved
We must
a
foster the
law
history.
that
So
incentivizing
we cannot put a
alternative
fence
energy,
on a
but
certain
we are
beach
still
and leave
walking
community
very
alone.
slowly
Leave
in terms of
impede
that.
the fishermen,
La parte
you
de
know, to
formación
do things.
técnica de profesionales en el país
Somos has
es
been
lo que
Given
tenemos
the
que
fact
trabajar.
that we have to train the professionals of our country and we still have to develop this side of the equation,
and we do some work that is called Echoes of Community,
and we will
look
have
at the
to
challenges
develop,
of the
and we are
community
doing
and the
this, everything
power,
that relates to fees.
and
Our fees
how
are
that
very low
companies
when
doing the
compared
green
if
transition
we
they can
change
support that
sources,
community
but yes, we
to
do
prosper.
have
So
a very
from their
serious problem
potentials.
that we need to face, which is related
Yeah,
to
it's
climate
fundamental to
changes
listen to
and the
and
influence
to
that
have
all of this has
participation, you know.
on the basin of the Paraná River.
To,
Our three greatest hydroelectric centrals
so
that
you are working
provide
on the
energy
field, you
to the
know
entire territory of
what
Paraguay covers a
impact.
huge amount, and we depend on three hydroelectric plants. So
How
it's
was the
been
impact?
3 years
How will
since
would
we
be
had
the
a
impact
very
for this
grave
more
issue,
clean
and we
transition? We
almost
know
had
that the
an
transition
energy
they do
crisis
not
due to drought.
they do not put
dijo
the
que no
most
teníamos que
vulnerable
enchufar
And
poor in
of
this
course,
sense.
we had to affect consumption and ask consumers to turn off their air conditioners.
And
But
when
we
a
also worked on
transition
a
is
concept
on
that
in the
involves the
community
Paraguay
is complicated. So what
population,
happened in
which is a new one
municipality
to
of
them,
Aracati?
energy
It happened the
efficiency, a
wind
theme that is
energy
related to
arrived, for example,
transition. I always say that
and we
abundance
have
is a bad
houses
thing.
creating cracks
And due to the
in the
fact that we
houses, the old
have
houses
these
of the
three
fishermen,
plants,
and they
we
put a fence.
we currently
and
export.
had
Paraguay is the
sexual
largest
exploitation against
electric
women.
energy exporter
The
in the world.
workers
So what
that
is the
would
great
work
challenge
on
that
the
we are faced with?
operation,
It is
the
exactly
implementation of the wind farms.
diversifying
They
the
would
generation, the
exploit
generating
women, and
matrix.
they would them
And we
pregnant. They
have an
would leave them
important
pregnant,
role
and their sons, their
with
kids, they would be
alternative
called
sources
sons of the
because in
wind.
Paraguay we have a
So
huge
we
potential
must
for solar
assess the
energy
situation of the
and for
community
wind
and
energy,
impede
and we need to
the harmful
complete a few
consequences. Sometimes
measurements.
we have a wind power
Initially, we have two
plant,
regions
and
that
the
show
surrounding
potential for this,
community,
and
they
we are
have
also
energy, or
strongly
they cannot
working
connect to the grid,
on
or the energy is so
efficiently
expensive
taking
that
good
they must
advantage
choose
of
between buying
biomass. We are
groceries and buying
currently
energy.
installing
So
a
it's not only
cellulose
that,
plant
oh, we are doing our part in
that
environmental,
will
but what about the
generate
social,
200
the
megawatts
impacts?
in projected potential. And out of these
And we are
200, we
listening
will
to
probably make 90 megawatts
listening to
available to the
Tiziana. I hope
grid.
the
So
decision makers,
we have
can listen to yourself
recently
as well,
approved legislation
because this is not only an opinion, that's the
that
description of a
encourages the
reality.
incorporation of
I would like
renewable
to foster
energy.
this
We're
moment
working on these regulations and we are
to ask
opening
Celso,
the energy generation market.
like to
I'll
ask
tell you,
Celso
I'm
from
going to
the
tell you
private
this, but
sector,
it's
and
interesting.
as a
We only have
member of
one
the
company. It's a
Innovation
monopoly,
Committee,
really. It's a state-owned company.
as I would have from Tiziana, we know that the
So this is
communities,
an
they do
integration
not
that is
receive energy,
verticalized,
and
and
they're
we're
not
also working on that to
harmed
be able to
if they
see
have
ways of opening
from the renewable
up the
energies, but
market a
which
lot more.
technologies are key to change the energy infrastructure,
Excellent, Gustavo. The state of
whatever,
Ceará has
wherever. So
tried to
Brazil,
invest in
at least in the world.
energy, and now with the green
So
hydrogen
really,
hub,
I would like to
even more. So
thank
I would
you
like to know,
for all the
Lorena,
opportunities to
when
try
we
to
talk about
understand, to
energy
respond, to
transition, we
answer.
can't talk about it without it being
So I had the
just
concern
and
to look
equitable.
at
So how
several of the
can we build
initiatives,
public
Luz
policies
para Todos, so
that are focused
electricity
on
for all,
a
a Brazilian
just
federal
energy
government,
transition?
and other programs in Germany and Spain. Many situations I've
that to a
observed
large
around the world,
extent,
and during the last 3 decades,
when
most
people in
fascinating thing
California
was
put
looking
solar
for all
on
the
their
efforts
home,
necessary.
it's really only the
Fascinating, the main thing. So
wealthy
everyone
or the
try
upper middle
how
class
I am
who can
going to
afford
do
it.
this
And
inclusion
then
in a fair
they
way,
don't
in a fair
have to
fashion, and
pay
bringing
on a monthly
everyone together
basis. In
to a better
fact,
solution.
if you
And the
were one
most
of the
interesting thing,
original
all the
people
answers
that put
we
solar on their
arrive
homes,
to this thing.
you're
So to
under a
plan
contract where the
integral,
utility
inclusive,
company
economic
pays
diversification,
you
assertiveness,
for the extra
public policy, social
energy
justice,
that goes
environmental
in.
justice,
So
awareness
that
raising and
means
education, sustainable
that the
funding, metrics
fixed
and
costs
monitoring, etc.
of the system
So very
is
common
spread
standards.
over
I think that's
less
something
people
fine
in the
when we talk
system.
about social justice
And
and
the
inclusion,
people
etc.
who are
Everyone
left
asks the same
in the
question, and
public
apparently
system
everyone arrives
are
to
the
the
poor.
same responses
So they
and
are
the same things to do.
paying
And
more
it's much
every
interesting. The
year
last
for
30 years, people
electricity.
are doing this, and
So
decade
we're
after decade,
trying
year
at
after
the
year,
federal
it's
level
each day
to
more
send
difficult to
monies
have some results.
down
And when we
to
have
help
good results, these are
people
results that
with
are
less
questioned
money
each day
put
more.
solar on their homes. That's the way we're trying to get them in a system that works for
economically
them.
feasible. This
So the
leads
poor
to a
will
funny
always
question.
pay
So
more.
we are
You know that,
passing
right?
through an energy transition
If you
from
live in a
point
poor
A to point B,
neighborhood,
from a reality to another.
supermarkets don't want to come
Second
to your
thing is that
neighborhood.
we are experiencing
So
several
the markets
realities.
you have
Most
are
recently,
liquor stores,
many of you
smaller,
so
with
are
worse food, with higher
we live
prices.
in a world
The
that is
poor
volatility,
always
complexity, and
pay
ambiguity, etc.
more, at
And now
least
it's
in
a
the
word
United
bunny,
States.
so frailty,
That's the way it is.
uncertainty,
Right?
lack of
So how do we make it
understanding, anxiety.
equitable?
I
Well,
don't know if you are
we
aware,
have
but
to
most
have
recently
public
from this
policy
year, we've
that
entered in
says
the next step that
energy
is a erupted world
is
where everything is quick,
a necessity.
unpredictable,
If it's a
radical,
necessity,
and
then
paradoxal.
we need
Mainly
to
interconnected.
make
So a
sure
certain
we're
degree of
investing
complexity,
in
a
it
degree of
with
things
the public
happening,
monies.
and the quickness,
Otherwise,
it's
the poor will
unprecedented.
always pay more.
Everything we are coming
It
and
has
we're
to be a
asking for
policy
and having the
issue.
same
It has
answers
to be a
during more than 30 years
values
trying to
issue
address
to
things in a world
invest
that
in
features
electricity
those
for
changes
everyone.
with
In
kind of solution
the
that we
olden
have to think
days,
about. Well,
the United
maybe
States was that way.
this issue, I
There were
don't know
people,
for
for
all,
example,
if
in the
it's
state of
intriguing,
Tennessee.
but
We have
to
the
me it's
Tennessee
intriguing
Valley.
because when we
They
look
had
at
no
the same
electricity.
things
So we
trying
made
to
a
address
federal
this for 30
project
years, trying to
to
solve the
build
same questions in a
electricity
world
for
changing
the
that
people in
quickly.
the rural areas.
It leads me
So
to
we
think
used
about
to
the fact
do
that
it.
we needed to
We
think
just have gotten
in
away
a different way.
from
So what
helping
is
the
common
poor.
and what do we have? Maybe to change is difficult. What is common? I think the common is that we need to look to a
Acredito
unity,
que
to
nós temos que
community.
primeiro
I
identificar,
think
né?
we
The
need to
surroundings
first
are not
identify
community, a
what
specific
actions
reality
are needed
in which we have specific
when we want to develop
challenges,
the state and
regional,
how
national, but
to
it's a community, it's a group
bring
of
the
people.
community into this energy
Second thing,
transition. Thank you so much.
maybe you needed to
Gustavo,
use
you were saying
technology and what allows us
you were talking
to
about
have
this
its
planning proposal
networking effect,
for energy
to reach
transition in
people,
Paraguay, the
either
possible
to
inclusion
approach
of new energy,
solutions,
renewable
to
energy
bring
sources
solutions
and
and
clean
ideas.
energy
So
sources
how
so that
much
you are
we
no
are
longer
thinking
fully
about the
dependent
possibilities
on
of getting
hydroelectric plants.
programs from communities
Taking advantage
and internet
of the
and
fact that we're
artificial
talking about
intelligence.
just energy
So
transition,
bright
how has
minds
Paraguay discussed
to
public
think us
policy?
to receive
And
specific problems.
does Paraguay contemplate strategies geared towards just
So we have
energy
a problem
transition
in
within
that
its public
specific
policies?
community using this network effect and the capacity to connect, to integrate and to bring
Como les dije, yo creo
collective
que
intelligence
transición
with bright minds
energética, cuando
to
hablamos de
try to solve the
transiciones,
problem of that community. For the first
cada
time in
país tiene una
history,
realidad
we have
diferente.
this
Loreto acaba
possibility.
de contarnos cómo están enfocando esto y cómo lo vieron en el
No, this is
pasado
not
también.
possible, right? And well,
Actualmente Paraguay está, como les dije,
Currently, Paraguay, as I
Fukushima.
mentioned, is concentrated
So it's experienced three great crises, an
on
unprecedented
diversifying the electric
earthquake,
grid and better using the
more than 9
electricity
in
that
the
we have.
Richter scale. And then another thing,
have
then a
oil
nuclear plant
derivatives
that
that
got
are
closer to
imported.
almost closer to Chernobyl. It could
los
be
And
destructive
to
there,
combat
but
all
if
of
it
this, we are
was,
developing heavily.
if things have happened as predicted,
We have been seeing plenty
half
of
of Japan would
advances
be
in terms of fuel, just like
impossible to
Brazil.
live, to inhabit,
del parque automotor
In
half part
terms
of Japan.
of
For the first time, an
alcohol.
extraordinary thing happened.
Entonces, tenemos muy bien
So
trabajado
Joe
eso
Ito,
y
MIT lab professor,
hace
he
unos
was in
4
Tokyo.
meses
He called them.
aumentamos la mezcla obligatoria.
He called their family and he verified they were safe in Tokyo, and he tried to help scientists to help everyone
We have
in the
been
surroundings
working
at the plant
green
to understand
hydrogen
how
strategies
radiation would spread out. More than 10 scientists
with
connected
all
started
the
to think
excessive
about
energy we have in terms
cheap
of natural
Geiger
resources. We
counter
are
to
quite
be
an interesting
implemented
country
in the
for
vehicles, in the local
investments
vehicles, and
in
to see how
hydrogen,
radiation
green
would be
hydrogen
evolving.
production.
And in 48 hours, it's been possible to do
And,
the extraordinary thing to know
the
how, with a simple
expectations
equipment,
of the
it
use of
exists to assemble things
hydrogen
assemble simple things and start doing the changes. For the first time, it was possible to bring brilliant minds of the whole world to establish a common solution. And if it's possible to do to Fukushima, we can do to other communities and to bring brilliant minds for them to think about together to address a problem.
See how we are in the middle of South America.
Brilliant minds and understanding that we are building
and large agricultural
for all.
producers.
And I would like to ask you
think one of the final uses of hydrogen
what
could
is future
be green fertilizers
youngsters and the new generation. Max, please.
Fuels like aviation fuel.
About innovations, about
there was a little bit of
ideas that
change in the
Celso was talking about.
Speaking
How do you think youngsters they can participate?
Directing to what you were specifically asked.
We need participation of the communities.
As I mentioned
we need
before,
brilliant
Paraguay
ideas.
has a national coverage.
What role the new generations will play
electricity
in this?
99.97%
Thank you very much. It's a great joy
of
to be here. I have a great joy to be
monopoly
here
of
in
a
Telma.
monopoly of a
As you
company,
would say,
just like in many places in Brazil. You have
multiple
your
entrepreneurship. You are a multiple woman entrepreneurship. So Brazil is the epicenter of many ideas, and more talking about sustainability. We are sure that COP30 will be unprecedented and historical. We know that we'll foster lots of advancements. Governments, the first social entrepreneurs, they are about to perform and to be the protagonists of everything, and we want to contribute with demonstrations in terms of sustainability, but mainly with the force of ideas, with concrete propositions. So we would combine those demonstrations with propositions. I would like to congratulate Mrs. Tiziana. I believe a lot in this exercise where in the seek of social impact and environmental, and as a consequence we have economic impact. I'm sure that this world that will come will be led with solutions, and as Thelma used to say, everything will be done collaboratively. It will be co-created. The state, as a social entrepreneur and the
Currently,
companies,
we have implemented a social fee. It's much cheaper depending on your level of
those are
consumption.
times of changes. We need to look at the reality with the same glasses or goggles, not with a new set of goggles. That's why this World Summit is important. I ensure that this justice must be inclusive to all, not only in terms of access,
for instance, because the
but
consumption
mainly
will go up, but all the other pieces of equipment they can have and they can use it and have the
we have these
social
SDGs for
fees. But
2030.
we have high temperatures, and that's a
but,
little bit of a limitation, the use of air conditioners. But out of these policies,
and
and also
sustainability.
we work currently a
Youngsters
lot. We have been studying
are changing
to
these scenarios
incorporate-
and
we are
generating
finishing the
ideas,
studies
propositions,
to
and a series of
replace
elements that can benefit community and
wood,
address loads of those
especially the use of
challenges and
wood for
create a series
cooking
of strategies. So I
and
bet on
GLP,
innovation,
liquefied
and
gas
if I'm
for
not
cooking.
having myself
We are
explained,
having
well,
a national program
a
for
country like
clean,
Brazil,
efficient cooking. So we
youngsters
are
are of great
working on developing a
importance,
transition.
and
There are many different
because of their
realities in
idea, not
Paraguay.
only well,
So
with
of course
this new
there are
look,
very
this
poor
new exercise
people
of
that they cook on
innovation,
the floor.
they will
They don't
impact
even have a
us.
stove to cook it. That's a reality even for
I say
Brazil.
this not only for
And culturally
energy,
speaking, it's hard
sustainable
to
energy, but for
incorporate
water supply,
induction
access,
stoves. So
etc.
we are
The
working
world
strongly
features not only one problem.
with indigenous and
Well,
communities and
those who had the
to
solution
and
for
poor population to
ancient problems,
incorporate
they would have
cook,
the world
stoves, bringing
prize. So
benefits
youngsters,
for
they come with
health
ideas
and
with
anything that's
innovative
possible.
solutions and leading the way
And
for
for
this
the
transition to happen, and for
middle
this
and
universal
upper
access to
classes, we are
sustainability as
replacing
water,
the plan is
etc.
to
will happen.
replace
I know we are passing
the
through
gas
times
for
of
electricity,
transformations, and we're leading
liquefied
these
gas
two
for
solutions, and the
electricity.
youngsters
So we are
are
working
the
on
most
different
affected.
fronts.
Because youngsters are those who need to
And the
do what the previous
transition is
generations
necessary, and we are working on public policies for
did not.
that.
they're proposing solutions, proposing sustainability. So
Yeah,
that's what
we can see that
like
Paraguay
to
has
say to
similarities
them
when you speak about
and
energy
involved in
transition.
the ideas and the social
Brazil
entrepreneurs.
also has similar
And
policies. We have a green hydrogen
obviously, the
laws. We
youngsters,
have
the new
programs for
generations,
energy
they are
efficiency.
part
We
of
also
finding a solution,
have
of doing
the
part, being
biodiesel
part
more
of the
and
solution. And
more
in this sense, I
being
would
used.
like
We're
that Mr.
increasing the
Roman
amount of biodiesel to
and
diesel that we are
would tell
using,
about this
like
initiative.
ethanol production. And we
So
see
from
we
Papa
still have
Francisco
many
Foundation
challenges to
point
be
of view,
faced. The state of
and
Ceará
with the schools
wants
and
to be in the
inclusion,
leading
etc.
role to produce green hydrogen. We have a pre-agreement
with all
signed
the
with
religions,
large
all the
companies.
sectors,
We do
all the
have a very
social
good
classes,
infrastructure. We have
and
an excellent industrial port complex. I don't know if you went there, if you went to Pecém
so
Port.
and how
Did you go to the Pecém
to
Port?
get to the decision makers.
No, no.
How a platform
So
like
we
this,
have an entire framework and an infrastructure in the state
with the power of
that
the
can
Francis
be
Pope,
part of it,
power
and
he has, the influence he
green
has in other
hydrogen produced in
regions,
Brazil and Ceará be the
all over
cheapest
the
in the
world. How
world.
can we listen to
However,
those
I still
youngsters
think
for
we
them
have
to be part of
challenges
the
to
solution?
face.
Well, I think the first
From
thing
what
I
you
believe
saw
that
here in the
events
state
like
of
these are
Ceará,
fundamental for this
the
to,
public policies, the infrastructure we have, what do you think are the
I
main
believe if we've been
challenges that
capable
we
of
as the
including
state of
those two
Ceará
chapters,
have,
the Declaration of
and
Ceará,
considering your experience for
a
public
concern in
policies,
terms of
what
energy
advice,
justice,
what
we are
tips
giving
could you
voice
give us
to
with
the
your experience, your expertise,
communities and to
and
youngsters,
that you and the
because
U.S.
events
have?
like this
What
may
advice,
raise the
what
awareness,
piece of advice
right?
would you give us
And
to
what
face
it's
these
not worth it
challenges,
to
to
talk
create
about
public
in
policies, and
closed
have
rooms.
energy
We need to make
transition
it
happening
public,
here
and
in
a
the state?
place like this gives us the opportunity to make it
If the
public, to include
politicians
all the
decide that they're
stakeholders,
going to make a new policy and they find the
there will be the
votes
future
and they
of the
vote it
nation.
through and the president
And
signs
answering
it
your
or the
question,
governor signs it or
and
whatever,
the foundation is a
just
layman
because you
foundation.
made a law
It's a law to all
doesn't
the social
mean it's
classes,
going to
all
happen.
the religions, every
Right?
kind of person,
We have a
every
law
which
in
kind of human
California
being can be part
because
of
we
it.
have a
And
big area of
Muslims, Catholics,
California
and every
that is
other human being.
a growing
And
area.
Pope Francis,
We
he
call it the
considered
breadbasket of the United
to
States.
have
It's
a
where
real
the
change,
food
the
for
only
the
way
United
is to
States
foster
is grown.
youth.
So it's
And
agriculture,
we
big
need to
agriculture.
provide youth
Number one
education of
domestic
new values, not
product of
change the education we
California
already have,
is
but to add
agriculture.
up values
The
based
industry
on
is
three
agriculture.
dimensions, the dimensions I've mentioned
So
beforehand.
my brother
Those three
works in
pillars.
renewables.
A youngster like
So
today,
he has
they cannot live without
somebody
technology,
who
without sports,
has
without
these
teamwork.
small
So through all this,
kind of
as
I
you
don't know
said,
what you
our
call them,
foundation try to keep
incinerator
youngsters on
kind
track.
of plants or something
And
that
other
you can
bodies
put
we
on a
work with,
farm, and you can
like
take the
youth, all
manure
the youth
of the
organizations.
cows. There's a lot of
Well, it's
dairy
important to
in
have
California,
allies,
and you can put it
because we
in
may talk about
this
them,
machine,
and that's what we
and you can make
want to
gas.
talk about it. We need to give
Gas to
voice to
run
youngsters.
the
We have
heat, to
international
run
observers.
the
That
stove,
is
to
a
run
company
the
presided
oven.
by
So
Pope
we made a
Francis,
law in
great
California
leader, and this way
that
those youngsters
people
will
could
be
build
allowed to
these. They could
transmit
put the
those
manure
messages for the
in,
decision makers,
and
and for
they could
this
put
we've
the
reunited and
gas
they may deliberate
into
over the
the
solutions. And in
system
this
that we
specific
have.
forum, that
Our
specific matter
system
in terms of energy
is
justice is
a
a concern,
public
a clear
utility.
concern.
In
Pope
other
Francis
words,
has it in
the
mind,
government doesn't run
and
the gas
he
system.
defends
There are
the
two
house of everyone,
companies, one for
and
the
our
north
house is earth.
and one for the south, that run all
So
the
in
gas.
it's a
It's a public utility.
we do not. Why
When
we
my
are not?
brother
Why it's not
goes
possible
to
to
talk
move
to
to
the
the planet?
gas company
We need
to
to keep
say
this standpoint.
this
So
farmer
defending our home that is
wants
Earth
to put his gas into the
justice is vital.
lines.
Today, 700 million people
It
they
takes
do not
him
have
about
access to energy. It's more than 10% of the
years
world population.
to get the
If we're not aware of
company
this, we are
to
kind
say
of crazy. How
yes.
can we leave more than 10% of the world
By
population population
law.
have access to
They
some.
have
So
to.
basic
they have
utility.
to.
Some
The
things in
company.
life, they must be fundamental. And it must be a
But
concern of all of us.
they're
We are
slow.
concerned of many
They're
things,
slow
but we
with the
need to
paperwork.
care
They're
about
slow
tap water,
calling you
energy,
back.
food.
They're slow.
Without
Why?
this, those
Because
people won't
they don't
be
see
able to
themselves
study,
making money.
etc., to develop
So,
themselves.
and it's a problem for them.
So
It's
in
too much
those
of a
sessions
new
that what I
thing.
asked youngsters about
So
their
the
concerns,
biggest
they all
issue
have this
is
this energy
making
justice.
sure
They
everybody
have their
in the
concerns for
entire
the kind of
line
problems they
is
may cause,
on
what
board.
this can
What
cause
we
for their
call
future life, for their
buy-in
health,
by
for their
stakeholders
future
from the
survival. So
beginning,
youngsters, they are
not
aware.
after the lie
Yes,
is
youngsters, they are
passed.
very, very aware of our program. And
É verdade, aqui também é um pouco parecido essa demora.
True, we have a similar thing here. It
this is a
takes long
constant
here.
matter.
Yeah,
We're much
Lorena,
more concerned
I
than us.
also want to ask you when we speak about energy transition. It's
This
not
is the
only
world we're living them, and we're
adhering to
asking them to fix it.
renewables. Another
They're part of the
point
solution,
would
but
be
we need to help them
decarbonization
out.
of traditional industries. We have the state of Ceará has many
If we don't think
traditional
about it, because
industries
we won't
and
be
they
here.
generate a lot of jobs here to the state. Do you have any other advice?
This
Or
situation is very
how
concerning.
does the
We see lots
US
of situations
work
around the world.
decarbonization
In
of more
Spain, for
traditional
example,
industries?
and we've had a meteorological event that was not, well, an
Has
extreme
banned making
climate
new
change
gas,
event,
new
extreme
coal
catastrophic
burning
event in
plants.
Spain, and well, till those things
So
they
what
do not
does
happen,
California
so
do?
we don't give any importance.
It
So
buys
this shall be a concern of
electricity
everyone.
from other states that burn coal.
And those strategies and that
So it's not
platform in the civil
solving
society,
the
as
problem you're
you-
talking about, right?
Which strategies
We had
do you consider
nuclear,
to be effective to
2
mobilize
plants,
civil
they're
society
both shut
for
down.
inclusive energy
One
transition?
because it's patterned after the Fumishun or whatever the Japanese plants, the same
Well, conflicts in
kind of
territories of
plants
collaboration. So some assume
on the
today
sea,
we do
in
not
the
work
ocean,
alone, and no
next to
project.
people.
Every project
It's
we
shut
do in
down.
partnership with
So we
every
have
and
only
each actors and
renewable.
players of the society. We have universities involved.
We have only
public power,
we have only
private power.
solar now and wind and very little coal.
Local
but we buy
community,
coal
third
from
sector.
other
I don't believe
electricity
that
from other
for
states for
complex
coal.
problems.
So
we
here's
don't
the
have
thing.
solutions that are simple.
Everybody
They
wants
must
to
be
drive an electric car,
there
but where
must
does the
be
electricity come from? It comes from coal burning
systemic solutions.
states
The
who
problem
push in the
is, if the
electricity
problem is in the
to
core,
charge our
and
cars.
if we may deliver our
So
talents,
it's a very
everything
vicious
we have available, we may
type of
have important
situation
solutions. But I would
because
like to
the
bring
coal
something that
people
I've
have a lot of money
remembered,
to
some
stop
data about
things
youth.
from happening.
You talked about
It's,
youth, Max talked about youth.
Politically, look where the
UNICEF
money
launched the
is,
data that 1
and you will
billion
see how
children,
difficult it
they are
is.
living in situations
You
of
pass a law,
extreme
maybe you're
risks because of
successful,
climate
but
change.
to
So when we
implement
talk about
the law
youth,
is difficult. And I will just say that at the federal level,
looking
with
at
the new
this
Trump
generation, I felt
administration
desperation.
coming in, they're about
We are the
fossil
last
fuels.
generation capable
They're not
of
about
doing something
renewables. So
to change this.
states
Those
like
children,
California
they won't have
will have to be
opportunity
even
of
smarter
having a life.
about how to
So
transition
how can we
without the help
look
and maybe
to
with a
those
lot of
places with the
obstacles
same
from the federal
responsibility
government?
that we look to the company's profit? That's the challenge.
Verdade, eu
Because
gostaria de
we are very
aproveitar.
capable of looking,
I
to
want to
the
take
commas,
this topic mentioned
to
now,
the minor
Gustavo,
details in
and I
terms
want
of
to
our financial
understand from
statements.
you.
I was in the General
Paraguay,
Assembly
I
in
understand we
September
have
in the United
similarities
Nations
because we are part of
summit
Latin
in
America.
Georgia from APEC said,
We
so
have
how can
cultural
we not
similarities,
leave behind this
geographical
new economy?
similarities.
People we left behind in the old economy. How do
Paraguay,
we
how is
collaboratively
Paraguay
include those
working on
people?
decarbonization
And
of
my
more traditional
hypothesis is that we
industries?
may have the courage
Thank you so much.
to put social
Well,
impact in the center of the table with the same
For sure,
responsibility and
Paraguay
competence
and
that we
when I
look to the
was
profit Because if we do
Our
not do this,
problem is not electric
out of
generation, power
conscience,
generation.
we must
And
do
when we
this
speak
because of
the
survivalness.
final
Because the
matrix for
planet will
consumption
regenerate,
here,
but
right?
humankind
We have only three. We
won't
have
be able,
biomass, fossil
the
fuels,
companies,
electricity.
people are looking on how you do things and not
We
why you
have
do things.
a lot
They
of
think what you
energy
do
consumption
is not
in the
important
industrial
anymore, but
sector,
how you do.
using a lot
The
of
investors are
biomass
demanding the ESG
to work.
reports, and youth are willing to work. They ask you what impacts you are generating. Customers are, keen on knowing about the products aligned with the new economy ESG. So
the
we have a lot of
alternatives of
responsibility
industries
on
that
that.
could migrate to other
Yes,
energy sources.
I cannot
And at
stand
the
this
same
anymore.
time, we
We have a
started
pathway to follow.
a process
I'm an optimistic.
about dealing with
I'm a
energy
realistic with
efficiency
hope.
in industries in different companies.
We have a pathway to trail, but we're not doing it quickly as
for
we would
2050 and
do it. We need
energy
to
policy.
We need to hurry up.
To
We need to hurry
data,
up
the statistical
because
data we have
we have the instruments
the
at hand.
biomass
We know
will be
how, but we need to walk the talk.
Industry for a long time. So
this place
the main challenge for Qair
of
right
collaboration
now is
to
that
me,
the biomass
getting back to your
be
question,
used
so
is
it's the most
sustainable.
efficient
We're
strategy in
speaking
which I
about
believe, and
reforestation
nothing about us
and
without us. I was talking to an entrepreneur. If inside the industry federation, when they would decide, they would put people from commerce or social organizations. So please, they put only people from industry, and you go into a community, you will interfere in people's lives. Do you talk to them before? Do you put them on the table? And how can I dialogue? How can I collaborate with you and not just bother you? Not just ruin your life. So we enter into a community and we think we can do whatever we want. Let's put those people sit on the table to give them voice.
So there's a
we need to
strong
give voice to people, who are in the territory.
Against
work collaboratively, and I tease
non-rational and efficient
that
use
many
of biomass in the country.
Billions
and on the other hand,
money are being moved to energy transition. If we would decide, so 3-5% of those billions to fair transition, invested in social. So how would it be? At least 3%. It would be the minimum. And I'll tease you up for a concrete initiative and finances.
Oil, derivatives.
Now I'll pass to Max. So Max, what do you think?
We don't
putting people in the center of the discussions, etc., and multilateral organizations like several agencies.
Grains, everything is moved basically by diesel.
What can I say? We need to put people in the core, right? But
CO2 emissions,
multilateral organizations,
energy sector is very low, 15%. However, in this 15%, over 80%
to have this awareness
is the emissions from transportation.
So, in what regards?
So currently, we have a lot to encourage electric vehicles.
Roman told about the Spain case.
Mobility to public transportation. And
Mexico,
also
Acapulco.
We are encouraging
and we need complex
individual
solutions for complex problems.
Electric vehicles.
And we would like to see where can we bet for innovation, or where we have innovative ways to keep this profitability, to have more access, more universalization. It's a reality. We saw this with the water issue. My mother is a scientist, and I know
when
about
you lose
it.
trust in technology,
End of the day,
this is brutal.
You must know, right? How do you remember? In terms of consumption in energy, so
when
today we have 3 to 5
blended,
kilowatts.
the raw material was animal fat.
We are doing 2 kilowatts of 1 cubic meter,
Then they put a pass for to put additives, and in Paraguay we have a
lower
very
the
high
cost of water and
but our
broaden the
winter
sources.
is also
In
very
this
cold.
sense, we have
And this
youngsters and
solidifies
older people
at 13 degrees.
and those decision makers
So some
could take those
engines of
decisions. So we need to
some
put people in the core and do this
Mercedes
triple
had
exercise.
problems, broke. So a
Social
lot
impact,
of
environmental
trust was
impact,
lost in this
and
technology. So we are trying to get it back.
economical impact, and
So
that's
much
what
so
we are putting on
the
to
blends with
youth.
diesel is just
That's it.
1%, and with
And,
ethanol is over 25%.
So we need to take youth. They will address the problems of the future.
I was informed that
Youngsters,
we
they
have
are
5
the
minutes.
ones who dynamize those international spaces
fazer uma
Let
to
me just
demand that
ask
these
you a question to
bank
both
slip
of you.
we have to pay because
We
of the
know
previous
most
generation
energy
is
plans
knocking
are in the
the
long
door.
run or
So
for the long
they
run.
are the main, not
But
only the social entrepreneur, but
we
the
do have a
actors
lot
like
of
companies,
technological
communities,
advancements
academia, and that's it,
associated
youth.
to the
They are
needs of
having
society.
ideas, combining not
How can we
only
adjust
the demonstrations, but
to the
also
needs of
walking the talk
society?
and
How can
betting
we
on the
bring
solutions
the
for those
technological advancements to
complex
the energy
problems and
planning?
elaborating complex
And
solutions.
please, your
Thank you,
final
Max.
I don't know
remarks.
what you said because my headphone didn't work. But let me be optimistic.
I would
Let me
like to
close
listen
with
to
optimism.
Celsius
The infrastructure bill
about
that was
this, what Max
passed
said
by
about
the Congress
innovation, economic
under Joe
impact.
Biden, President Joe Biden, put a lot of money into rebuilding grids across the United States for electricity. It put money because
How is this
people who
about
have electric
technology
cars
transfer?
couldn't find a place to charge them. It put money to that
How
schools can
those
get
public and private associations
100%
could
of
maximize
financing to
investments in
put
renewable
electrical
energy and clean
chargers in their
technology in
parking
Brazil
lots.
and in the world.
And then
Well, be
they
brief,
can turn
please.
them on for people in the evening when the school is
Well,
not
let's start with
going, when the
some
children are
issues
not
of
there, to
solutions
be able to
and
use
then
them
how
to charge their
fund the
cars,
solutions. I will
and the
give you a
school can
concrete
make
example.
revenue. So that's
One
positive.
of the matters that raised
There
up
are
to
a
try
lot
to
of
help me
money in
how to
that bill
address
to work
problem of the
on
hands
hydrogen cells.
and
A lot of innovation. A lot of money has come to California.
to
A
have
lot
milk
more money has to be pushed out
and
before,
give people
I think there's 50 days
dignified
left of Joe Biden's
food,
presidency
how to use
before
PET
Trump
bottles
comes in
covered
and
with
tries to take the
photovoltaic cells
money
with a
that
bulb
was not
that
pushed out
use
to the states yet,
ultraviolet
where
process
Trump will try to
to
take it back to
sterilize
use
water.
it for
So
other
only
purposes. So
a
there's a lot of
bottle,
positive
PET
things
bottle
going
covered
on
with
in the
photovoltaic
United
cells,
States
a bulb
also with
inside a
respect
thermal
to
bottle, and with that,
renewables,
an
with respect
ultraviolet
to
bulb may
justice of
sterilize the
helping
milk,
poorer
and
people
mothers they can give
spend less on
sterilized
energy
enough
and be more
milk to feed
efficient.
their
So
children with a very low cost.
I'm very optimistic that we can do
Just
this.
a photovoltaic cell around a thermal bottle and having a small bulb.
Nós também estamos muito otimistas.
It was a
So are
discussion.
we.
Eu não sei se você
So are we. Did you
It was
understand
Melinda
the
Gates'
question,
foundation
Gustavo?
solution to
Alguém da técnica.
quick address a feeding process and to instant reduce
Can
the
you
mortality level. Is it
say
possible? Yes,
something,
it is.
since our time is
With a very
limited,
low cost,
our time
yes.
is limited, about how do we flexibilize the energy? We have
benefit with the
technological
whole society
advancements, the needs
and
of the,
also the next
the needs of the
generation.
society.
And the way to fund this
I'll try to speak
with a
Portuguese
microfunding
then.
like Mohamed Yunus model to do as microcredit to address this
Planejamento
kind of
realmente é
thing.
feito a longo prazo.
On, for
Well,
example,
planning is for the
governments
long run,
in a series of processes
but
like
short and
those
mid.
and
Instituições como a que eu estou,
Institutions like mine,
planejamento do
to
setor,
advance a more practical
estamos
agenda.
in
obrigados
charge
a
of
ser
planning this
criativos.
sector, we have to be creative.
So a series of items. So would need to put together brilliant minds to
sector is
find
dynamic,
solutions like
it's
this,
agile.
simple like this, with huge gains from my point of view.
São muito rápidas.
The changes are very fast.
As políticas
Intelligent people
Policies, the long-term policies,
will have low costs and solutions simple like microcredit would help to fund this, and we could make this transition in a good way.
Short-term
This can
agendas.
be a very clear
Currently,
example
we are closing
where you have a
2028
foundation
agenda.
interested, where the
We
foundation,
are
Melinda Gates
prioritizing some of
Foundation,
the
maybe energy
actions that I
companies
mentioned before.
So microcredits and solar
cater
photovoltaic
for
panels.
the
I'm just teasing you up
demands
again.
of the population mainly.
The contributions
For
in that
instance, I
panel
mentioned
are the last ones.
transition and
I would leave you free for
industries. We are
for your
working
activities.
strongly with another sector that was mentioned a
As
lot
a civil
here,
society
the
or an organization like
tourism.
Francis Pope Foundation or Melinda Gates
And it's
Foundation can
been
contribute to
15
solutions and
days.
mainly to create a kind of a
We
declaration.
open a new place for handcraft works, pottery.
Where
And
we can have a
historically,
result, an
pottery
outcome,
was
not
always
just have words,
historically
let
made with
change words
biomass.
into
So
deeds,
we are able to
putting people in the
transition
core,
to
making those
electric
people to be
ovens
brilliant minds,
for
to
pottery.
find brilliant
How
solutions.
was that possible? Here I mean
In a
creativity.
way that we can
We were able to convince the
escalate
Inter-American Bank
ideas
of
to
Development,
have the impact and
IDB,
with the strength of the youth through demonstrations
with
and
the
propositions with all
Korean
that
Development
energy,
Agency to create
bringing all that
a
conviction.
loan
How can
line,
we make a difference?
credit line
Thank you very much indeed.
for these small and micro companies. So the loan we got for them compared to the potential of prices that can be given was nothing. Let me say, I think it was like $20,000 most, but it changed the lives of these people, and it's a starting point for larger things. So I think this type of actions and taking effective short-term policies are types of things that can change a little bit the vision of institutions and the vision that the population has about those in charge of planning. Thank you so much, Gustavo. Our time is up. I would like to thank you. Thank you for your lectures. I think we ended this event as a state government. We are very proud of hosting such a huge event, how important this topic is, and for the moment we are living now. We live here with a lot of knowledge because of the level of the speakers that are here, just like you. Thank you for being here for the class. You taught me the master class. And we end our panel very happy. As the state of Ceará, we have many challenges to face, and we are fighting to make things happen, to have a fair energy transition here in Ceará and Brazil. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome to Ceará. I hope you return soon. This session is adjourned. Thank you.
Aquí tenés.
Para sacar una
Para que puedan tomar la foto, ¿no?
Yes.
Hola. Hola, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to have the last lecture of the day. A gente vai assistir um vídeo de 3 minutos e aí a gente vai ler a declaração do Ceará, que é o resultado final desses 2 dias, né, falando sobre transição energética. E aí vamos fechar o evento. Eu agradeço antecipadamente pela sua paciência. Vamos assistir ao vídeo e, por favor, vamos fazer logo após o vídeo as palavras finais, ok?
Obrigada. Porque só que para devolver. Esse não.
Bom, essa parte eu vou falar em espanhol. I will talk this in Spanish, this part. And after 2 days reunited here, we've had the luck to count on 114 lecturers and moderators. We've had several organizations, international organizations, BIRD, OE, Organization of the American States, schools, CAF, and all the banks, etc. We've had the presence of 7 countries here, and the presence of 24 countries of different companies, different entities and organizations. The final result of those 2 days of work is a concrete result to position the state of Ceará internationally to take clear measures in terms of energy transition. We call this Declaration of Ceará, and at this moment we will read it in the three official languages of the event, Spanish, English, and Portuguese. Once read, we would like to invite some of you present here for you to sign this document, to have a last picture, and may this serve to adhere to this declaration and to have the commitment of all the entities to adhere to this commitment. We, the participants of the summit celebrated in Ceará in 28 and 29 of November 2024, we've reunited the goal to approach the challenges and the opportunities of transition for a more sustainable energy future. We declare, we recognize that climate urgence demands immediate actions to reduce the emissions of greenhouse effect gas and to limit the global temperature according to the goals of Paris. The energy transition is the benefit in all the communities, especially the most vulnerable. The international collaboration is essential to share knowledge, resources, and experiences to accelerate the adoption of sustainable solutions and allow to challenge the global difficulties. We foster development and energies like solar, wind power, hydroelectric, and biomass, exploring also the strategic potential of technologies, emerging technologies like green hydrogen. To invest and to promote access to advanced technology and to generate green jobs. To guarantee a fair transition and to guarantee that sustainable remains be inclusive, offering supports and to all the communities and workers. To strengthen to work with neighbor countries and international organizations to approach common challenges and to potentialize shared initiatives that will help transition energy. We ask the governments to clear policies and to foster energy and to protect the environment. Financial institutions to increase renewable energy projects and energy efficiencies with a new portfolio, diversified portfolio for innovative societies. Civil society and local communities to participate actively in the decisions and to promote sustainable practices in their territories. Conclusion, energy transition is a shared responsibility and a only unique opportunity to build a future that is more sustainable, fair, and resilient. With the support of the technological innovations and emerging solutions like green hydrogen, we can advance to energy systems that answer to the climate changes and economic challenges. May we transform our economies to benefit the future, the current and future generations. Signed in Ceará, Brazil, 29th of November, 2024. I'd like to call Mrs. Secretary of State, Mr. Pablo Gabutin. To everyone following us from the Gustavo Medel. Gustavo. I would like to let it clear. So all the international organisms, they've been supporting us and they've been very generous. Complex processes that may pass internally. I'd like to thank the presence of Banco Mundial and other banks and other entities of funding. Four of the most important institutions that we have in this continent. I'd like to invite everyone to sign this. Many departed already, but we will be follow you up for you to sign this document.